Altering trajectory mid-story isn't something a lot of writers have the courage to do, especially not when they run the risk of alienating their readers and losing their livelihood. So for Toriyama to do it not once, but twice, just goes to show how bold his writing style was. But what was his writing style like back in the old days, when his habits formed on the front lines of publishing a weekly gag manga bled over into the confines of a fighting manga? That's the question we're here to answer with a review of Dragon Ball's Pilaf Saga. Before we dive into things, a little bit more about me and my experience with Dragon Ball. I hadn't had much exposure to anime before 2020. Of course, I'd grown up with Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Beyblade, and all that, but I didn't get into most of the mainstream stuff until COVID hit and we all lost our social lives. Checking out Dragon Ball had always been on my bucket list, and now that I had more spare time, I figured, why not give it a shot? I went back and forth repeatedly on whether or not to read the manga or watch the anime, and I ultimately settled on reading the manga because I was taking college courses at the time, and I could read a chapter or two at a time in the few minutes between classes. Being that I didn't get to experience the series as a kid and got into it as an adult, my judgment isn't clouded by nostalgia, and I can weigh the story and characters on their own merits. And speaking of characters, the Pilaf Saga begins by introducing us to our two main characters, Goku and Bulma. Mangas live and die on how quickly they can hook you into the characters, which is why it jumps out as odd to me that we don't even learn that much about Goku in Chapter 1. All we get is that he's been raised in the woods, completely secluded from civilization, and that he's inhumanly strong. He doesn't gain the goal of wanting to become a strong martial artist until he meets Roshi, and his alien abilities were still a good, long distance away. The only hook we're given about Goku's character is the mystery of how he became Tarzan. Bulma doesn't fare much better either, as her whole thing is that she wants the Dragon Balls to wish for the perfect boyfriend. Her defining character trait, which is her intelligence, isn't teased here. Another odd thing about the first chapter is that, for a battle shonen, there's not a whole lot of actual battling. You could cut the brief exchange with the pterodactyl monster, and nothing would change about the beginning of the series. In fact, a shockingly high number of chapters in the Pilaf Saga don't have fights at all. If I operate under the most generous definition of a fight, with that being one character deals damage to another, then 11 out of 23 chapters of the Pilaf Saga don't have fights in them. Goku even comments at one point about how it's been a while since he was able to kick someone's teeth in. It's not that the quantity of fights determines the quality of a series. Plenty of series have ran in Weekly Shonen Jump that weren't about fighting. But it's odd that Goku wouldn't get to flex his might until the Tenkaichi Budokai Saga, when the manga would have been running for over half a year by that point. With fights on the back burner for now, what the readers are left to chew on is the personality and character traits of our main characters. Goku's first character-defining moment happens in Chapter 3, when he refuses to hand the turtle over to the bandits living out in the woods, even though it would put his own safety at risk. Though you could argue his first character moment was actually in Chapter 2, when he cooked the wolf alive and devoured it. Wow. I guess no amount of time living like a hobo will wash away the Saiyan genes. However basic this scene is, it still lets us know the type of protagonist Goku is. The type who stands up for his family no matter what, and won't take the path of least resistance, even if it puts him in danger. Bulma, to contrast, is characterized as shallow, nagging, and materialistic, but still courageous in her own right. She charges headfirst to face dangerous enemies like Oolong, Ox King, and Boss Rabbit, knowing that she has Goku watching her back. In a warped sense, she also demonstrates that she won't give up on her dream no matter what either. Other characters include Master Roshi, Oolong, Yamcha, and Puar, but they're joke characters, and the worst form of jokes at that. I could skirt this whole topic and probably come away the better for it, but it's so prevalent, I feel like I'd be doing a disservice if I didn't address it. Obviously, the way these jokes objectify Bulma are morally incorrect, but the manga's been out for 40 years now. It's not like it can be unpublished and the offensive panels can be undrawn. I encourage everyone to just do what I do and treat these jokes as those fossilized black gum spots you see on the sidewalk, in the sense that they're gross and you wish someone hadn't put them there, but there's no getting them up now, so I might as well just keep walking. There are a couple aspects of the series I do want to draw attention to, though. When the character Oolong gets defeated, he gets no redemption arc. There's kind of just this Saturday morning cartoon apology, and then everyone goes about their business. He still gets dragged along by the team though, because they think his transformation ability will come in handy. They were right. The fact Oolong was allowed to hang around after kidnapping all the young girls in the village introduces a recurring motif to Goku's character. And it's that if he thinks you're cool, you get to stick around. People criticize Goku for sparing people he shouldn't have. They were also right. But what's crucial to understanding the motive and mindsets of the character is that he's thinking with the mind of a little boy who just wants to see new things. And if someone can help him have a cool adventure or learn a new martial arts move, he's going to let that person in regardless. Before we move on from Oolong, one thing that jumped out to me during his and Goku's fight is that Goku cracks Oolong is actually a weakling, and that's without needing to see him transform. For a character whose defining trait is his naivety, Goku is spot on at judging someone's strength. Well, he used to be at least. Don't worry though, Super. You'll have your day. The next character I want to ramble on about is Yamcha. I know I've dunked on him a couple times, but I genuinely like him as a character. People talk about how Goku changed Tien, Piccolo, and Vegeta, but Yamcha is different from all of them. Tien was being groomed to be an assassin, Piccolo was created from pure evil, and Vegeta was abducted from his parents and raised to be a murderer by an unhinged overlord. None of them were given a choice. Their circumstances made them destined to be evil. Yamcha, on the other hand, had his own living space. Enough vehicles that he pulled out of thin air that he had to have been well off financially, and was attending high school, meaning he'd had to have had a relatively normal home life. Yet, he was still choosing to rob people in the desert. And with no food, water, or weapons to defend themselves in the desert, I'd venture to guess that good things probably didn't happen to the people who crossed Yamcha. The fact that Yamcha had alternatives but still chose to be evil can, from a certain point of view, make him come across worse than the others who were raised knowing nothing but evil. However, leading Goku's group and getting to know them makes him give up the desert bandit life and get serious about becoming a martial artist. This is what I think is the most magical part of Goku as a character. He pushes others to become the best possible versions of themselves. I've read accounts online from people who say watching Dragon Ball and seeing Goku always try to surpass his limits and grow stronger motivated them to hit the gym and start eating healthier. And I don't think anything drives my point home harder than the realization that Goku has been able to change people in the actual real world. With the good guys out of the way, the only characters left to ramble on about are the villains. They're not good. In the manga, they appear 5 chapters before the arc ends, have generic bad guy motivations of wanting to conquer the world that's never explained, and they leave before ever getting a final confrontation with Goku. I wish I could say more about them, but they appear so scarcely there's barely anything to review. The only characterization Pilaf gets is that he's a strict leader, and we only learn about that after he forbids his minions from making toilet jokes. If anything, the only compliment I can pay these 3 is that they were clearly the inspiration for the Team Rocket trio. Now that I've analyzed the characters, let's talk about the main story of the Pilaf saga. The simpleness of it did not lend itself to a strong sense of accomplishment once the Dragon Balls were finally found. Not to get all story fans when the author writes another plot in which a character does a thing in a setting for the billionth time. But you pick up on it pretty quickly that gathering the Dragon Balls is going to fall into a pattern. Meet an NPC, get an objective, clear the stage, and receive the Dragon Ball as a prize. I think one of the many reasons this saga isn't as revisitable as the others is because none of the antagonists had any staying power. Heck, the main villain the saga is named after doesn't even come in until the 11th hour. The anime tried to fix this by adding a bunch of filler scenes with him, but in terms of villainy, he had about just the same amount of setup as Ox King and Boss Rabbit. I honestly think it would have made more sense to have Yamcha as the final antagonist of this arc. He was established early on, had a reason to get the Dragon Balls that paralleled Bulma's, and was combatant like Goku. So there could have at least been a final fight for the Dragon Balls, even though Goku still would have won. Maybe Yamcha could have formed some sort of alliance with the Pilaf gang, either by falling in love with Mai and agreeing to fight for them, or by being promised his own harem once Pilaf used the Dragon Balls to make his wish. But I think having an actual fighter on the team would have made the Pilaf gang feel like more of a threat. This could culminate in Yamcha feeling guilty over fighting his old allies, and switching back to the team for good, completing his character arc. But alas, we have to settle for the Pilaf trio running away while the gang is stalled trying to control the Uzaru. I'm also slightly inclined to say that after all the build-up to finally summoning the dragon, the wish shouldn't have been wasted on something so inconsequential. But I'm willing to let it slide, as Dragon Ball at this point was still very much a comedy, and the anticlimax can cause a very good comedic payoff when used correctly. Okay, now that I talked about some things that didn't work so well, let's talk about some things this arc excelled at. A lot of people probably rank this arc very low on their tier lists because it's a very weird transition arc. However, it sets some fantastic groundwork for things to come. Ki, which would be the foundation of all future techniques, is established here, as well as transformations. Some might consider the Uzaru suddenly appearing as an ethical, but I don't think it is. From Chapter 1, characters talk about how Goku is not normal. He's freakishly strong, even by adult standards, and he has a tail he can use like a fifth limb. So him having hidden abilities up his sleeve makes sense. Plus, Toriyama never established how Grandpa Gohan died before the Uzaru reveal, just that he was no longer alive. This ability to go back and establish new things based on holes he left earlier was one of Toriyama's biggest writing strengths. The author of One Piece practically worshipped the ground Toriyama walked on, and heavily modeled his own storytelling style based off Dragon Ball. And this writing style of leaving gaps to fill in later resulted in some amazing reveals in that series. Transformations would go on to be the center point of this series' power system, and ultimately what killed the potential of any characters who couldn't access it. Sorry gang, I debated even talking about the art of Dragon Ball, because I'm not an artist. My degree is in English with an emphasis on professional writing, so I'm comfortable analyzing and criticizing literature, knowing it's what I've been trained to do. On the other hand, if I criticize the art without knowing the rules of the medium, most of what I say would probably boil down to my personal opinions, or only a surface-level understanding. Nevertheless, I decided to include this section, because a manga's entire identity hinges around the art, and the way the art is delivered does greatly affect the tone and execution of the story. Dragon Ball's art is one of the things I've seen it most acclaimed for, and as I was reading the Pilaf saga, it's easy to see why. The art's not too overly dependent on speed lines to show motion, and the scenes are still easy to understand without sacrificing the alive feeling of the panels. Akira Toriyama's method of designing characters is also a huge part of the series' charm. In the beginning, every male character is drawn super petite and frumpy. It has a charm to it that conveys the welcoming and friendly nature of the characters. The way every character's jaw unhinges when they yell or get upset went on to define anime humor for the next 40 years. And clearly awakened something within Eiichiro Oda. That's twice I brought him up. I'm sorry, I'm done, I promise. However, understanding the impact that Toriyama's drawing and storytelling style had not only on One Piece, but the entire Big Three, and every other series that it inspired, is vital to understanding Dragon Ball's legacy. Even series that have no combat in them still took cues from Akira Toriyama and Dragon Ball in the sense of how they define their humor. And Dragon Ball has style in spades. There are two main aesthetics that Dragon Ball has. The first is Fantasy China. It's a well-established fact Toriyama said he started Dragon Ball as Journey to the West fanfiction, which is why Dragon Ball borrows so many things such as talking animals, casual magic, and rustic backwoods villages. Goku also comes across as a composite character that combines aspects of both main characters of Journey to the West. The monkey imagery and chaoticness comes from Sun Wukong, and the pure-heartedness and childlike wonder comes from Tang Sang Zong. The other is the grungy, slightly run-down alien technology harkening to Star Wars. The Journey to the West aesthetic helps establish the power system of the series and makes for designing cool enemies. Take Golbo, for example. You don't need an explanation for why he has so many eyes or how he can stop time. In Journey to the West, funky-looking creatures with cool powers pop up all the time. So things like that can happen in Dragon Ball too. All the futuristic and alien tech helps establish the setting better. Namek and Yardrat couldn't exist without the sci-fi aspects of the story. They help elevate it to heights it couldn't have achieved without them. When I look at something with a critical eye, I like to weigh it solely based on what's found in the book. All the information I need to come to a conclusion on the story's quality should be found between its covers. However, I understand some creative decisions can only be understood by examining what was happening in the real world at the time a story was being written. Which is why I think in certain cases, a series deserves an additional judgment with added context. You see, the Pilaf saga is not like other sagas. I'm not going to be some bold contrarian and say the Pilaf saga is a hidden gem and everyone else is wrong about it, because that's just not true. The Pilaf saga is messy. The fights are a far cry from Toriyama's peak, and there's enough ecchi humor to make you think you've accidentally picked up a generic light novel by accident. But why is this? Toriyama was not a new writer when Dragon Ball began. He'd already created the vastly influential Dr. Slump, which is basically Japan's SpongeBob in terms of popularity and humor. So why did one of the most influential series to Japanese media have such a rocky start? Some say Dragon Ball was originally supposed to be a gag manga, but this is just flat out not true. Everything we know about Dragon Ball's production shows that Akira Toriyama was encouraged by his wife and editor to write a martial arts manga, since he liked the works of Bruce Lee and Jackie Chan. Plus, Goku training to be a martial artist was set up as soon as Chapter 15. Believe it or not, there's a future arc in Dragon Ball that mirrors the Pilaf saga quite a lot. And I think comparing the two can explain why the Pilaf saga just feels kinda off. The arc I'm talking about is the Red Ribbon Army saga. Specifically, the Muscle Tower saga, the General Blue saga, the Commander Red saga, and the Fortune Teller Baba saga. The 4 sub-sagas that consist of the main characters tracking down the Dragon Balls for the second time. The Pilaf saga is about Goku going along with Bulma to find the Dragon Balls because he wants to explore, while the Red Ribbon Army saga is about Goku looking for the 4-star Dragon Ball, since it's the last thing he has to remember his grandpa by. Already, the Red Ribbon Army saga has a better concept, because it's personal for Goku. Our introduction to the Red Ribbon Army saga is seeing them terrorize a village and torture Android 8, someone Goku and the audience comes to know as a friend. So every time they reappear, it's basically a grudge match waiting to happen. Compare that to the Pilaf saga, where every enemy fight is almost completely inconsequential. The stakes are also higher in the Red Ribbon Army saga. If Goku can't get the Dragon Balls, Appa's dad will remain dead. Seeing Tao Pai Pai commit child abuse also shows the pressing need for Goku to get stronger. If he can't overcome Tao Pai Pai, he can't complete the objective of saving Appa's dad. Compare that to the Pilaf saga, where if they can't make their wish for Bulma to get a boyfriend, nothing will happen. And nothing does happen. And the goobers that are our main antagonists are already weaker than Goku, and need their little toys to stand up to him. The Pilaf saga is by no means bad, but it's very much a transitional arc you have to slug through to get to the good stuff. It just stands out because it was the first arc of the series, so there's no time to get a feel for what the story truly has to offer. But the following arc is where Dragon Ball would find its footing, and go on to become one of the greatest manga in history. Do you like it when things go pew pew and explode? Did you see that old Karate Kid movie? Or its television sequel, Cobra Kai? Or the Jackie Chan reboot? Or, I don't know, that weird cartoon version of it? If so, then the 21st Tenkaichi Budokai is right up your alley. Hello everyone, my name is Ramble-san, and today I will be continuing my Dragon Ball journey. I've decided to review both Master Roshi's training and the 21st Tenkaichi Budokai in one shot, because Master Roshi's training really needs the context of the Tenkaichi Budokai to understand the merit behind it. And boy was Master Roshi's training arduous. Running miles every day to deliver milk, plowing fields with your bare hands, swimming in shark-infested water, getting stung by bees, and having to find a rock in the midst of a massive forest. Though these might all seem like pointless bluster, once you read into it, you can actually see the effect that all of these exercises have. Running builds endurance, and weaving between the bushes helps your agility. Digging and swimming both require you to work just about every muscle in the body. Being chased by bees helps work close quarters combat, and makes you grow accustomed to the fact that even in a fight, the most seasoned warrior will still take damage. The rock bit I'm not really sure on. It was probably just a way to sow the competitive spirit between Goku and Krillin. Even though the physical part of the training is what carries Goku and Krillin through the tournament, the mental part of it is one of the most important reasons you don't skip original Dragon Ball. I'd like to point out that while Master Roshi might have been Goku's most influential master, he wasn't Goku's first master. That would be Grandpa Gohan. But I wouldn't count what they were doing as actual training, more like just surviving. Any exercise they would have gotten would have been purely for the fun of it. This was the first time Goku had an actual goal to shoot for. But there's a flip side to chasing a goal. While it can give you the discipline to stick to a training routine, pursuing it too vigorously will lead to burnout, overexhaustion, and possibly injury, which hinders the very growth you wanted. Goku, with his infectious energy and one-track mind, would without a doubt be the kind to chase a goal with everything he's got. Master Roshi knows this, which is why he wanted to teach them to balance working hard with resting hard. This is the mentality that Goku carries for the rest of Dragon Ball and Z. You can see it with how Goku makes Gohan leave the hyperbolic time chamber early because the gains wouldn't be worth the mental stress of living in isolation for 2 months. With training your mind, body, and spirit covered, the only thing missing from this training for a martial arts tournament is, I don't know, training in actual martial arts? Seriously, Roshi sends these two to a fighting tournament knowing nothing about fighting. Sure, Goku was taught by Gohan, and Krillin was a monk for 8 years, so they already knew how to punch and kick. But Roshi didn't cover any fighting styles with them. If you think Toriyama maybe did this because he didn't want to box himself in with only giving his characters one fighting style, or maybe he thought diving into the nitty-gritty with fighting styles would slow the story down too much and readers would get bored with it, he didn't have to make it a real-life fighting style. It could have been something made up, like Hakuto from Fist of the North Star. Or even better, just train the kids in Ki. Set up some tin cans on a fence and let them fire Kamehamehas at it until they wear themselves out. Krillin didn't have any Ki training when he went to the tournament, so he had a massive handicap. I'm sorry for harping on this point so much, but imagine taking a bodybuilder who'd only hit the gym and never taken martial arts lessons, went to an MMA match, and picture how that would turn out. Whew. Okay, sorry about the tangent, let me lock in. Once we get to the tournament, we reunite with Yamcha. Despite getting better, Yamcha is still leagues below Goku. As proof, Goku beats the brakes off someone who uses a fighting style very similar to Yamcha's on the exact page that Yamcha gets reintroduced. This highlights the exact reason why Goku pulled so far ahead of the Earthlings as fast as he did. Well, besides the obvious. Goku trains smarter and not harder. He always finds new training methods once he feels like he can no longer benefit from his current regime, while the others are always one step behind, only starting to train like Goku once he's finished and moved on. Fun fact, in the spin-off Dragon Ball That Time I Got Reincarnated as Yamcha, which is a 10 out of 10 story by the way, and you should absolutely read it, Yamcha goes with Goku and Krillin to Roshi's and actually stays on par with them for a while. As the tournament progresses to the top 8, we learn the story of Nam. Hearing about how his village bet it all on him winning the tournament makes us sympathize with him. And thus, we have ourselves a paradox. Out of the 8 contestants in the finals, the audience is actively rooting for 5 of them, but only 1 can win. So, how does Toriyama resolve this dilemma? By asking us who truly worked the hardest for it. One thing you have to keep in mind about Roshi is that in-universe, he's revered as a type of celebrity. The people view him as a genius in martial arts who's so strong he's one of the few humans who can throw magic around. Despite that, no one goes out of their way to become his student, so it speaks to the resolve of anyone who does. If we ask ourselves that, Yamcha and Nam are automatically out for not putting in the effort. While we don't know in canon what Yamcha did to prepare for the 21st Tenkaichi Budokai, if he had Bulma on his arm, I think it's safe to say his head wasn't fully in the game. While Nam's story was sad, it doesn't overwrite the hard work that everyone else did to get to this point. It's shown that entering the tournament was a spur-of-the-moment thing, so he had no time to prepare for it. That leaves the Turtle Trio. While Krillin might have only been behind Goku because Goku was playing with cheat codes on, Krillin's motives were still corrupt because he only wanted to start training in martial arts so he could get girls. He's shown that he only pulls up to fight villains when it's an all-hands-on-deck situation, and he doesn't keep up with his training during the downtime. That leaves Master Roshi and Goku as the only two left. Master Roshi wanted to stop Goku's dream of winning the 21st Tenkaichi Budokai, which isn't exactly a noble goal. But Ramble-san, if his motives were impure, why was he allowed to win? I hear you asking. While Goku had the right mentality down, he physically wasn't capable yet. Goku gets saved by coincidences a lot in this arc. He flat out cheats against Girin by getting help from the Kinto rune. If the judge hadn't been chill, he would have been disqualified right there. If his tail hadn't grown back at the perfect moment, he would have been thrown out of the ring and lost. He recklessly uses a move which makes him so dizzy, he's left defenseless mid-fight. He needed there to coincidentally be a full moon so he could go Uzaru to break out of the Bakanko Bikuri show. He was actually about to forfeit before that happened, and he technically lost the moment he stepped outside of the ring as the Uzaru. But the judge didn't call it because he didn't know Goku was the monster. The final way in which Roshi ends up winning and Goku ends up losing perfectly illustrates this. Master Roshi's legs are long since he's an adult with decades of experience to back him up, so he inflicts maximum damage. While Goku's legs are short since he was a kid who had little time to grow, so his kick is too shallow to knock Roshi out. The difference in experience is why Roshi wins and Goku loses. But even though Goku loses, his character growth throughout this saga cannot be understated. This is the first arc where we see how Goku overcomes hardship. While he was beginning training already stronger than Krillin, he loses in a competition to get the stone in the forest because he's unrefined. Krillin outsmarted him, which shows his first weakness to overcome. He's simple-minded. Notice how in the Pilaf saga, his solution to every problem was either to punch it or blast it? It wasn't until the 21st Tenkaichi Budokai that he became able to finesse his way around problems. And that's only thanks to Master Roshi's training. While I could see other shonen MCs like Naruto or Luffy getting frustrated at this training because it doesn't relate to being able to punch harder, Goku takes it just as serious as his physical training, and it's how he grows as a character. And that mindset of growing and bettering yourself becomes Dragon Ball's biggest theme moving forward. A lot of critics say one of Dragon Ball's biggest shortcomings is that, unlike become Hokage or become King of the Pirates, Dragon Ball has no end goal. And that's by design, because bettering yourself never really stops until you die. And it doesn't even stop there for Goku. Pushing Goku forward in his journey is his first friend and rival Krillin. Or I guess second rival if you count Yamcha. But anyway, I think his motive of wanting to become stronger to prove to his bullies that he's capable is, in its own right, a great motive. And he really rounds out the cast of being a straight man to Goku and Roshi's wacky antics. His niche of using strategy to compensate for his lack of muscle is... Wait a minute, hold on, run that tape back. Where did he get those? He's only known Bulma for a few hours at this point. When did he have the chance to steal her panties? He didn't know about Jackie Chun's degeneracy until the tournament was already in full swing. Did he wake up that morning and go, I better steal some woman's underwear today, never know when those might come in handy? What a bald little weirdo. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah. His shtick of strategy to compensate for his lack of muscle is really entertaining to watch, and does a good job of making him the brains to Goku's brawn. It's just a shame that for all his creativity, strategy only makes a difference when the gap in power isn't too wide. Still though, I find it commendable that without the XP multiplier that Goku has on, he still remains pretty close in strength. Someone else whose performance was impressive in this arc is Master Roshi. The Pilaf saga established him as this pervy old man who happened to know a thing or two about martial arts. But this saga showed us why he's the master. The many techniques he busts out during the tournament, several of which he's implied to have invented, illustrate how much experience he really has in martial arts. I also liked how he acts as this sweet old grandpa figure to Goku and Krillin. He takes them to his vacation home, does fun little chores with them, and buys them both custom clothes because he's proud of them and wants them to wear his symbol. For all his faults, it's nice to see that he genuinely cares about the two. Another character that underwent some growth this arc is Yamcha. Going from desert bandit jumping people and stealing everything from them, to top 8 strongest under the heavens is a pretty big lifestyle change. And seeing him work to better himself so he can hang with Goku is inspiring. I just wish we could have gotten a single chapter following him in his training. It couldn't have been that difficult to show him crushing a dojo so that at least his only on-screen wins wouldn't be relegated to just the Invisible Man. But I guess not focusing on him makes sense since he only joined the tournament to get washed to hype up Jackie Chun. Speaking of which, let's talk about Jackie Chun. You might think I'm stupid, but looking back on this, I thought there was at least a 50-50 shot that this was leading to a joke where someone thought Jackie Chun was Roshi and tried pulling off his wig, only for the real Roshi to walk up, revealing he was in the bathroom the whole time. But no, he just ended up being the legit Roshi. Looking back on it, it could have been entirely possible that Jackie Chun and Roshi were different people, considering how easy it is for people to clone themselves in Dragon Ball. The only other character I can really ramble on about is Lunch. But I mean, what is there to really ramble on about? She came, she cooked dinner, and she left. What I find the funniest about her is that in her good form, she's a normal human, but when she sneezes, she becomes strong enough to knock out a fully grown man. That means her evil transformation is a legitimate power multiplier, meaning she has more power multipliers than Yamcha. That is a crazy thought. The training of Kami-Sennin and the 21st Tenkaichi Budokai do a great job of furthering the fantasy China aesthetic that was established in the Pilaf saga. While in the Pilaf saga, we had talking, shape-shifting animals, little imp men, and dinosaurs walking around. This saga pushed the buck by having mermaids, monk dogs, and dragons who fight with their spit. The whole design of the Budokai ring also radiates Chinese aesthetics, and every new fighting style that drops just makes it better. One of my personal favorites is the after-image technique, which, upon reviewing the series, I've realized gets a lot more mileage than I initially remembered. Seriously, go back and rewatch original Dragon Ball. This thing was basically every character's bread and butter for a while. And I also like the Kyoken. Besides sharing a name with a much more iconic power-up that would come later, the Kyoken in particular was one of the most distinct fighting styles. It was a missed opportunity to not have Kid Goku use it more than once, as it highlighted Kid Goku's animalistic personality. And believe me, Kid Goku was a force of nature. It could have also comboed nicely with that form Goku took on when he drank the Ultra Divine Water and went feral while channeling the Uzaru. Master Roshi and his unorthodox training methods also harken back to a lot of Chinese kung fu movies that had been released a generation prior. Krillin being a monk is also more fitting because monasteries were a very common motif used in these films. The craziest thing is that a movie that also uses Master Roshi's tactic of doing random chores to get stronger was also getting popular around this time. That movie was Karate Kid, a movie popular for combining 90s American surfer dude culture with esoteric Asian martial arts culture. While the two released far too close together for me to believe there was some type of inspiration drawn from one another, I still find it amusing that two different series were able to take two widely different audiences by storms by using the exact same plot beats. And Goku's mentor uses the alias Jackie Chun to fight in the 21st Tenkaichi Budokai, and in the remake of Karate Kid, Jackie Chan plays a mentor figure. Plus, Akira Toriyama has said that he thinks Jackie Chan is the only person who could capture Goku's vibe in a live-action Dragon Ball. So it all comes full circle when you think about it.
Again, it's like poetry, so if they rhyme. Every stanza kind of rhymes with the last one.
This arc is also where a lot of the gag humor that bled over from Akira Toriyama's time working on Dr. Slump began to trail off. We got some excellent gags like Krillin only being able to beat Goku's running speed because Lunch was chasing him with a knife, Or Krillin stealing the stone from Goku so he could get dinner, only for said dinner to be poisoned. Or Krillin getting paired up with a stinky guy and beating him by being even stinkier. Come to think of it, a lot of bad things happen to Krillin in this arc.
Good, you bald little weirdo.
On a side note, I love how Toriyama carrying over the design choices from Dr. Slump where everyone's legs turn into little squiggly lines where they run. It's kinda cute. It's been said in countless video essays and reviews over the years that the Tenkaichi Budokai marked a change in Dragon Ball's tone, where the series went from a wacky explorathon to more of a martial arts themed combat series. But why is that? I've seen the claim thrown around that Dragon Ball was meant to be a gag manga and Toriyama only made it a combat manga after he saw fans latch on to the action scenes. But like I said in my review of the Pilaf Saga, which you should definitely check out here when you're done, that isn't true. In writing, there's a trope called the artifact, which is defined by TV tropes as a character or gimmick that no longer fits the mood or design of the story, but is kept because there's no way to get rid of them without causing serious disruption. For example, the title Yu-Gi-Oh!, which became irrelevant after the main character changed, or the nickname JoJo from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, which was abandoned because it would cause too much confusion when trying to discuss the characters. Artifacts can't be created unless a series isn't afraid to grow and explore new territory. While I don't think the artifact necessarily applies to Dragon Ball, because the Dragon Balls do remain very important throughout the entirety of the story, the search for them does become significantly less important. Can you imagine if we had to do a Pilaf Saga-esque search every time we needed to wish someone back to life? Half the series would be padding. It's clear that around Chapter 20, Toriyama thought he'd achieved a loyal enough fanbase to begin entertaining new ideas. And getting the Dragon Balls from wacky enemies started being the artifact. However, there was a decision made on the fly this arc, and that was the decision to create Krillin. You see, Krillin wasn't in the first draft of Toriyama's story. He was made because the editor thought the manga would sell more copies if Goku had a rival like other cool shonen series did at the time. Which is crazy when you look back and realize how many things in the story Krillin was responsible for. Krillin figures out how to beat the Invisible Man. Krillin's death caused Goku to pursue Tambourine, which led to him having to drink the Ultra Divine Water to get to young King Piccolo's level. It was Krillin who took the last bit of energy from the Spirit Bomb and comboed with Gohan to beat Vegeta. It was his idea to go to Namek to look for another set of Dragon Balls to revive the group that died. He runs interference with the Namekian Dragon Balls long enough to prevent Frieza and Vegeta from wasting them, and chooses not to deactivate Android 18, who was an asset in the Tournament of Power. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying these things wouldn't have happened without Krillin, but they definitely would have gone to different characters. Probably Yamcha, who also fills that role of being a normal guy who falls behind because he's human and not an alien. Which means Yamcha got the short end of the stick by being forced to the background. Considering suggestions from Toriyama's editor went on to create two of Dragon Ball's and anime's most iconic villains as a whole, hypothesizing about what a Toriyama-only cut of Dragon Ball would look like is an interesting video idea. Let me know if you want to see something like that in the future. Changing gears, this arc is where a lot of anime tropes were born. Weighted clothes, bracket tournaments, unorthodox training, female anime characters being unable to cook, the character rivaling the main protagonist, giving them an incentive to become stronger, a member of the old generation being the strongest for a bit until the youth leave him in the dust. None of these ideas were exactly created by Toriyama, but he refined them to a point where they became cliches. Shockingly not unlike how Goku snatches other people's techniques and makes them his own. You see, the way a cliche works is that one guy says something new, and a handful of other people hear him, and start repeating it until it enters the dictionary. Toriyama was the guy who did most of the repeating. It's perhaps thanks to this arc specifically that tournaments and training arcs went on to become synonymous with anime. The fact that almost every anime contains either one of those, or both, is a testament to just how much this arc stuck in the minds of future manga creators. The 21st Tenkaichi Budokai wasn't just influential out of universe, but in universe too. Master Roshi's lesson of working hard, studying well, and eating and sleeping plenty becomes the logic Goku operates on for the entire rest of the series. And Goku losing to Jackie Chun establishes the theme of there always being another goal to strive for. And that mindset of always pushing yourself to improve is not only Dragon Ball's biggest message, but also not a bad life philosophy in general. And that's where we're going to call it for today. Thank you everyone for tuning in as we continued my Dragon Ball journey. It's been really fun so far, and I'm looking forward to continuing it. But until then, don't forget to work hard, study well, and eat and sleep plenty. Rambles-on out. Did you see Harrison Ford fight the Nazis 2 to 3 times? Do you want to see it again but in anime 2 to 3 times? Then you're in luck because the Red Ribbon Army saga has you covered. My name is Ramble-san, and today I'll be continuing my Dragon Ball journey as we face off against the devious Red Ribbon Army. To kick things off, we find Goku searching for the Dragon Balls just like back in the Pilaf saga, only he's dropped off Bulma and Oolong. I'm not sure how much of a controversial take this is, but I do think that this is a change for the best. I don't dislike the two, but all of the panel space that they took up was really detracting from showing Goku's character interaction. And that's a problem, because as we're about to see, Goku really shines as a character when he's given other characters to bounce off of. Of course, Goku couldn't go a day without bumping into a new weirdo. Considering how the rest of the story plays out, and Goku's excuse for staying dead after Cell, it's a wonder how he stayed in isolation on that mountain for 12 years without global threats being drawn to it like moths to a flame. Our first impression of the Red Ribbon Army comes in the form of Colonel Silver. As much as I want to dissect the character of Colonel Silver, he just doesn't do enough in the story for me to find anything memorable about him. Story-wise, he's meant to act as a tone setter for the evil organization we're going to be facing from this point on. I do think the Colonel has a good design, with his leather coat bad boy look doing a good job of making him stand out from his NPC henchmen. But the only cool thing he really does in the story is blow up the Quinto Moon. This was a good move by Toriyama because it automatically makes us hate the Red Ribbon Army. That little cloud has been with us since day one. It's had Goku's back so many times it feels like a friend to us, the readers. And watching it die is like watching a beloved character die. Seeing it blow up also means that Goku is now trapped behind enemy lines, which gives the audience a tense feeling. That fear is immediately validated when Silver speed blitzes Goku and snatches the radar. Even though Goku still beats him without breaking a sweat, you have to keep in mind that from the Tenkaichi Budokai on, we're operating well within the realm of superhumans, and seeing Silver outspeed Goku like this shows that there's an entire army of superhumans out there. An army who revels in cruelty and won't hesitate to take lives for little reason. Colonel Silver also acts as the vessel for our first few batch of filler episodes that significantly diverge from the manga's storyline.
Don't cry, little monster. Uncle Monger's got enough carrot puree to feed you your entire life.
I went back and forth debating on whether or not I should even bring up filler at all. After all, it's not fair to judge the author and the story off things he literally didn't want in the story. However, I just wouldn't feel comfortable discarding the filler altogether, because like it or not, the anime is how a majority of the fanbase, especially those outside of Japan, will consume the story, so I do think it's an important aspect to examine. Plus, Toei flubbed up a lot with filler in this arc. Getting back on topic to Colonel Silver, the studio wanted to lengthen his time in the story a bit. In the manga, his first appearance is shooting down the Quinto Moon, which was impactful for the reasons that I mentioned earlier. The anime has his first appearance be kicking down the door of a house and having his men brandish guns at the people inside. Both introductions paint him as this big scary dude, but I think the anime's version loses just a little bit of grit that comes with having his introduction be destroying something so near and dear to the protagonist. Though I do like how the anime worked the Pilaf trio into this saga and pitted them against Colonel Silver as a way of passing the torch. For those who don't know, in the manga, Goku finds the 6-star Dragon Ball just lying around in the wild, while the anime added a whole side plot where the Pilaf trio finds it first, and then gets walked down by Colonel Silver who takes it from them. Seeing the Pilaf trio get outdone by a better antagonist shows how the stakes are being raised for this new saga. Now Nimbusless, Goku has to take a plane, but he crash lands in Russia. And Muscle Tower is where this arc kicks it up a notch and never slows down up until the very end. Upon rereading this arc, the scene where Goku agrees to kick the Red Ribbon Army out of Snow's village as a show of his appreciation for being saved immediately reminded me of a similar scene in One Piece, which is another series I just finished reading recently. In one of One Piece's most recent arcs, the main character, Luffy, is fed a small bowl of rice by a girl living in a war-torn country. Luffy wolfs it down and asks for more, only to learn that that bowl of rice was her rations not for a day, not for a week, not for a month, but the entire year. Understandably livid by this, Luffy gets to work restoring justice. When you remember that Eiichiro Oda, the author of One Piece and totally not the creator of Legend of Zelda, has self-confessed to lifting a ton of aesthetics and creative choices from Dragon Ball, Goku and Luffy being not too distant ancestors becomes all the more apparent. And it wouldn't be the first time there are direct parallels between the two either. I'm sure we all remember the "I want to eat the meat" speech that Luffy gave Jinbei. And Toriyama has always said that he feels people don't appreciate the darkness that's in Goku's heart enough. Keep this whole not a hero mindset on the back burner for later. Anyways, back on track. You guys know what's worse than Nazis? Cannibal Nazis. I like the little break room that they were given. After dismantling some fodder, Goku continues deeper into the tower, and that's where we overheard Murasaki and General White giving us a lesson on hype. Hype is something that is critical for making manga. When your story is published in bite-sized chunks, your success solely depends on your ability to keep people coming back week after week, which is why hype matters. We get the perfect example of hype when Ninja Murasaki tells us no one has ever survived fighting the third floor guardian. This makes the audience curious on how our young and inexperienced protagonist will fare against such a legendary figure, and makes us want to tune back in next week to see how the fight goes. Furthermore, even if Goku does surpass Full Metal Jacket, there are still two fighters above him that are even stronger. And those two are just minions for yet even stronger guys. Now we have to tune in to see how this energetic little guy is going to overcome them. Speaking of the fight against Full Metal Jacket, Goku outright states that he thinks Full Metal Jacket was strong enough to be a contender for the Tenkaichi Budokai, which should dispel any ambiguity that every Dragon Ball character fought from now on is in the realm of the superhumans. Second, Goku makes a comment about feeling bad when he thought he accidentally killed the guard robot. This led me to an epiphany of Goku's relationship with killing. More on that later. Third, Goku doesn't actually win the fight. He just becomes the de facto winner after Metallotron's batteries die. This starts a disturbing trend of Goku getting easy outs after every fight, and this trend comes back to bite him in the tail later. And finally, this is just me spitballing, but I think Toriyama might be a fan of Terminator. Just throwing crazy ideas out there. Continuing on as Murasaki. Not a whole lot to ramble on about. I was disappointed that we just watched Goku struggle for the first time since Jackie Chun, and it was a good opportunity to interject some stakes into the story, only for the next boss to be a joke. Murasaki literally gets a stick up the ass the first time he tries to get serious. I will say though that Murasaki does show why gimmicks don't get you far in Dragon Ball. One of Dragon Ball's biggest themes is getting stronger through your own power, and Murasaki chose cheap tricks instead of his own strength, which is why his fake after-image technique gets upstaged by the real one. Finally, it's time for Big Guy. You all know Big Guy, how can't you love Big Guy? Android 8 is clearly meant to be a reference to Frankenstein's monster. He's not even Toriyama's first reference to the character. As I think anyone who's ever interacted with pop culture knows, Frankenstein's whole thing is that society projects their fear of those who are different onto him and makes him feel like a monster simply for existing. And Android 8 definitely follows suit, with not wanting to be a monster. However, it took me a second read-through to understand the real reason that Android 8 hates violence and won't fight is because he's one of Murasaki's tricks. And the joke is that Murasaki's tricks always have to comedically backfire in some way. So, Goku, now with a new party member thanks to Shonen MC Riz, continues on. This little bit with the Jiggler just shows how Master Roshi's training is paying off again. Goku remembering how the cold made him stiff and unable to move, and using that to incapacitate his enemy, is something I can't see Chapter 1, Punch It or Punch It Harder Goku doing. And finally, there's the showdown against General White. Interjecting again to say that Toei swung and missed when it came to adapting the climax of Muscle Tower, and they did so in a way that did irreparable damage to Goku's reputation. You see, in the anime, Goku battles with General White, defeats him, and prepares to strike the finishing blow, but Android 8 tells him to stop. They chat for a bit, and Android 8 explains that giving in to his anger will cause him to do rash things that he might end up regretting later. A lot of people claim this is where Goku's appreciation for life came from, and that's why he stopped killing, and that's simply not true because this scene had no equivalent in the manga. The manga goes the opposite route and puts a much greater emphasis on Android 8 learning the importance of standing up for yourself and protecting the ones you love. The big guy learns that fighting isn't inherently good or evil. It's when and why you choose to fight that determines what kind of person you are. A lesson that wasn't new to Dragon Ball at this point and will get revisited later. Goku was unconscious while Android 8 had this epiphany, so if anything, Goku didn't learn a lesson at all from Muscle Tower. Furthermore, choosing to interject a lesson about not rushing to snap judgments in this arc of all places, where Goku rushes into fight after fight and gets in trouble multiple times, seems kinda tone deaf. I obviously can't be privy as to what their line of logic was, so I'll just assume the writing team at Toei severely misread the room. I don't think enough Dragon Ball fans have ever actually seen the original Dragon Ball for this scene to skew the metrics, but I have seen too large a chunk of the fanbase believe this is where Goku's aversion to killing came from. Truth be told, Goku has always had a weird, if not inconsistent, thought process when it comes to choosing to kill. We'll discuss this a bit more later. So Goku and Big Guy save the mayor and kick the Red Ribbon Army out of Snow's village. And for standing up for himself, Big Guy gets rewarded with being allowed to live in the village as a normal person. We're also shown the reason why General White never found the Dragon Ball, despite searching for so long, is because it never dawned on him that not everyone who serves under him wants world domination. Some just want to live a normal life as a simple villager. The only problem with this finale is, Android 8 defeating General White on the behalf of Goku handed him another easy win. And these are starting to stack up, and it will come back in a real way. They also add a complete non-sequitur episode where Master Roshi explains the creation of the Dragon Balls. Only problem is, we later learn how the Dragon Balls were created, and it's nothing like the story. I hope I'm impressing upon you the issues that filler creates within the story. Messing up one arc in a story as long as Dragon Ball wouldn't be a huge issue if it wasn't symptomatic of an issue that every Toei show has. And it's that almost compulsive need to wring every drop of content you can out of an IP. A little mystery is fundamental to telling a good story, so when you have to reach the 22-minute mark every Saturday morning, regardless of how much material is left before you catch up to the manga, it forces you to shine a light on all the dark corners of a story simply to gain a single more drop of content to wring. Okay, this has become less of a Dragon Ball review and more of a Toei review, so we just need to move on. Making a quick pit stop at Bulma's house, this mini-arc is meant to act as a transitional phase and one of our few glimpses into how the human world of Dragon Ball works. And, not to get too sappy, but I think it's rare moments like this that gives Dragon Ball a very cozy and homey feeling. Through this arc, we learn that Dragon Ball is a futuristic society, but instead of going into a cyberpunk dystopia, they went the opposite way and became a utopia. A world where humanoid animals and humans can live together and no one bats an eye. A world where a common old woman can scold the police for riding a rocket scooter into traffic. A place where Bulma's dad can say as much out-of-pocket stuff as he wants. Sure, there's still a stray mugger here and there, but for the most part, humanity's problems have been eliminated, and honestly, I think that's a pretty cool vibe. So we learn that Bulma is actually super stacked with cash, and when I read this for the first time, it made so much more sense as to why she was searching for the Dragon Balls. One of my biggest unanswered questions was, if this random girl has access to knowledge on the Dragon Balls and the equipment to find them, then why wasn't everyone and their mother scrambling for a free wish? But this arc answered my question when I learned that she was no ordinary girl. She was rich, and that made sure she had the means to find the Dragon Balls. It also makes her rejoining the story a lot more manageable because now she has something to contribute to the team instead of just being baggage. Let me tell you, Yamcha deserves the Fumble of the Century award for having the richest girl on the planet and thinking she wasn't enough. Speaking of Yamcha, he didn't tag along because he and Bulma are fighting. So everyone's still mad that Yamcha and Bulma split. Let me remind you that pretty much every time we check back in with them, we learn that Bulma and Yamcha are fighting over something again. They were never that great together to begin with. While Goku is inbound to Master Roshi's house to bum a ride, we're introduced to the next antagonist and popular Minecraft YouTuber, General Blue. I like General Blue. He's the first antagonist who felt like an overreaching threat instead of a speed bump. In his introduction, we're immediately shown how ruthless he can be when he orders a soldier be executed just for picking his nose. He's a fitting antagonist for this arc because I felt like he was really the first Red Ribbon Army member who puts the army in Red Ribbon Army. Everything from his Schutzstaffel fit to his massive collection of military weapons, to his willingness to throw away the lives of his men. He pulls out all the stops you'd expect from an evil military dude. The anime added some rather unfortunate implications regarding his preference in age. But it's anime only, so it doesn't count. To this day, I still wish we could have gotten more on General Blue, as he's one of few Dragon Ball antagonists that never got a new transformation, or even a cool what if. But his arc was double the length of a normal arc, so I'm still satisfied with what we got. Anyway, picking back up with Goku, this instance of Bulma trading the watch for Master Roshi's submarine is one of the few perv gags I actually thought had a decent setup and payoff, because we know that Master Roshi is a strange collector of mystical artifacts, so it's not out of character for him to want a watch like this. But we as readers quickly realize that he has nefarious intentions with it, and the punchline of it backfiring on him and Roshi having to go snorkeling in the septic tank instead of getting the perv is what makes this joke a cut above the rest. So, Krillin joins the party, eager to find some pirate treasure, and while we're searching for the Dragon Ball, you might have noticed I haven't brought up this arc's aesthetic like I did in my other reviews, which you should totally go and check out by the way. And that's because this arc's aesthetics are kind of all over the place. We've had an entire village that dresses like Russians, Arnold Schwarzenegger, a ninja fraud who uses 4 identical twin brothers to make up for his lack of skill, Frankenstein's monster, an alien slime monster, Bruce Lee, Nazis, one of whom is a 1950s bomber jacket wearing dude, a fruity psychic, and now we're adding pirates to the mix, and believe me, it gets weirder. You might think I'm bringing this up to nag on it, but I actually think it works for Dragon Ball. I normally frown upon kitchen sink universes, because they always end up tripping over their own feet at some point, but Dragon Ball gets a pass because it's based on another story which had a kitchen sink universe of its own. And cartoon physics are also a thing that canonically exists in Dragon Ball, as we'll soon see. The search for the pirate treasure goes full Indiana Jones, as we see our main characters being chased by Nazis in a race to get the treasure. The submarine combat was tense, because for once, Goku can't cut loose and unleash his full strength, or he'll destroy the sub. We also bump into a bunch of deadly traps. And General Blue's soldiers all faking being dead because they know how strict of a leader he is by far one of my favorite gags of this arc. In our kitchen sink universe, we can also now add Alien thanks to this robot guard. Toriyama is clearly a fan of Alien, as we can see with Frieza's third form, and they're just being a straight-up xenomorph in one of the chapters of Dr. Slump. We know Dr. Gero built the androids, but I want to know who built the defense bot strong enough to stand up to Goku of all people. So Goku struggles with the xenomorph robot for a bit before getting the idea to use the momentum of his fall to strengthen his punch. Just another example of how Goku may be a dumb country boy, but he has a battle IQ that's not too shabby. The final showdown in the cave also does a great job of highlighting what I think makes General Blue a good antagonist. He's a tactician. Unlike the Pilaf gang who folded once they no longer had their tricks, or Jackie Chun who is far more dependent on magic martial arts techniques, General Blue relies far more on subterfuge to gain the upper hand, like a true military man. Doing things like getting rid of the arrow to confuse Goku and stop him from even reaching the fight, using his psychic powers to manipulate ropes so he can take down multiple targets at once, and even taking a hostage to avoid a direct fight in Penguin Village. highlights that he's by far the most intelligent and cunning antagonist Dragon Ball has seen up until this point. So, with Goku on a wild goose chase, Krillin and Bulma get cornered by General Blue. Unfortunately, Krillin has not had any character-defining moments in this arc, but he does pop in to give another lesson in hype. Every other character walks around rambling on about how strong this guy is, and you're really hoping the readers get excited to see them fight. This is great, except that readers aren't buying it. Maybe because they don't trust the judgment of the characters who are rambling on about how strong the guy is. Or maybe the antagonist has a goofy design the audience can't take seriously. Or maybe the antagonist has been losing his fights and the agenda or whatever the internet won't stop bringing up is in shambles. It doesn't matter what, only that there isn't enough hype being built up. This is the issue with telling instead of showing, and I'm sure anyone who's taken a 5th grade level or above English class knows about the classic rule of show, don't tell. The solution to this problem is to take a character that's already proven to be big and strong, and have our new big strong guy beat the absolute brakes off of him, or what TV tropes has come to define as the Worf effect. While some don't like the Worf effect because it simplifies characters down to tools in a toolkit instead of actual characters, I think it's a very effective measure for determining the strength of a character. Seeing General Blue smack Krillin around, someone who's repeatedly shown to be just one notch below Goku, shows just how much of a fight Goku really has ahead of him. So, Goku gets ready to duke it out with General Blue. We've established how strong Blue is, and Goku needs no introduction, so we're ready. Goku gets hit by Blue's paralysis, and the tension is nail-biting. How will Goku get out of this one? We're all on the edge of our seats when suddenly, there's the squeak heard round the world. Yeah, in case it wasn't obvious, I don't like this. A random mouse coming out of nowhere to free our main character from the antagonist's ultimate attack. Regardless of how you spin it, this is just a cop-out. If we had an establishing panel where maybe Bulma and Krillin run into the cavern causing rats and bats to scatter everywhere, then it would have been a bit more digestible. However, as it stands, this is just Goku's second cop-out win in a row. This will come back to bite him. But one thing I do like is that when the cavern collapses, Goku spends more time searching for the mouse than the Dragon Ball. Just goes to show how much Goku cares about the small things. This is also the first time Goku uses the Kamehameha to propel himself, something that becomes a staple of his moveset until he learns how to fly. Just a cool little trivia fact. Back on dry land. I don't even want to know where she's been keeping that. These transitions raptors are a great example of Toriyama playing the long game. Like how the Grade 8 form was just created because Toriyama thought it'd be funny if there was a giant monkey in the story, only for it to become the secret to Goku's alien heritage, and the key to forms like Super Saiyan 4 and Wrathful. Lunch was in a similar vein, where Toriyama created her because he thought it'd be funny to have a pure soul and the bad girl archetype as a single character. While Goku and friends were searching for the One Piece, Lunch turned bad and took off in a helicopter. This is something that's very in character for her to do, and because of that, she was in a position to avoid General Blue's attack and save the gang when she returned in good form. Again, something that would be very in character to do. Toriyama claimed to be a pantster, but he was actually very good at planting seeds that he would come back to harvest later, with this just being one example. To tell the truth, I went back and forth on how to handle the Dr. Slump crossover bits, and considered not even tackling this topic altogether, because while I love Dr. Slump and I really wish I could glaze this section of the manga, I can't sing it praise knowing deep down all my opinions would be disingenuous. It's not even the crossover part that I take umbrage with. Anyone who's familiar with Toriyama's work knows this isn't even a whole new ballgame for him. I could make a whole other video going over the interconnected bits of Toriyama's universe. However, for every Dragon Ball fan who hasn't seen Dr. Slump and just sat down in front of the television on Saturday morning, exciting to see what their pal Goku was up to, they're gonna be completely lost in the woods, because this crossover never takes the time to actually explain who Arale and the inhabitants of Penguin Village actually are. But newcomers who are confused can't just skip this part, because stuff happens in Penguin Village that's essential for the rest of the arc. The Penguin Village section is where the Red Ribbon Army obtains the Dragon Radar, which is how Pai Pai finds Goku in the first place. I've always thought that good crossovers work when they highlight similar but different aspects of the series. They're fun because we get to watch the character learn about things that we, the audience, were already familiar with. Kind of like introducing a good friend to a show you really like. However, this crossover is lacking on both ends of that equation, because all the Dr. Slump characters just get 1 or 2 lines before leaving, and several important aspects of the series are completely absent in the original manga. While the anime did try to fix this by adding some filler scenes, Abo-chan Man only gets 1 brief cameo, Dr. Marashido never appears, King Miko-chan never appears, the policemen only get a brief appearance in filler scenes, and so many important aspects of the series like Senbei's inventions going wrong, Sukutun's tiger transformation never appearing, and perhaps the worst offender, the original manga never even shows a single scene of RLA's android capabilities. On the other half of the crossover, the only presence from Dragon Ball is Goku. This might have seemed like one of the few points where adding the sidecast could have actually benefited the manga instead of just wasting panel space. Imagine Bulma building something alongside Senbei, and how that would send him seeing another person who is just as smart as him. Or Pisuke seeing Krillin's haircut and giving him his sympathies because he knows what it's like to be a cue ball. Could have gotten Yamcha and his clone interacting as 2 martial arts fanboys, and maybe Master Roshi perving on Akane. There was so much material here, it's one of the few times I would have recommended padding out Dragon Ball instead of trimming it down. The original manga is known for its snappy pacing and ability to move on without dwelling on subjects for too long, but there is enough material here. I think the Dr. Slump crossover could have been its own entire volume, but as it stands, we only scratch the tip of the iceberg.
With the bite of a sour prune, I become... Sour Man, incredibly strong and regular.
Wait, this arc has Sour Man in it? Never mind, it's a 10 out of 10. Perfection, no notes. Okay, we're in the endgame now. Are you still with me? If you've made it this far, I can only assume you liked the video, so don't forget to hit like and subscribe. And with that out of the way, let's do our final push. With Toriyama done flexing his old series, Goku speeds off with 3 Dragon Balls in hand, while meanwhile the Red Ribbon Army... Wait. General Red, I had no idea you were a man of culture. Anyway, we meet Kenshiro's ancestor and his son Upa. I like Upa's design. I wish he would have made some more appearances later on in the story. Not necessarily as a fighter, but if he'd at least stuck around for the Tenkaichi Budokai, we could have seen him training with Master Korin, and that would have been something neat to see. Goku gets his Dragon Ball back, but he gets no time to enjoy it because the latest threat from the Red Ribbon Army steps in. Let's talk about the villains up until this point. Dragon Ball never really concerned itself about being for kids. Heck, Goku skewers a wolf and eats it alive, leaving nothing but a pile of bones behind. And that's in Chapter 2. But there was always an air of insincerity around it. Sure, Pilaf tries to burn the heroes alive, but his design is so stupid you wouldn't feel scared of him. All the other villains have a similar quirk. Yamcha is scared of women, Oolong and Boss Rabbit were part animals, which softened all the heinous stuff they did, and Ox King was hyped up by everyone around him only to be a big coward in real life. The whole thing about the dudes in Muscle Tower is that they all folded easily, and even General Blue, who was the most bloodthirsty villain we've seen so far, was extra zesty. Mercenary Tao isn't like that though. He's quiet but ambitious. His eyes are always piercing and his face rarely deviates from his stoic grin. You can just tell from his design that he stands on business. That giant "kill you" on the back of his gi is a bit on the nose, but hey, we pick our battles, right? He's the first real threat we see in Dragon Ball, and if it wasn't any more obvious, Toriyama busts out the Worf effect one more time this arc by having Tao be the one to dispose of General Blue, instantly establishing him as the top of the totem pole. I pointed out how Goku hasn't actually killed most of the villains he's faced so far. Big Guy handled White, a random mouse came running through and broke Blue's concentration long enough for Goku to get out of the paralysis, and RLA finished him off in Penguin Village. Someone else has been playing the game for Goku for the past several levels, and as a result, he's wandered into a new boss fight underleveled. While he manages to get lucky, dodging the consequences for rushing in head first, Today is the day the world finally humbled him. This moment when Goku gets vibe checked by a laser from Tao Pai Pai was amazing when it first came out, but some things have happened recently in the story that have made it not age the best. Goku's life being saved by the keepsake given to him from his adoptive father, which he only found by befriending Kenshiro's ancestor, was a great way for showing his kindness as a person. But in Dragon Ball Super's Granola arc, we learn that Bardock made a wish on the Cerulean Dragon Balls for his kids to grow up safely. In order for Goku to grow up, he kinda has to be alive. Meaning that even if he didn't have the Dragon Ball in his pocket at this moment, the wish's protection still would have saved him. I wish I could find some way to twist the logic of this scenario to explain how Goku was totally in real danger and definitely would have died if it weren't for his kindness. But truth be told, these are just the things that happen when a series gets revived 20 years after it initially finished. This moment was probably long forgotten by the time that Toyo and Tori were writing the Granola arc. So Goku wakes up and sees the mess that's been made. He solemnly looks at his Dragon Ball, knowing what Grandpa Gohan would have wanted him to do, and announces that he's going to use the Dragon Balls to bring Upa's dad back to life. This ties back to the whole "I'm not a hero" mindset that I mentioned earlier. Goku claims to not be a hero, but he's willing to sacrifice his only keepsake of his deceased grandfather that he worked so hard to find just to save a random stranger. Goku may be someone who only does what he wants, but in this case, he knows he wouldn't have even had the Dragon Balls if Upa's dad didn't hand it over. So what he wants is to make Upa happy again. And so, Goku begins to haul up Korin Tower. Of course, we've seen Goku perform great acts of physical strength, but Korin Tower is like something out of Arthurian legend. A mystical tower housing a powerful wise elder at the top. He's so strong he needs a hype man at the base of his tower just to brief people of the risks before they take on the challenge. The audience immediately becomes excited to see what the wise tower master looks like, only to immediately see that he's a cat. This is the obvious Yoda switch. When learning that we're going to be meeting a martial arts master, we think we're going to see some roided up beasts like Kenshiro's ancestor. But instead, we got a cat guy. I like the lesson that Goku takes away from Korin Tower. He gets humbled real quick after rushing into the fight. Learning how to assess the strength of his opponent and adapt was the next step in his development as both a fighter and a character. I also like Korin's lesson of teaching Goku not to waste too much energy. We've already discussed in my 21st Tenkaichi Budokai video, which you should go check out after this one, how Goku learned to finesse his way around problems through training with Master Roshi, but he still lacked one important quality: technique. Goku's training with Roshi made him stronger, but he didn't learn the finer techniques of martial arts. And now that he's up against an opponent who he can't finesse his way around, the only solution is to combine both strength and technique. That's why Goku passes on an easy chance to get the Ultra Divine Water. It might have been the shortcut he needed on such a tight deadline, but it wouldn't have actually given him the technique he needed to defeat the old master. I'd also like to point out that this is where Goku learns how to read minds. We know he can copy techniques after just seeing them once, so he learned it from watching Korin do it, and likely just never had a reason to do it before Namek. It didn't come out of nowhere like many people claim it did. And now it's time for round 2. In many ways, Tao Pai Pai acts as a foil to Master Roshi. Roshi is a 300-year-old martial arts master with a mystical technique who was silly, happy-go-lucky, and wanted to see Goku grow. While Tao Pai Pai is a 300-year-old martial arts master with mystical techniques who is super serious and wants to stunt Goku's growth. By defeating him, Goku will finally surpass the master. This fight is where we see the birth of disrespectful Goku. Goku eats all of Tao's strikes, including the one that almost killed him before, without defending, just so he could see what was in Tao's arsenal. On a side note, in early Dragon Ball there used to be this quirk where if the gap in strength was wide enough, key attacks would just be cancelled on contact, similar to how Bleach characters used to be able to just Ryatsu diff attacks. But I digress. The fruits of Goku's training with Karin really show as he starts targeting weak points, using the terrain to his advantage, and not wasting effort on any flashy moves like huge jumps unless they were to counter Tao Pai Pai's. It's no coincidence Tao Pai Pai is killed when his own flashy finisher backfires on him. while Goku chose to stay close to the ground and play things closer to his chest. With that, Goku has finally surpassed the old generation of martial artists. While the shonen theme of passing the torch is nowhere near as present in Dragon Ball as it is in other mainstay shonen series, it still shouldn't be overlooked where it is. Unfortunately, this is where I have to stop singing the arc praise and get critical. I'm not a fan of the way this arc ended. I did like Yamcha's return. Similar to Lunch saving the crew, it just goes to show how great Toriyama is at paying off the stuff he set up earlier. And I love the reveal of Eddie Murphy betraying Commander Red. If anything, I think it's one of the better plot twists in early Dragon Ball. During the scene where he learns that Commander Red intends on wasting the wish to get taller, you can almost feel him get angrier as the reality of the situation sets in. Plus, it was kind of ballsy for a children's manga at the time to depict a man getting shot through the brain. But there's no denying the final fight was underwhelming. Now, I will yield that Tao Pai Pai was so thematically rich it was going to be hard to top, and I do recognize that sometimes there's merit to taking a step back when it comes to a villain's strength. Bleach is a great example of having an antagonist weaker than the previous arcs, but still menacing in his own right, as is JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. We don't always have to play hard and strict by shonen power scaling rules and have the next villain in line make the previous villain look like a kitten in comparison. But the thing is, this was a dungeon raid arc, and the thing about dungeons is that there kind of needs to be a dragon guarding it. That's why having Goku toy with the guy he's league stronger than didn't really lead to a satisfying conclusion to the arc. That's why I've drummed up 3 solutions that I think could have helped alleviate this problem. 2 of them change the arc's ending by rearranging some of the pieces, and 1 gets a little more creative. I'll tell you which one I personally prefer and then let you make the final call on which you think is best. My first suggestion, which is the least intrusive and feels most consistent to Toriyama's writing style, is to simply buff the suit of armor that Eddie Murphy wears. If you reread their brief scuffle, it's actually strong enough to ring Goku's bell when it comes to physical prowess. It's just too slow. Just make the armor faster and Eddie Murphy can have an actual clash with Goku. Some may not like this ending because they like the idea of Tao Pai Pai being the best the Red Ribbon Army has to offer. So if it's not for you, then here's my second idea. Remove the confrontation with Tao Pai Pai from Korin's Tower to Red Ribbon Army headquarters. Just have Tao run a little late to get back to Korin Tower, so when Goku gets down, he checks the Dragon Radar and sees the Dragon Balls at Red Ribbon Army headquarters. So he calls the Kito Rune and books it over there. Meanwhile, Tao Pai Pai finishes getting his drip fixed, and decides to check the radar to confirm the location of his target before heading out. Realizing the Dragon Balls are moving, he returns the pillar to Red Ribbon Army headquarters and finds his opponent waiting for him. As they battle, the collateral damage slowly breaks down Red Ribbon Army HQ, and after successfully beating the Merc with the mouth, Goku finishes off Black as an afterthought, where we could kill 2 birds with 1 stone and have the supporting cast actually show up. They could see Eddie Murphy escaping with the Dragon Balls and just stall him. Maybe they could even be the ones to fight the Battle Jacket. I'm not as big of a fan of this ending because it doesn't seem like Toriyama's style. He made it abundantly clear he thinks the supporting cast exists to get the kick out of them to hype up the main villain. But there is another ending I thought of that would put the spotlight on Goku and still be a legitimate threat. The ending we get is a confrontation with Commander Red. Now, I know what you're thinking. Ramble-san, you just said you like the plot twist where Eddie Murphy shot Commander Red. And to that I say, I do. That's why I think the way to preserve this twist while having a legit confrontation with Commander Red is to have Red become a cyborg. Now, hear me out. The concept of humans being outfitted with robot parts was established in this very arc with Android 8. A short while later, another antagonist from this arc will come back as an android. Considering that the Red Ribbon Army employs Dr. Gero, it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to think they had the equipment on hand to convert someone into an actual android on the spot. Doing this could make Red strong enough that he becomes an actual threat to Goku, and have an honest fight for the end of this arc. It's not that big a stretch, because in Dragon Ball Online, we get Android 9, who was modeled after Commander Red. He even got Red's wish of being taller. Again, this is all just fun speculation. Let me know which alternate ending you like best in the comments below. This arc was amazing at expanding the world and opening up Dragon Ball to more aesthetics. Not only did it uphold previously established Chinese martial arts and sci-fi alien-esque aesthetics, but we also got new aesthetics including Frankenstein's monster, ninjas, pirates, Nazis, Native American culture, and lots of robots. Goku also develops as a character fantastically throughout this arc. He begins seeking the Dragon Balls, a self-centered goal, but on that journey, he helps so many people, from Snow to Big Guy to the Mayor to Upa to Arale, at least up until she had to step in, that he decides helping his friends is more important than getting his keepsake back. He also learns that fighting isn't about flexing on his opponent. While he loved fighting, up until this point, he'd ripped through every fighter except Jackie Chun with minimum difficulty, and it had gone to his head. Getting flexed on finally made him get serious and learn to stray away from flashy moves towards a more practical fighting style. This arc is also where we have to start studying Goku's relationship with killing. A lot of people cite Goku's rampage during the finale as proof of what a cold-blooded Saiyan he was before changing, but when he thought he killed Major Metallotron, he says he, quote, did a bad thing, meaning he knows killing is bad. So what's Goku's whole deal with killing? Well, let's go through and take it on a case-by-case basis. The neat thing about Goku is that we have his life mapped out so thoroughly, we know what his first brush with death was, and that's Grandpa Gohan. All Goku knew at that point was that he went to sleep and woke up to find Grandpa Gohan deceased, and evidence of a monster battle having taken place. This is what made him okay with killing creatures he encountered in the wild. Finding his grandpa like that made him realize that it's kill or be killed, and he definitely doesn't want to be killed. But he draws the line at killing things that aren't wild animals. However, in a world that has talking animals that walk on two legs, the line between wild animals and people are a bit blurred. So it's safe to say that if they're humanoid, Goku prefers to avoid killing. He is just a silly guy after all, so he probably finds it more fun to toy with his opponents rather than kill them. He did strand Boss Rabbit on the moon because he thought it would be a more fitting punishment than killing him, and he knew that he would handle them if they ever pulled something again. Which brings me to my next point. Goku doesn't pick on the little guy. He's fine with letting someone go about their own devices, knowing that he could roll up on the Quinto Un and swat them if they ever got too big for their britches. That's why he let Yamcha and Oolong go. He knew that they were too weak to ever pose a threat to him. That is to say, unlike Tao Pai Pai, whom even Goku thought he'd gone a bridge too far, would be worth sparing. We all know that Mercenary Tao didn't die here, but Goku sure thought that he'd kill them. So if Goku doesn't kill people that he considers harmless, why did he kill all the Red Ribbon Army goons that he ripped through like they were made out of tinfoil? Well, to put it bluntly, they ran out of chances in his eyes. Up until this point, he'd seen the Red Ribbon Army take multiple people hostage, conquer a whole village, and try to kill innocents in the crossfire. While the individuals might have been harmless, the organization as a whole had become too big of a pain in the neck, so he thought it was better to stop them before they became a bigger problem. Ironically, he was right. So that's it. Kid Goku's philosophy around killing wasn't based on Saiyan's instinct, or a lesson learned from Android 8, just cold, hard logic. But don't worry, when he grows up and finds himself at the top of the totem pole, his priorities shift a bit, so we'll revisit this subject in the future. Speaking of Android 8, he was another breakout character from this arc. With the obvious inspiration from Frankenstein's monster, his character arc is based around the classic story of a gentle giant wanting to be judged for his personality and not appearance. You'd think a character who wants to be a pacifist wouldn't go over well in a fighting manga, but his philosophy of non-violence contrasts well with Goku's fun-loving and fighting personality, which is why he's still one of the most memorable characters in original Dragon Ball, despite how little he was in the story. Well, he was memorable to the 12 people who read original Dragon Ball at least. Some people claim that Android 8 changed Goku and taught him the importance of life, but it's actually the opposite. Goku taught Android 8 that it's not wrong to fight to protect people important to you. It took Android 8 being put in a situation where violence was the only means of protecting his friends to realize that. In a turn of events, An android would later need to teach Goku's kid the same lesson. As far as standout antagonists, I'm torn between General Blue or Tao Pai Pai. We spent more time with General Blue, but Tao Pai Pai had far more of an impact on the story. General Blue is cool because he has a unique ability in a universe where everyone uses the same attacks, just with different flavors. And being a physically weaker foe forced him to use trickery and skill to close the gap. But Tao Pai Pai has...
Would it be possible for me to borrow this column from you?
What do you want, with that pillar?
Let's see, 1,400 miles. I should be back in about 30 minutes.
Huh?
I particularly think Tao Pai Pai was necessary for the story to conclusively say Goku had surpassed Master Roshi. The audience would probably not believe Goku was stronger than Roshi, since the Tenkaichi Budokai was supposed to be a friendly event where a master pushed student to become stronger, and there was clearly a no-kill rule, so fighters couldn't go all out. Goku facing someone who had the same experience and strength as Master Roshi, only without the handicap of holding back, was what we needed to show how far the character had progressed. And the Red Ribbon Army arc is all about progression. It took the search for the Dragon Balls from the Pilaf saga, and improved upon the formula by giving it an overarching villain to make it feel more story-focused. Toriyama found the perfect blend of humor, too. It would come off as kind of tonally inconsistent to crack jokes every 5 seconds in an arc about battling Nazis, but the more reserved style of humor that strayed away from fart and poop jokes was much more digestible. This arc was also much better about side characters being important to the story, with several of the side characters actually getting to land kills on a main antagonist. Toriyama's art was impressive as always. I know he said around this time he was running out of ideas for cool poses to draw Goku in, but it sure doesn't show. Toriyama's signature cool panel angles is the best on display in his rematch against Tao Pai Pai, where keeping Goku's movements grounded and tight is a great way of highlighting the lessons he learned about not wasting energy. I don't see it mentioned as much, but this is also the arc where Goku stops constantly whining about being hungry. Well, until Daima at least. When the Kamehameha was first introduced, its only nerf was that after using it, Goku got so hungry he could barely move, so it had to be saved for an important moment. Now with Goku learning about not wasting energy, in combination with having access to a magic bean that fills his stomach, he's free to spam it all he wants. Overall, this arc showed the progress of not only Goku as a fighter, but Toriyama as a storyteller, continuing to improve his arc villains and the search for the Dragon Balls premise. But stick around because the search for the Dragon Balls is not over.
Would it be possible for me to borrow this column from you?
What do you want, with that pillar?
Let's see, 1,400 miles. I should be back in about 30 minutes.
Huh?
Do you like tournament arcs in anime? If you're anything like me, then this trope is probably one of your favorite recurring anime settings. But what makes for a good tournament arc? Today, we'll be answering that very question as we examine the Fortune Teller Baba arc. Hello everyone, my name is Ramble-san, and thank you for joining me on the next step of my Dragon Ball journey. We start off with Goku getting some new clothes after his were destroyed last arc, and it turns out Gohan's inability to drip is genetic. Side note, while waiting for Goku's clothes to be made, Yamcha suggests they pop into a saloon. Maybe this is just me going full English teacher, but we've already been told that Bulma and Yamcha are having relationship issues. And what's in saloons? Just so you know, I will never clown Yamcha for losing a fight, because he tries, and that's really all that matters. But I will clown Yamcha for having the richest girl this side of Snake Way and still cheating on her. We take a brief detour to go and grab Appa, and we learn about Appa's ambitions to train to become as strong as Goku. It's moments like these that really make me wonder if Toriyama knew how insane the scaling was going to become. At this point, it wasn't too unrealistic to think a human could train to Goku's level, but with Piccolo right around the corner, things would become too insane for someone without a cheat code to be relevant. Sorry, Appa, but at least you get this one arc. Now that Goku is repping the Turtle Hermit School again, we go to Baba's house. This little ghost guy who acts as a greeter for Baba is so cute, I just had to say it. He looks like something straight out of Dragon Quest. The gang watches as a group of buff men walk into Baba's house, and come out beat to smithereens. Toriyama is once again employing hype, which I gave a great lesson on in my Red Ribbon Army Saga video. Which you should go check out when you're done, by the way. Seeing these dudes get their socks knocked off gets the reader's mind racing. We wonder if this all-seeing crone could really be some cracked fighter in her own right. Oh, who am I kidding? A woman being an all-powerful fighter in my Japanese shonen manga? I know, the thought's funnier than any joke I'll ever tell. But we still have to wonder how these guys got all tattered. Inside, we finally meet Baba, and we learn that to avoid paying the cost of approximately one Five Guys combo meal, the gang will have to fight and beat her 5 evil minions. And these evil minions are what give the arc its flair. Baba and her 5 fighters have a very strong Halloween Town aesthetic, and just like how the last arc introduced a bunch of different aesthetics into this kitchen sink verse, including classic monster villains, we're now expanding that to include Dracula, the Mummy, the Invisible Man, and demons. The Baba Squad does a great job of illustrating why an aesthetic is important to a work. As someone who has participated in several writing groups, when a work seemed half-hearted or like it was missing that special spice, 9 times out of 10, the issue is not committing to its aesthetic. Stop and think about how it would have affected your reception of this arc if every one of Baba's minions looked like these generic goons from earlier. Sure, nothing about the plot would change, but the story would be far less engaging. Committing to a horror movie aesthetic brought out its maximum potential and made it far more memorable. So the situation is made simple to us. A 5-on-5 tournament where the next fighter in line picks up right where the previous fighter left off, and the team with the last man standing wins. We've got ourselves a tournament. Of course, as any Dragon Ball fan knows, tournaments are nothing new to the series. Our last tournament, the 21st Tenkaichi Budokai, was perhaps what popularized the trope of tournaments in fighting manga to begin with. But there's a big difference. Last time we were fighting on equal ground. There were no teams, and thus the scales couldn't be tipped against one particular team. This time around, it's a 5-on-5 fight, but we've only got 3 members on our team. What makes a tournament good is a highly subjective take, but in my opinion, this is what separates predictable tournaments from interesting ones. A skilled writer will use the tournament itself as an antagonist against the hero, just as much as the people fighting in said tournament. The biggest example I can use, and the one that no video essay on tournament arcs is complete without, is the Dark Tournament from Yu Yu Hakusho. In that arc, the very people running the tournament want Yusuke dead, and so the other teams get to cheat and use as many underhanded tactics as they want while the good guys get penalized for every misstep. For another example, we can look to the Raitai tournament from Grappler Baki. In that arc, a poisoned and half-dead Baki is forced to fight in a tournament if he wants to avoid the great martial arts ring in the sky. We didn't see that so much from the 21st Tenkaichi Budokai, as Goku and Krillin were already above everyone there except Jackie Chun, and if Goku lost, there was no penalty other than having to wait until the next tournament. But Toriyama got it right the second time around, because now if the gang loses this tourney against Baba's minions, they won't find the Dragon Ball, and Appa's father will stay dead. And as the readers, that would make us all feel very yucky inside, so it can't happen. and the rules of this tournament are definitely very biased towards the main cast. The gang has to pull off 5 wins, but only has 3 fighters, and 2 of them are non-combatants. This might be acceptable in a series where the main characters can toss magic around, but this is Dragon Ball, where hands are king, and not being able to fight basically makes these 2 automatic losses, which already puts the audience on edge and raises the stakes before the fight even begins. Another way the tournament itself can act as an antagonist is by screwing the main cast over when it comes to the bracket matchups. This is a bit of an outside-the-box example, but one time that this was pulled off to great effect was in the Village Games arc of Dr. Stone. In this arc, the main characters hope to win a tournament by entering as many people as possible, so if 2 good guys ended up pitted against each other, one can just forfeit, allowing the other to advance while conserving their strength. However, they get screwed over with the first round matchups, and all their guys ended up pitted against the bad guys, which automatically takes out a good chunk of their fighters in the first round. We see this present in the Future Teller Baba arc, because Krillin gets used as a sacrificial pawn to show the rest of the gang what they're up against. And because of the lopsided teams, Goku ends up having to fight 3 fighters in total, which would have been exhausting for anyone not named Goku. But let's talk about the fights themselves. Baba's gang's whole thing is fighting dirty, which makes sense because they're monsters. It doesn't help that Krillin goes into this match already cocky and lowers his guard, which puts him at a disadvantage. You know, I think this is the first and last time he was ever confident in himself, because look where it got him. And Dracula plays dirty by transforming into a bat, so his flying type resists all fighting type moves. On a side note, do you think this is where Goku got the idea to bite all of his opponents from now on? Probably not, but it's funny to think about. Krillin getting smoked in the first round is bad because it takes the gang from a 5v3 to a 5v2, meaning someone is now going to have to get a minimum of 3 kills if they want to win. Okay, this is where I have to get nitpicky. Logically, there is no reason why Baba should have been okay with letting the non-fighters go simultaneously. I know someone will step in with the argument that she's secretly rooting for Goku due to being friends with his grandpa, and knowing about some vague prophecy that Goku will save us and all. But as we see later, she'll purposely stack the deck against Yamcha to try to cheat the main characters out of wins. If she just said that the non-fighters had to fight separately, the gang would have been cooked. As a matter of fact, why was it so pressing that they go in unprepared anyway? Sure, we have to get the Dragon Balls before Kenshiro's ancestor rots, but as we're shown later, Goku only takes a few minutes to zip around the map on his Kinto rune. Why couldn't he take an extra 10 minutes to go grab Roshi and Korin so they had a full team? Like I said, this arc was an improvement, but it still wasn't perfect. In previous examples I've used, the antagonists there had a reason to rig the rules because they hated the main characters. But if you go with the interpretation that Baba is actually rooting for Goku, it doesn't make sense why she pulls all of these stunts. Okay, side tangent over. Some might think I was about to rip into this fight due to it being unrealistic that 2 normies could beat a fighter, but I actually like how creative it was that they steal a win out from under Dracula. Particularly, how they take advantage of his already established fighting style by making themselves invulnerable to biting. I really liked how the final knockout is done when Poir swats him out of the sky, something we know he has plenty of practice from doing on Oolong. So yeah, I can see why this fight realistically plays out like this given the parameters we've established in this world. So with the kids having pulled their weight and scoring an elimination, they step down, bringing the teams down to a 4v2. Much more manageable odds with Yamcha and Goku now just having to beat 2 fighters each. So Yamcha steps up, deciding to leave Goku as their trump card. No matter how you feel about Yamcha, you have to give him props because he was up against a fighter that would have befuddled anyone up until this point in the power scaling, and he still found a way to work around it. Until Baba ruined his flow by personally intervening. Remember when I said that she seems to not like Yamcha? Yeah, she really seems to have something against him. Anyway, Krillin finally decides to show off that big brain inside of his beautiful dome, and has Goku go fetch Roshi and Bulma. You know, when I first read this, I thought it was a plot hole the gang didn't bring these 2 to begin with, because if they had, they could have just skipped the tournament entirely by having Bulma pick up the check. But when I thought about it, I realized there's more than meets the eye here. Master Roshi isn't dumb. After watching Goku steamroll the Red Ribbon Army, he knew that no one would be able to provide a challenge against the young not-so-human boy. So in his story about Baba, He framed it in a way that he knew would make Bulma back out, so Goku would have to face the challenge to get some extra training. The ever-so-clever master he is. But back to the fight. I love how this implies that Master Roshi actually loses that much blood during his gags, and it's not just exaggerated for the joke. I think it's hilarious when gags become canon like that. Probably why I like One Piece so much. On a serious note, while victories like these might have been ridiculous, they show why tournaments work best when the good guys have a rule that puts them at a disadvantage. It forces them to get creative. If we weren't 2 fighters short, we never would have gotten to see shapeshifting be used in such a creative way. An author forcing characters to get creative can show off a different side of them, and prove that there's so much more than just punching machines. In my humble opinion, this is the secret spice that Dragon Ball Super is missing. Trying to rise above the odds is now just a matter of being able to charge a stronger ki blast. There's no strategically assessing the enemy to take advantage of their weaknesses like there was in early Dragon Ball and the beginning of Z. And it's part of the reason why Super feels like a different entity instead of a continuation of the game. But that's a rambling for a different day. On to the next fight, the nonsense only continues. The arena change was clearly meant to give Baba's next 2 fighters the advantage, because one has wings and the other can pull some Spider-Man nonsense. Yamcha would have won if the mummy didn't get a second chance thanks to having the home field advantage. On an interesting note, Toei actually gave Yamcha more shine here by having him get thrown into the acid pit and disqualified because his allies saved him instead of throwing in the towel. I think it's really funny how Toei respected Yamcha and clowned on Krillin, when if anything, Toriyama's opinion on them seems reversed. With Yamcha gone, that leaves Goku to face the final 3 opponents. Fortunately, he one-taps one of them, which brings out Baba's heavy hitter. Did you know that this guy is one giant reference to Devilman by Go Nagai? Spike the Devilman puts the perfect emphasis on how unfair this entire tournament is to the layman. Because not only are the 3rd and 4th monsters in the series strong enough to stop 99% of the world's fighters, but one member of the team also has a move that would one-hit kill anyone with a drop of evil in their heart. Stop and think about that for a moment. If you've ever stubbed your toe on a bad day and gotten angry about your lot in life, this attack would make you go kablooey. Screw it, you might as well rename this attack to the automatically kill anyone who isn't Goku beam. It's clear that Baba never meant for anyone to be able to win this tournament. It makes sense too. Why would she ever do something that she can make 10 million zenny out of for free? This little side gig she runs is just free tickets to every WWE match. That's why it's truly a testament to the main character's accomplishments that they managed to rise above the impossible odds and win a rigged tournament. Final thoughts on all the fodder. These guys are just lucky they got their foot in the door before everyone learned ki control. Because if this was the main cast from just one arc later, they'd be cooked. Anyone who could fly would smack Dracula. The Invisible Man would be no threat to anyone who could sense ki. One Destructo Disc would send the mummy to an extra spicy bath. And it's been shown that hack-based abilities have no effect on you if you win the ki measuring contest. So the Devil Knight beam wouldn't have affected anyone who can protect themselves with ki. I'm very glad everyone hopped on the grind after this arc. I'll be honest, I first experienced Dragon Ball via the manga. I started with OG Dragon Ball and worked my way up to Z like Toriyama intended, all while knowing very little about the series. After the Tao Pai Pai fight, I started to understand why many people liked it so much, but I was still skeptical that it deserved the label of culture-shaking classic that it had come to receive. It wasn't until this moment that I finally realized I was reading something special. The build up to this fight builds anticipation as we're told outright this mysterious 5th fighter is someone we know. This leaves the audience racking their brain to figure out who it could be. Could it be Ox King? Maybe Nam? The list of companions Goku has outside of the main group is severely limited, so there aren't a whole lot of options. The actual fight is decent, with it being fun to watch how Grandpa Gohan bounces around the environment and uses giant leaps like Goku does. Just as Goku is about to overcome the masked fighter and forces Grandpa to pass the torch and admit there's nothing left to teach Goku, the young non-human suddenly goes limp from getting his tail grabbed. Grandpa Gohan doesn't know it, but he's just exposed Goku's biggest weakness to his greatest foes. But he does Goku's one last kindness as his guardian, and removes said weakness so it can't be exploited in the upcoming tussle. And the big Kamehameha clash blows the lid off Grandpa Gohan's disguise.
やれやれ情けないの今頃気づきよってそうじゃわしちゃよちいちゃんちいちゃんちいちゃんちいちゃんご苦労ちいちゃんちいちゃんこれちいちゃん会いたかったよ泣くやつがある。残念でした。あらら、そうくんが泣くなんて。無理もないさ。いくら強くってもまだ子供なんだから。
You know, it's funny. Toriyama didn't think that this series would run for more than 1 year, and it would stop around the end of Volume 2. But after seeing how the series popped off, he decided to shoot for 10 volumes. But of course, we all know this book got pushed further. If Toriyama went through with his choice to end the series at Volume 10, it would have been right around here. And shockingly, this saga would make for a more appropriate ending than you'd think. Goku learning to put others before his own wants and keeping his word by fighting to revive Upa's dad, and Grandpa Gohan seeing that the little mountain baby he took in and raised into a respectable young man wouldn't be that bad of a place to call it. Goku has already grown so much as a character, and we get to end it on the note that Goku will never stop shooting to win the Tenkaichi Budokai, giving closure to Roshi's worries that Goku will stop trying once he's the top of the totem pole. But I'm very glad it didn't, because it means we have a lot more material for me to ramble about on this channel. You'd think that with Grandpa Gohan forfeiting and the gang getting shown where the last Dragon Ball is, that we'd be done. But nope, there's still an entire final match that we have to have. Because Goku was being watched through their little space satellite by an old enemy. I like how they were just having a little company picnic. Nothing like enjoying some lunch while handling the business of work. It's tragic seeing these three talk about how airtight the plan to beat Goku is, when we as the audience know for certain that it's not going to work. You almost feel bad knowing they're gonna have their hopes dashed so badly. The actual fight is kind of mid, but of course it was going to be since Emperor Pilaf is the antithesis to everything Dragon Ball stands for. Throughout Dragon Ball, it's been shown repeatedly that people who commit to bettering themselves are noble, and using your own strength to rise above adversity is heroic. While those who depend on power that isn't theirs are cowardly, and ones who delegate their work to other people are whiny babies who will get destroyed. And Pilaf was our first good example of this. He wants power, but refuses to do anything to better himself, choosing instead to let his machines do the fighting for him. He has lofty goals, but foists them all onto his lackeys instead of attempting them himself. He doesn't even seem to be interested in ruling the world, saying he doesn't know what he would do with all that power. His quest for world conquest really does just come off as a spoiled brat high on his own power drip. Even once he reforms and joins the good guys team decades later in Super, he's not really doing it to better himself. He's just living by the motto, if you can't beat him, join him. And he's gotten tired of being caught in the crossfire of Goku's adventures. Speaking of Goku, this is the arc where disrespectful Goku made his return in full blast. We've got Goku's signature sign of disrespect by taking all of his opponent's blows and not flinching. This arc really is just Goku completing the main quest and now rampaging through all the side quests on God mode. Him meeting Grandpa Gohan is one of the most character-defining moments in early Dragon Ball. We really see the mask fall off and Goku's layer of strength be stripped away, revealing the child underneath. Goku loves throwing hands so much, it's just like Master Roshi says. It's easy to forget there's a little kid underneath. The little boy who found his grandpa crushed by a giant monster before he even got to say goodbye, and spent all of his time training so he could survive in the wild and not end up like that, finally got the closure he needed to put his feelings towards losing his grandpa to rest. Even if he might be still working on his goal to win the Tenkaichi Budokai, he succeeded in his goal with making his grandpa proud. And the resolution to Grandpa Gohan's storyline was something I didn't realize I needed until I got. I'd paid Goku's dead grandpa no mind whatsoever this entire story. And why would I? Fiction is littered with characters who have dead parents that we aren't supposed to care about because they aren't relevant. It's pretty much a rule of thumb that the main character can't be out adventuring if he has a 9 o'clock bedtime. so you have to remove the obstacles that stand in the way. But getting to meet the guy who raised Goku brought us, the audience, so much closer to his character. Grandpa Gohan's personality is like a happy middle between Roshi and Goku, where he clearly has a healthy taste in women, but still keeps it in check long enough to pass virtues on to Goku. We feel good knowing that he feels good about giving his friends and family closure before moving on to the afterlife for good. And that closure comes in the form of ending this looping cycle for the Dragon Balls. Did you notice how after this arc, Goku stops tweaking out after always losing the 4-star Dragon Ball? Sure, he grabs it before he can fly away, but he's far less protective of it now that he knows Grandpa Gohan considered it a paperweight instead of a prized family heirloom. To the point where if you've only watched Z, you probably don't even know Goku has an attachment to it. That's how much of a non-issue it's become. I do wish Grandpa Gohan got at least one panel with Yamcha though, since we know that Yamcha was a huge fanboy of Gohan's, even before he met Goku. I don't need an entire chapter's worth, but at least one conversation would have been nice. As far as Yamcha goes, hate to say it, but this arc is where his character peaks. Refusing to give up when his life was in danger and saying that he only lives for battle, and taking several pot shots from the Invisible Man, were two standout character moments, showing that at his peak, he can almost rival Goku in terms of battle spirit and heroism. This is his first and only victory against a named character. While he will go on to get other fights where he stalls fodder, and has to have beaten nameless cannon fodder to advance in the Tenkaichi Budokai, across all of Dragon Ball's canon material, this is the only full-length fight where Yamcha gets victory. That's kind of sad, but not more sad than knowing he's soon going to be fumbling his girlfriend and switching to baseball because baseballs can't hit back. In Yamcha's defense though, there was one scene in this arc where Bulma was being particularly nasty to him for no reason. To be honest, these two never seemed like they were a good fit for each other. If he just dumped her instead of cheating, maybe he would have kept the slightest bit of aura that he had with the fan base. One person Yamcha did fare better against is Krillin. I swear Krillin has been on a downward slide since his introduction arc. I really think after being humiliated for 3 arcs in a row, Krillin learned to stop underestimating his opponents. A good lesson that he definitely needed considering he goes up against every major antagonist in Z and manages to not become a pile of red mist. Well, he did that one time, but he still did pretty good for being in such a high-level boss area. It's a shame that someone had to be cannon fodder to establish how strong Baba's enemies are, and a phenomenon that I like to call the Kuwabara effect. Named after Kuwabara from Yu Yu Hakusho, the Kuwabara effect is what happens when you make a tournament and pit our 3 really cool good guys against 3 really cool bad guys in a best-of-3 fight. But wait, best of 3? That means that the good guys only need 2 victories to win, so one of our really cool bad guys doesn't get to fight. We can't have that, now can we? We went through the effort to think of 3 really cool bad guys, so we're having 3 really cool fights, dang it. Because of that, one of our really cool good guys has to take a loss so the round doesn't end too soon. In Yu Yu Hakusho, the one who took that fall was always Kuwabara. It becomes a problem once you repeat for 3 or 4 rounds in a tournament. The cool good guy really starts to look a lot less cool, as happens to Yamcha in the very next arc. As far as other relevant characters this arc, we need to give the brother-sister combo of Roshi and Baba a shout out. Master Roshi really is the unsung MVP of OG Dragon Ball. I've already said that it was a missed opportunity to not have him participate as one of Goku's 5 fighters, but the thing is, he was already such a dated character by this arc. The first 2 fighters are the only ones he would have stood a chance against. But even now that he can't be throwing hands anymore, he's always the one to introduce us to the mystical side of the Dragon Ball world. He taught us about ki control in the first arc. He explained who the Red Ribbon Army was in the last arc. He's tied to Korin, which is one of the reasons why Goku got such good training in. It was his ties to Baba that made it possible to find the last Dragon Ball. His ties to the Crane School will be what spurs on Goku's and Tien's rivalry, making Goku stronger. And he'll be the one who explains Piccolo's lore to us. Master Roshi has gotten one lore dump moment in literally every arc of original Dragon Ball. So even if he's been power cliffed, he still brings a sense of wisdom to the series. I haven't let him off the hook for this though. And there's the real hero of this arc. Fortune Teller Baba was technically this arc's antagonist, because since the gang was fighting on her turf, she got to stack the deck against them. But after rereading the Grandpa Gohan section of this arc, I firmly believe she only set up this entire tournament because she wanted to see Goku grow as a martial artist. Think about it. She didn't have to bring Grandpa Gohan back to life for a day so he could see his grandkid. But she did because she knew it would help Goku surpass his former master and father figure. It's also no coincidence she set the penultimate match to be Goku versus a two-time Tenkaichi Budokai winner when she knows Goku wants to win the Tenkaichi Budokai. Baba is also more like her brother than I think most people realize. Both have a love of martial arts, both employ many mystical powers, both love collecting, in Baba's case it's money and in Roshi's case it's magical artifacts, and both have super longevity. Despite rigging the tournament rules, I think Baba was secretly rooting for Goku this entire time. Fun fact, did you know there's a fan theory that Baba could be Chi-Chi's grandmother? I found this theory while doing research for this video, and the theory points out how Ox King calls Baba Mom in one episode of Dragon Ball Z. And Pan appears to live a super long time at the end of GT, apparently outliving her child, her grandchild, and her great-grandchild, just like how Baba is over 300 years old. And Master Roshi would have essentially trained his nephew as a favor to his sister. I'll be honest, I don't believe this theory, but I think it's interesting to entertain because it would make Gohan like the Ichigo of Dragon Ball, with the alien DNA of Goku, the human brute strength of Master Roshi, and the magical abilities of Baba, and hence by the various potential unleashes he's had. I don't want to see any of you throw this meme around. Magic itself is one of the aesthetics developed amazingly in this arc. Chinese mysticism has been a huge aesthetic for the entire series due to how closely intertwined it is with the theme of martial arts. Of course, we had Master Roshi's fighting abilities boosted by magic manipulation, but this is one of the first times we'd seen real hocus-pocus, Harry Potter-style magic being thrown around. This is also the first time the afterlife of Dragon Ball is mentioned, and an emphasis is put on the demonic-like monsters. The fans honed in on these aspects so much that even after we got entire arcs dedicated to them, fans will still likely point to them as the most neglected part of the series. And honestly, they kinda have a point. It honestly sucks that anyone who loved this aspect of the series was starved for nearly 4 decades until Daima dropped. Toriyama's art was great as always. The various backgrounds of Baba's palace were shaded in such a way that it gave it a very rocky texture, perfect for making it feel like a castle. Also, take a look at the car the Pilaf Saga drove in. Look at how much detail it's depicted in. Can you tell that Toriyama is a car guy? One section I want to put great emphasis on was the Devil's Toilet, which was called the Devil's Cesspool in the manga, which kind of leaves readers lost as to why they're sitting on toilets and there's a giant roll of toilet paper. But I digress. The dark and murky environments required a ton of shading and must have been a pain to fill in. Toriyama has said the reason Super Saiyan turns a character's hair blonde is because blonde hair doesn't need to be shaded, so I can only imagine how much time must have been spent on these backgrounds. And the comedy. Let me tell ya, the comedy in Dragon Ball hit its peak here. The humor was so reserved, it highlighted the moments it was used instead of being overbearing and in your face. My favorite has to be when Goku comments that Krillin's head gushing blood looks like hair, because not only is it a bald joke, but it's a comment on the art style. I also like how Goku drags everyone he meets in this arc, especially when he meets Spike the Devilman and calls him a weirdo. Look who's talking. We also finally get closure on Goku being unable to tell boys from girls, with him roasting Krillin for thinking Uppa was a girl. There are still a lot of jokes being directed towards Krillin.
Good, you bald little weirdo.
With as many things as this arc did right, I do have to point out one missed opportunity. Given that Baba's whole thing was assembling classic horror monsters, I feel like this could have been a prime opportunity to bust out the Uzaru. Now, hold your tomatoes. I get that earlier I said the whole point of Dragon Ball is to fight with your own power, and only cowards take the quick way out. But this could have been Grandpa Gohan's time to show all the training he'd been putting in the other world, so he wouldn't have been caught lacking again if he ever met back up with Goku. Come to think of it, why was Grandpa Gohan on relatively even ground with Goku if he had years to be working out in Otherworld? He was clearly allowed to keep his body, but no matter. We could have had Goku accidentally see the full moon and transform, only for Gohan to say, "I'm not falling for that one again," and slice off Goku's tail, bringing him back. This could have been what tipped off the crowd to Gohan's identity instead of the Kame Clash. Or if you're still attracted to the idea of the Kamehameha being what blows Gohan's cover, it could have at least acted as a clue instead. There's even a filler storyline in the anime where Baba tries to recruit Goku due to his unnatural abilities, but he says no because the freak show has a terrible pension. So this idea isn't too crazy. Mainly though, I just think the Uzaru is one of the biggest wasted ideas in Dragon Ball, so I'd take any opportunity to give it some more screen time. And with that, we now draw this chapter of Dragon Ball to a close. With all the Dragon Balls assembled, we bring Upa's dad back to life, and the world is whole again. Thus drawing the tale of the little boy who learned to put others before himself, and face adversity for the sake of standing up for his friends to a close. I hope you all now understand a bit more about what makes a tournament special. The Fortune Teller Baba saga is one of the most slept on arcs, not only in the original Dragon Ball series, but the entire series as a whole. It's a brilliant example of just a few writing techniques that can be employed to spice up a tournament arc, and also acts as a conclusion, not just to the hunt for the Dragon Balls plotline, but Goku's entire boyhood as a whole, by letting him have one last heart-to-heart with his grandpa to put away any baggage he might have had. The true beauty of this arc is how it acted as a conclusion to so many underlying plot threads at the same time. But we're not done with Goku and his pals yet, because next time, we start the overarching storyline of Goku going from a boy to a man. There's going to be so much to analyze that I can't wait for it, and I'd love for you all to join me. So don't forget to hit like and subscribe so you can come along too. Until then, don't forget to work hard, study well, and eat and sleep plenty. Goodbye, everyone. Okay, so just wanted to pop back in to say that Goku wearing shoes clothes is a super underrated fit. Like, look how hard this goes. Have you ever noticed how the Ten Shinhan saga subtly marked the beginning of a new era for Dragon Ball, and just no one ever talks about it? When we last saw Goku on his childhood journey, he had just gotten to put his childhood baggage to rest. Goku, for the most part, is not someone who lets stuff bother him, so to see any type of trauma he had getting touched on is rare. Having finally gotten to say goodbye to Grandpa Gohan and let go of his attachment to the 4-star Dragon Ball, Goku is now a blank slate, masterless for the first time in his entire life. A lot of people don't understand how big of a deal this is, seeing Goku get stronger by his own hand and not guided by anyone else's principles. The beginning of the 22nd Tenkaichi Budokai is the first time we see how Goku has gotten stronger through his own training, and we take our first steps into the part of Dragon Ball where we see Goku start to become a man. Without further ado, hello everyone. My name is Ramble-san, and thank you for joining me when the series starts to get really good. The one, the only, Ten Shinhan saga. We start off this saga with some good old pre-9/11 humor. I know that in a world full of humanoid animals, certain accommodations would have to be made, but that's just a straight-up turtle. And they gave him a whole seat like he's a human. Whatever, I guess. Our gang reaches a familiar sight for sore eyes. The battle arena for the 21st Tenkaichi Budokai makes its return. On the topic of revisiting the Tenkaichi Budokai, the 22nd is an improvement over the 21st in almost every way. The 21st had a finale roster that was half nothing but randos, while in the 22nd, every finalist has an emotional connection to the main character in some way. Well, almost all of them. But we'll ramble on about that later. The 21st also had no overarching villain, with the only threat being that Goku might lose and have to wait for the next Tenkaichi Budokai to try again. The 22nd rectifies that by introducing us to the main threat right off the bat. This is the Crane Hermit School, and we're told that they're rivals to the Turtle Hermit School. The idea of there being multiple different disciplines of martial arts is interesting, and I would have loved to see more of it. In the anime, there was actually a filler segment during Goku's training in the wild that touched upon this. but only for a very brief moment, so we still know almost nothing about it. We aren't told what caused the bad blood between these two. Yes, I know that we see their adolescent years in filler, but we only talk canon when analyzing characters and their motives on this channel. But from dialogue exchanges later on, I think we can infer that the Crane Master views Roshi as weak for only using weak but safe moves like the Kamehameha, whereas the Crane School uses strong but high recoil moves like the Dodon Ray. This duality makes the Crane School and the Turtle School interesting foils for each other. And speaking of foils, walking right behind the Crane Hermit is Ten Shinhan, or Tien depending on which flavor of translation you like. Fun fact, Tien appeared in chapter 113 and didn't get his name revealed until chapter 116, meaning that for like a full month, Japanese kids were probably calling Goku's rival for this arc the Three-Eyed Baldy or something like that. And here comes the man of the hour himself, now rocking a leopard skin pelt to make him seem like even more of a Tarzan type, and we're told he just circumnavigated the globe, including swimming for an entire half of the journey. And what's more, the way he frames it makes it seem like light work. In the manga, we never get to see what Goku did to train during this 3-year time skip, but it must have been radical. Goku at this point in the manga is 15 years old. We know that because he was 12 during the 21st Tenkaichi Budokai, and 3 years have passed. While 15 is certainly very young to be considered mature, as neither I nor anyone I knew had their lives sorted out by age 15, it hits different when you're by yourself. Sure, Goku lived alone on Mount Paozu for an unknown amount of time before Bulma found him. I've seen rough estimates that puts the amount of time between Gohan dying and Bulma showing up as about 2 years, but remember, Goku didn't think he was alone. He had the 4-star Dragon Ball, which provided him with just as much warmth and security as his grandpa. But after the Fortune Teller Baba arc, he's realized that Grandpa just kept the Dragon Ball as the fancy paperweight and lost his attachment to it, now just viewing it as another chunk of mineral. With no one to answer to, no Grandpa Gohan to teach him how to survive, no Master Roshi to show him how to get stronger, no Korin to give him insight, Goku had nothing to guide him on his path to get stronger other than his own moral standards. And it was that bit of knowledge that acted as the basis of my thesis for this video, which is that the Ten Shinhan saga acts as the beginning of a new era of Dragon Ball, where we see a more mature side of Goku that comes about as a result of Goku becoming a man. Also, shout out to this cute little panel in chapter 114. I love all the small little characters. Moving on to the fights, Yamcha and Krillin's preliminaries are used to contrast with Ten Shinhan's. While Goku's Turtle Hermit classmates finish their fights in simple, yet effective moves, Tien decides to pull out some Kenshiro Fist of the North Star nonsense. While it might be slightly cliched, it does do a good job of establishing the differences between the Turtle Hermit School and the Crane Hermit School. The Turtles are in it for the love of the game, while the Cranes need to show off. When it's Goku's turn, we're told that Goku's opponent is a previous Tenkaichi Budokai winner. But as we the audience know, Tenkaichi Budokai winners have been fodder for the past several arcs, with Goku one-tapping one the last time he fought. Side tangent, did you guys know that this guy was the one who taught Oob the basics of martial arts? If Super ever goes past the end of Z, I think it would be cool to have Oob bust out the 8-arm fist. A guy can dream, can he? Anyway, pay attention to the way Goku takes out King Choppa. He jumps into the air to bait Choppa into attacking, then uses a gust of air to change trajectory, leaving his opponent wide open. It's this level of thinking ahead that we haven't seen yet from Goku. Most of the fights up until this point were just tit-for-tat styles of, you're going to do this, well I'm going to do this, with very little strategy. But it's thinking ahead like this that goes on to make Goku the formidable martial artist he is. Also, an air blast. It's the same way that Jackie Chun beat Yamcha in the first Tenkaichi Budokai. While it might not seem like it because of how goofy they are, Dragon Ball characters are extremely good at watching and taking notes. We continue on to the final 8, and Lunch might just be the most American anime character in history. Now instead of having to pretend like we're invested in a stripper, a smelly guy, and a dinosaur, we have something to actually work with. There's our 4 main characters from the Turtle Hermit School, Tien and Xiao, Jowdy, Chi-Chi, who want to crush our main cast. This mysterious wolf guy, whom we're told has a grudge against Jackie Chun. It was this character that made me feel like we were supposed to learn more about Roshi. The conflict this arc was kicked off by Roshi's rivalry with a fellow martial artist, so clearly he has a past. And in the Fortune Teller Baba arc, when Bulma comments about Roshi's family, he dodges the question. It was this dude who made me think we were supposed to get a continuation of that story beat. But he turns out to just be a werewolf gag. Oh, I'm sorry. A were-man. My mistake. But given what's to come, I do feel like we got sufficient mileage out of Roshi as a character. And finally, there's... Who's this guy? Seriously, we were on track for a 10 out of 10 roster until this rando stepped in. It was understandable that half the cast had to be randos the first time around because the story had just started. We had no one else to fill the roster. Now we're over 100 chapters into this thing. This was the perfect chance to bring back any number of beloved characters. How about, oh I don't know, the kid who said he wanted to start training to become as strong as Goku? Could have had Upa pop in to show he'd been doing some training with Korin and Kenshiro's ancestor and have Goku say he's impressed. Or maybe had Nam return so that Goku could thrash him and show how much stronger he's gotten. The anime did this, but they just made him cannon fodder for Tien instead. If we really wanted to get out there, heck, have it be General Murasaki trying to avenge the Red Ribbon Army. There could be a gag where we think he's gotten stronger, only for it to be revealed he's using more lies and deception. There was even one perfectly good fighter left waiting in the wings in this very arc. The Crane Hermit himself. Why couldn't he have been entered in the tournament and gotten beat by Goku, making Ten Shinhan start to question if he'd been steered in the right direction, given that his master with all his training got smoked by this random hillbilly doing whatever he felt like for the past 3 years. But no, instead we got this bozo. What makes matters even worse is that we're told he won 2 other high-profile tournaments on the same scale as the Tenkaichi Budokai, and is now looking to go for a trifecta. What are these tournaments? How does winning them make you important? Why does Goku never show interest in entering them? It's bad enough you had to show up uninvited, but you made a mess out of the lore in the process. I need to take a lap before this becomes a rant video. In my Fortune Teller Baba video, I talked about how a skilled writer will write the tournament arcs so that the tournament itself acts as an antagonist to the main character. We start to get some of that action here as the bad guys rig the matchups to pit our main characters against opponents with difficult skill sets to deal with. Yamcha against the most skilled fighter from the bad guy team, Balbi against Balbi, Master Roshi against someone we've established already has a grudge, and Goku is left as the wild card to be dealt with at the end. The anime did make one addition in this section that I felt like was a positive inclusion. In the manga, the entire Tenkaichi Budokai happened in one day, but in the anime, it was stretched over the course of various days, with there being several plots to kidnap Goku and sabotage his chances at the tournament, really stacking the odds against him. I'm all for the added stakes, and I think it could have benefited the original manga if they did something like this as well. So the fights are on. And I just want to draw attention to this excellent bit of detail with the announcer asking Goku if he needs a snack beforehand to avoid a repeat of last time. Not only is this bit of characterization why the announcer is the GOAT, but the thing is, Goku was shown already having a snack for this exact reason. It's small, but it really does show Goku is being prepared now instead of just constantly moaning about being hungry. Round 1 is Yamcha versus Ten Shinhan. And these back and forths with them exchanging trash talk shows why Yamcha never fully completed his journey from zero to hero. He doesn't understand that real heroes don't need to brag about how they're going to win a fight. They just actually win the fight. Another character is going to come along and slowly learn that lesson for himself. Very, very slowly learn that lesson. I'm not being hyperbolic when I say that this fight is the tightest choreographed fight in all of original Dragon Ball, and a contender for the top 10 best fights in the series. That don't involve Goku, let's not get too carried away now. Now seems like a good time to talk about the art. But first, I feel like I owe you, the audience, an apology. I haven't talked about the art a lot up until this point, and that's a shame, because I think there's a lot to be learned from the art of Dragon Ball. But I promise I wasn't doing it on purpose. I lack the vocabulary to express how Dragon Ball's art is good, but after doing my research, I think I can now properly articulate just what makes Dragon Ball's art great. Dragon Ball started serialization in 1984. Other stuff that was popping off around this time includes Akira, Hakuto no Ken, Kinnikuman, Urusei Yatsura, and Captain Tsubasa. All of those manga were about dudes that were either roided up beasts or slick cool guys. Well, except for Urusei Yatsura. That one was about alien chicks in tiger striped bikinis, but that's neither here nor there. Dragon Ball was different though, and the art reflects that. Instead of being big enough to tear apart any threat, Goku was small and bouncy, and the panels have to flow to reflect that. Instead of being staged like scenes in a cool action movie, the composition of Dragon Ball follows the characters as they bounce around the environment and do these dramatic leaps in mid-air combat. And that aspect of the series forced Toriyama to adapt his paneling accordingly. One of the biggest contributing factors to Dragon Ball's success was Toriyama's subversive paneling. We get these super wonky and cool angles to see the fights from, and I believe that this is the secret ingredient that readers couldn't get from other manga that kept them coming back to Dragon Ball. But being small also visually gives Goku the aura of being an underdog. While the series whom Dragon Ball fought for magazine space with had these dudes who are huge towers of muscle, Goku is this unassuming dude who has the world towering over him. Up until now, most of the threats have not been too intimidating, with Pilaf, Oolong, Krillin, and even Master Roshi not having that many inches on Goku. But Ten Shinhan is huge compared to him, even with his new growth spurt. The imagery was so effective, it continued to be used for the rest of the series. Up until it wasn't, but we're not there yet. What I believe Toriyama's true talent was the way he conveyed movement and high choreography. To compare, I went back and examined a few action-heavy chapters of Dr. Slump, a series that provided Toriyama with 18 volumes of practice so Dragon Ball could hit the ground running. And even if you don't like gag manga, Dr. Slump is still worth the read just so that you can see Toriyama's improvement. The famous poop emoji manga has a much less realistic and more chibi art style, so making the jump from that to a more human-like anatomy deserves praise on its own. But Toriyama manages to portray movement in individual segments working as parts of a whole. But what do I mean by this? Well, let's examine this panel from the Yamcha vs Ten Shinhan fight. There's a lot going on, so let me break it down. Tien raises his left arm to block a blow from Yamcha, so the speed lines on his hand are at a different angle from the ones on his shoulder, to show that while his shoulder is moving up, his hand is moving up and back from the impact of the blow. Likewise, Yamcha's arm is moving forward to attack, but instead of just drawing the speed lines moving forward, Toriyama angled them up to show his arm rising with the attack. It's not exactly brain surgery. Giving the character's limbs movement independent from the direction of the body captures so much more overall movement, and is part of what made Toriyama a genius of a mangaka. Besides that, we have hands. Hands. Most people can barely draw two hands, but Toriyama took it a step further to flex his anatomy skills by giving his characters 4 hands, 8 hands, more hands than you could ever know what to do with. And the last thing I want to geek out over are the explosions. This tournament arc has more Kamehamehas than any that came before it. All the key beams are drawn with no solid outlines, really making it feel like they ripped through space. And the explosions, ooh, these could not have been easy to draw. My personal favorite is the one right after the Super Dodonpa at the beginning of Volume 11. Anyway, enough about the art, back to the fight. When I first read through Dragon Ball back in 2020, as a fan who started the series knowing relatively little about it, it was around this time I started worrying about Yamcha's role going forward. I thought his antics were kind of funny in the Pilaf saga, and I thought it was inspiring how he was the first overarching antagonist that Goku's charm worked to win over. But once Krillin was introduced, I knew it was over for him. Krillin simply does a far better job of being Goku's human counterpart. Not only does he have much more chemistry with Goku, and is easier to draw, but in the anime, he's voiced by a seiyuu who Toriyama handpicked. That's why I was fully anticipating Yamcha would fall into the role of the loser human who falls behind the gang and exists just to make Krillin look cooler. That's why I had the biggest smile on my face when Yamcha busted out the Kamehameha. I didn't ever expect Yamcha to learn ki control, especially back in early Dragon Ball when it was still touted as something humans had to train for decades to do. That's why even if he did kind of become this loser dude, hearing that he practiced in private to impress everyone still made it easy to respect him as a character, with a work ethic that rivals the other 2 Turtle Hermit alumni. So yeah, Yamcha loses and he loses bad. We've established in this series that jumping is bad because you can't guard while in the air, so for Yamcha to do that, then let his guard down on top of it was asking for trouble. He never does learn to stop letting his guard down. I don't think the average viewer understands the severity of breaking the bone Tien broke here. This isn't a cast in physical therapy for the next few months injury. This is a you'll be lucky if you can ever walk again injury. This combined with the fact Tien says he would have killed Yamcha instead of paralyzing him if the rules would have allowed it, means that Ten Shinhan better thank his lucky stars he's dealing with a more mature version of Goku, and not the Red Ribbon Army era Goku. Or else, well, he'd probably eviscerate Goku at that time with no issue power scaling wise. But you get the picture. The fact that Goku didn't just jump Tien here as payback for his friend is more evidence of how far Goku's come. He held on to the lesson in his encounter with Tao Pai Pai without not rushing in, and recognizes that biding his time and wiping that smirk off Tien's face in a tournament legal fight will be far more emotionally rewarding than getting revenge here. Up next is Jackie Chun against the Wolfman. Oh, I'm sorry, the Man-Wolf. Man-Wolf's fighting skills are nothing to write home about, with the only thing I found worthy to note is this pressure point freezing technique that Jackie Chun busts out. Where did that move go? Why didn't Goku make it another fine addition to his collection considering how effective it was? I sure can name a few occasions where it would have been handy to stick someone in place. It was kind of sweet to see Jackie Chun fix Man-Wolf after it was partially his fault that he became trapped in wolf form. I could see this being a response to the sentiment that the moon just didn't exist anymore, and fans were curious about how it affected the world. Something that would be a game changer in other series is just kind of brushed off in Dragon Ball. But I think that's part of Dragon Ball's charm. And I did like how towards the end of their match, Man-Wolf starts breaking tournament rules by using weapons and ignoring judgments by the ref, because he doesn't actually care about winning, just settling the score. It's always nice when a character just says screw the rules, I'm too teed off. Final thoughts on the Wolfman fight? It's funny how with this one gag match in an otherwise serious tournament inspired loads of fanfic. This one chapter from 40 years ago introducing the idea that humans have the latent potential to transform means it's not too late for good old Krilly, Yamchu, and Ben Tennishan. Seriously, go into any forum where someone asks what transformation they'd give the human characters to help them catch up with the Saiyans. And the answer, almost always close to the top, is to make them werewolves, like this is a bad Twilight fanfic. Up next is Krillin vs. Chaozi, and this fight is Krillin's most standout moment of original Dragon Ball. It was the first time he ever had main character energy. I'm not kidding that when I say that when Krillin isn't being used as gag fodder, he demonstrates just as much courage, work ethic, strategy, and willingness to see the best in people as Goku does. If Toei didn't have an anti-Krillin agenda that was further fed by Team 4-Star, thanks for that one, guys. Still love you though, you know I could never hate Dragon Ball Abridged. This fight would have cemented Krillin as Dragon Ball's certified deteragonist based solely on the fact he was able to improvise a Kamehameha on the spot. Think about that. It'd be one thing if he was grinding in secret like Yamcha, but we're told this is the first time Krillin has ever attempted the Kamehameha. And not only does he succeed, but his second one is strong enough that he would have ringed out Shiatsu if he couldn't fly. Speaking of flying, this is probably where Goku saw it for the first time and pirated the ability with his little Saiyan cheat codes. And speaking of Goku, he let it slip that he killed Tao Pai Pai, who was the Crane Hermit's brother, and, whoa. When I read this for the first time, my mouth fell agape. I never thought Tao Pai Pai was going to drive the story after he exploded. And why should I? What did we ever learn about the dude? That he likes money and needs a new tailor? He was the generic evil bad guy trope, so once he went boom, I considered him out of sight, out of mind. This was the perfect plot twist that instantly bumped this arc from a 6 out of 10 to a 10 out of 10. Now back to Krillin, where Sun Tzu wants to krill him, and to make matters worse, he has the Dodonpa, the move that rang Goku's bell. The way Krillin overcomes the Chaz's paralysis is the perfect way to incorporate Master Roshi's training into their fighting style, and it highlights just how much the Crane School and the Turtle School differ. Master Roshi took care to round out the boys' training with schooling, which was probably far below the curriculum of kids their age, but these two don't exactly strike me as the next Jimmy Neutrons. While the Crane School only drilled in brute strength that becomes useless once the enemy finds out how to finesse their way around it. Goku got to show off a lot this time, so I'm glad Krillin got some time to show his brain skills too. But what remains to be seen is if there's truly brute force strong enough to knock out the opponent before they devise a counter strategy. and if that gamble is worth neglecting other aspects of your training. A question we'll have answered by the end of this arc. So with the cat out of the bag that Goku killed the man Tien looks up to like a father, he's now a Triclops on a mission. In my 21st Tenkaichi Budokai review, which you should totally check out by the way, I know I've plugged my channel a lot this video, but you should stop skipping classic Dragon Ball. I pointed out the similarities between Master Roshi's training and the training done by the main character Daniel LaRusso in the movie Karate Kid, which released around the same time. But the similarities don't end there. The second time around, events in the 22nd Tenkaichi Budokai play out very similar to the Karate Kid, with Ten Shinhan practically being the same character as Johnny, Daniel's rival from the movie. Both have a natural gift for martial arts but are jerks about it. Both let a bad teacher get in their heads and drive them to do bad things. Both get an assist for their evil cronies who injure the main character to sabotage their fighting chances. And both begin their redemption arc after getting smoked. I bring up this comparison because I hope if I can show where their characters diverge, I can help you all understand Tien's motives and make his redemption make a bit more sense. While Johnny had a girlfriend he was trying to show off for, Tien had no one to show off for but himself. This discrepancy is what makes Master Roshi think Tien isn't too far gone. If he's not doing it to impress Tao Pai Pai or the Crane Hermit, only himself, he can just as easily stop doing it for himself. Master Roshi tries to convey this by forfeiting the fight. If he were fighting to impress Tien or his students, he could have seen the fight to its completion. But he doesn't, because he knows how strong he is, and he doesn't feel the need to prove it to anyone. Master Roshi vs. Tien is a thematically rich fight that starts Ten Shinhan's redemption by putting the idea in his head that you don't have to constantly flaunt your strength by thrashing others to prove you're strong. You can just be strong. But on top of that, it's also another big step on Goku's journey as well. Roshi, after seeing how strong Goku has gotten, and that Krillin, Yamcha, and even Ten Shinhan all learned his signature techniques without a day of training, accepts that he's no longer needed in the martial arts world, and quietly retires, leaving the future of the sport in the hands of Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and I guess Chow Chow counts too, even though he's never taken a single on-screen win. This shows Goku that part of every martial artist's journey is to pass on what he's learned, completing the cycle from beginner to master. A loop that Goku has been trying to complete since the 90s, but unfortunately none of his students can pull their heads out of their ass. But that's a rant for a different day. In my opinion, this is an underrated L that Super took, which doesn't get hammered home enough. Roshi trying to right the wrongs of the past against King Piccolo should have been his last fight ever. Him grinding to the level where he can do this just makes me wonder why his geriatric wasn't out there preparing to defend Earth from the Saiyans, or heading to Namek to help protect a defenseless 5-year-old. But oh well, Super has an issue with leaving well enough alone. You thought I'd rambled on about this fight enough? Well, you're wrong, because I have a few more thoughts to give. Going into this tournament, it seemed like the byline would be that Ten Shinhan would work his way through the Turtle Hermit School, beating the students one by one until Goku put a stop to his reign of terror. Sadly, there aren't enough matches for that to happen though, so Tien never got to fight Krillin. Tien busting out the Kamehameha just to prove he could is a meta way for Toriyama to say, look, see? This guy can do everything Krillin can but better. They've even got the same hair. Showing that Tien has more potential than Krillin eliminates the need for them to have a fight, because we know who's stronger anyway. Now we're done with this fight. Next up we have Goku and Krillin. This fight was probably cooked up as a fan pleaser. In the first few volumes of the manga, Toriyama used to use the extra pages in the back of the book to respond to fan mail, something he dropped almost immediately because, well, it's probably too difficult, I guess. Classic Toriyama. A fan requested that the last fight of the 21st Tenkaichi Budokai be Goku vs. Krillin. Toriyama apologized, saying he already drew the fight to be Goku vs. Jackie Chun. Don't get me wrong, that fight is a definitely must-have for both thematic reasons and power scaling reasons. But this fight is how Toriyama corrects history. I think this fight broke Krillin, and basically marked the end of Goku and Krillin's rivalry. Krillin is super underrated as one of Goku's rivals. The human trying to show off the power of the human spirit by rivaling an alien who gets stronger much faster than he does could be the plot of an entire manga if it wanted to. I swear, Krillin could have been top tier if Toriyama didn't get alien brain rot after Piccolo. I'll give it to Krillin though, he did not go down without a fight. He pulls out several smart moves, such as using the reflection of the sun off his bald head to temporarily stun Goku. Yes, you heard that right. He uses the solar flare before he learned the solar flare. It's no wonder the solar flare became old reliable. With his chrome dome, he's practically a human light bulb. But Krillin also finds himself stuck in midair at one point with no way to dodge Goku's attack. So he inflates himself with air like a balloon to slow his fall and throw off Goku's trajectory. Krillin really does have a flair for copying moves that rivals Goku. Clearly, he was also taking notes when he saw Jackie Chun use the gust of air to knock out Yamcha. Then Krillin goes in for the krill, grabbing Goku's tail to try and make him faint. But it doesn't work. Goku has trained his tail so that it's not his weakness anymore. This moment is big for reasons that people don't realize. I could see some being upset with this arc because we never got to see what Goku did during the first significant chunk of his life when he was out alone without his family and friends. There's no new Kaioken or Super Saiyan 3 to bust out, just Goku being able to smack people harder. But Goku overcoming his tail weakness was the very reason Master Roshi had to send him away. What's Roshi supposed to do for him? Roshi's never trained a tail before, he doesn't have a tail. So this moment where Goku fakes out Krillin is proof of his hard work over the past 3 years. And I was super excited when I saw this for the first time. It was like if Superman overcame his weakness to kryptonite by hitting the gym. The world's our oyster now. So Goku gets one over Krillin by turning into the Flash. I like this technique because it's an evolution of the afterimage technique, which Goku spammed a lot more than you remember. Seriously, go back and watch OG Dragon Ball again. He was basically an afterimage merchant. This move takes that move a step further by moving so quickly you leave no images behind. I'm probably alone in this opinion, but this is the star finger of Dragon Ball. A good idea for a move that was dropped before it could do anything cool. Imagine if this became a mainstay in Goku's skill set, and he just gets his cardio in during every speedster fight. That'd be epic. With Krillin ringed out, their rivalry comes to an end. Krillin will now forever walk in the Saiyan shadow. It's sad to see their dynamic come to an end, but it was very needed for Goku to continue growing as a character. Toriyama's original dynamic for them was to have Goku blast his way through the competition with brute force, while Krillin made up for his lack of might with his intelligence. However, for Goku to grow both as a fighter and a character, he needed to learn to strategize so he could start taking on stronger opponents. Because of that, old Krillin didn't stand a chance only having brains against a fighter that had both brains and brawn. And speaking of brawn, the next fight is the one everyone's been waiting for. The aesthetics of Ten Shinhan vs Goku paint the exact picture you need to understand everything about this fight. Tien is a big hulking dude covered in muscle, while Goku is probably the shortest 15-year-old in existence. Goku wears his turtle hermit gi into battle, paying homage to his teacher and fellow students with the symbol on his back, while Tien wears no such symbols, showing he answers to himself and only himself. To understand Ten Shinhan's headspace here, you have to remember, there was only 2 story arcs ago when Goku saw a friend of his die, and he stopped at nothing, fighting tooth and claw to avenge him. Goku is to Tien right now what the Red Ribbon Army was to Goku, someone to exact revenge upon. With him so hot under the collar, the only reason I think Tien could be saved was because of this slight Freudian slip during the Goku and Krillin clash. Here, Tien says that it's his dream to become the world's greatest assassin, just like Tao Pai Pai. But here's the thing, what does it even mean to become the world's greatest assassin? In theory, an assassin's top priority should be killing the target. Nothing more, nothing less. As long as the target ends up dead, the job is done. That can mean anything from besting them in combat, to dropping a banana peel on their path and letting gravity do the rest. Strength is irrelevant compared to the importance of getting the job done. In fact, being a master martial artist who slays all his targets in hand-to-hand combat would be a detriment to being an assassin because it would draw more attention to you and make it harder to get close to your target. It was highly implied Ten Shinhan was adopted by mercenary Tao and the Crane Hermit as a kid, and being groomed into becoming the next leader of the Crane School as a result. You probably had heard of Tao's missions and thought they were cool, wanting to become a big tough guy like Tao, and becoming an assassin was the way to make that happen. But he had it backwards. Tao wasn't strong because he was an assassin. He was a strong dude that happened to be an assassin by trade. Once he gets stomped by Goku, he'll realize the path of the assassin isn't the one that leads to being the strongest. and he'll abandon this path in favor of the one walked by Goku, the one of training and personal growth. But that's getting ahead of ourselves. For now, the two rivals clash, one representing martial arts as a way of improving yourself, and one representing martial arts as a way of dominating others. And I hate to break it to you all, but hard Tien edits are not canon. In fact, Goku styles on Tien this entire fight. He takes every blow Tien gives him, including the volleyball technique. If I had to see this, you all do too. I hope it's in your dreams tonight. And he gets nothing more than a busted lip.
All that for a drop of blood.
Goku even pulls a, "I guess we're getting serious," and starts putting his back into his attacks, demolishing Tien. The only reason Tien starts whittling HP off of Goku's health bar is through cheap shots like kicking Goku when his back is turned to return Roshi's glasses. Speaking of the glasses, this was a masterclass of foreshadowing. Toriyama straight cooked when he took something as small as a bit of flair for a character design from 2 story arcs ago and turned it into an actual story beat. In addition, Goku seeing a move and instantly devising a way to counter it shows the level he's operating at now. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Goku has a single-digit IQ, but when he's in combat, 2 zeros appear behind it. What was I doing? Oh yeah, hating on Tien. This is the only reason this match was close. If it weren't for this, Goku would have crushed Tien like any other villain of the week. Don't believe me? Tien never keeps up with Goku after he goes serious mode. The only thing that comes close is the 4 witches, which Goku instantly reverses after downloading yet another move. Someone needs to serve this Saiyan a cease and desist with how much bread he's making off other people's dough. Anyways, let's talk about the heel face turn. At this point, Tien is fighting desperately to prove the path he's walked is the correct one. That all those years of assassin training was worth it. That all the blood he shed was a necessary sacrifice to become the strongest. Zooey Mama over here helping Tien cheat runs in direct opposition with that goal. If he wins now, he can't claim that walking the path of the assassin made him the strongest. Just the strongest, as long as he has his little buddy waiting around for an assist. So he refuses the cheat help, even if it means turning his back on the very person who sent him down this path. But after all, you can be surrounded by supportive people who cheer you on every step of the way, but only you have the ability to make yourself continue forward. So Tien busts out the last tool in his bag to try to prove the path of the assassin is better than the path of the dumb country hick with ADHD. The Kiko Ho, or the Tri-Beam if you don't know your shapes. He's so passionate about proving his way of life isn't wrong, he doesn't care if he drains his ki reserves to the point where he dies as long as he proves his point. And I have to say, I love the creative way in which Goku counters the Kiko Ho. Oh, it's gonna destroy the entire ground, and I just won't be on the ground. It's such a simple counter, and yet it's the perfect counter for someone like Goku to use. The only problem is, now they're both in the midair, and now they're falling. I swear Goku would not have lost this if the file size for Tien's floating move wasn't so big and Goku could have downloaded it faster. But we all know what happens. Despite how much of a BS finisher this was to an otherwise gas tournament, I still feel like it was the right choice from a writing perspective. And not just because from a meta viewpoint the series needed to go on so it could keep making Toriyama and Shueisha money, but because we as the audience needed one last test of Goku's maturity. Going back to my thesis statement, this arc was all about showing Goku, and the rest of the cast by proxy, taking the first step towards becoming men. If you don't believe me, just compare Goku's behavior at the 21st Tenkaichi Budokai to the 22nd. His first time around, he was flippant with the announcer and the audience, overslept almost getting him disqualified, and straight up cheated in his first fight by accepting outside help. But this time, he preps for his matches accordingly, and acts in a much more dignified manner. And when he's the victim of the tournament being rigged against him, he doesn't call foul and demand the ref stop the match. He considers it extra adversity he'll use to make himself stronger, and when he gets robbed of the victory he worked so hard to get, instead of getting nasty, he congratulates the winner and vows he'll get him next time. This is such a far cry from the Goku that used to whine non-stop about his stomach rumbling and made excuses to Korin when he lost, that the two are nearly unrecognizable. And I do believe it's because Goku's first time training by himself made him come to the realization that everyone in the real world must come to at some point. Once you surpass your teacher and your role models, there's no one left to streamline your growth and help you develop your talents. How you continue to improve is up to you to figure out, because your days with someone coming along to get you out of ruts are over. Even if someone were to come along and rudely shove you back into a rut, that doesn't guarantee someone will feel the need to make the situation right and get you out of said rut. You and only you have the ability to get yourself out of the rut if you want to stay rutless for the rest of your life. In a similar way to how Tien pulled himself out of his own rut. Tien is perhaps the biggest display of maturity this entire arc. He started off as someone who thought the only way he could boost himself up was by pushing others down. I think everyone can relate to getting tunnel vision at some point, and being so caught up in the method you forget the final goal. He has every other Shonen Jump character's goal of being the strongest, but once he sees there's a better way, he remains open to change despite still trying to maintain his tough guy persona. It's this open-mindedness that makes the difference between being misguided and being a full-blown villain. Cell, Frieza, and a certain receding hairline prince with Little Saiyan syndrome didn't have this open-mindedness when we meet them, and that's why they were full-blown evil. But once Goku smacks Tien around enough to show him his way of training is more efficient, Tien commits to getting stronger, not through dominating others, but through self-improvement. We also see this theme carried by the other characters. Master Roshi retiring because he has nothing left to teach the gang makes him a character who has completed his arc. Well, that's what I would say, but we all know he still has some baggage to resolve. It's also kind of sad it had to happen in the same arc where Roshi retires, but I think this is where the seed was planted in Yamcha and Krillin's heads that they will never catch Goku, no matter how hard they train. And that's an important part of maturing too. They say comparison is the theft of joy, so the next step for these two was to stop trying to rival Goku and focus on their own growth. Even though they both decided to retire from martial arts and only show up during all-hands-on-deck situations, they spent their martial arts careers working towards goals that fit with their personal standard, and no one else's. The Chaz was there, I guess. He was a character who did things. I guess he had his own little realization the Crane Hermit wasn't a good dude, but I mean, he's basically one of Tien's accessories, so I don't think I can go full English teacher on him. Okay, we've gone over all the positives in this arc, so now we have to talk about a touchy subject. Ready your tomatoes, because I know I'm about to catch some hate for this. Tenshinhan is a canon filler villain. I know, don't hit send on that angry comment right now, just hear me out. Also, spoiler alert for JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. When Hikohiro Araki was writing JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, he always said he planned for the villain Dio to make his return in another arc, but thought bringing him back right after his fake-out death would cheapen the impact. So he created the Pillar Man as antagonist to break up Dio's arcs, and Joseph as the protagonist to fight against them. Tenshinhan in the entire arc is that, but for Dragon Ball. We needed something so the story didn't go straight from one Dragon Ball search to another right after the last one. But Goku couldn't yet accomplish his goal of original Dragon Ball, which was becoming the strongest under the heavens. Hence, he needed a generic evil bad guy to fight against, and the truck had to happen. Don't believe me? I'm about to crush every Tien fan's soul right now. He does nothing for the rest of the story. He didn't contribute during the search for the Dragon Balls. He gets knocked out before he can fight old Demon King Piccolo by Roshi's anti-ki spray. Where'd that go, by the way? That seems like it could have been helpful. He breaks the Mafuba practicing, meaning they can't seal young Demon King Piccolo. He gets soloed by Drum, gets smacked by Goku no diff at the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai. He was nowhere to be seen while Gohan was being babysat by creepy Uncle Raditz, failed to even scratch Nappa during the invasion, and does nothing but pose for group shots for every arc after that. At the current point in Super, they've even stopped inviting him to all-hands-on-deck situations. Heck, even Krillin struggles to get an invite now, so that's not surprising. The only time I can think of that he made a difference was saving Goku from young Demon King Piccolo's Ki Blast using the crane hover technique. So if we rewrite that one scene, we could remove Tien from the story completely, and there'd be no change to how the story plays out. Don't give me this, and don't give me this. Cell became perfect anyway, Buu absorbed Gohan anyway. He's done nothing but hold off Faceless Spotter and Super. I don't care about hard fan edits. Dude used to kill people for training, but his roast game is more pathetic than his win-loss rate. He is a bum, he always was a bum, and he will always be a bum. Look, I don't say this because I hate Tien. Tien was actually one of my favorites. I think he is by far the most talented of the entire Z Warriors at learning and applying new techniques. And I think he has the most expansive and unique moveset of any character in the series. But it's just that Toriyama didn't have plans for the poor guy past this one arc. Tien fans have been sustaining themselves on this one little crumb of a fight in the Tournament of Power for 7 years. At the bare minimum, we needed a couple of fights against minor villains in the Cell and Buu arcs. Obviously, they shouldn't have been throwing hands with Goku and Vegeta level opponents. But at the very least, helping thin out the herd a bit so Goku can take on the main guy without having to worry about getting worn down by lesser villains. A lot of people think the Moro arc was a step in the right direction towards this, but even there, he, Yamcha, and Xiao Main had Zyugi 3 against 1 and still needed Goku to step in. I swear we are never beating the Goku time allegations. I will commend Toriyama on one thing when making Ten Shinhan. He crushed it in the character design department. As you might know, Tien is a composite character of Erlang Shen and Nezha, both from Journey to the West. They inspired most of the mystical techniques he uses and gave it this really nice bit of flair that set him apart from the average human fighter in Dragon Ball. It really helped hype him up as this type of enlightened martial artist dude who's tapped into his body to gain unnatural levels of strength. The Journey to the West aesthetics of this series have grown on me so much while I was making these videos, I'm gonna miss them when we switch to Superman. So there you have it. The 22nd Tenkaichi Budokai was a huge step up from the 21st in almost every way. Goku has already taken the first steps towards leaving his childhood behind and becoming a man, and the next generation is in full swing. When you ask people when Dragon Ball gets good, they'll probably say Piccolo, but the second most popular answer is probably right here. It's crazy to me to think this chapter started at chapter 113, and by that time, 99% of all manga would have been wrapping up. But for Dragon Ball, we were just entering a world of peak. But seriously though, about the idea that the Ten Shinhan saga is where it gets good, I hope this review series has helped you realize there are no parts in Dragon Ball that aren't, quote, good, unquote. No matter which arcs you like and dislike, the character motives and writing decisions are always worth reading into. And I can't wait to start reading the next arc in line after this. Until then, I've been Ramble-san. Don't forget to work hard, study well, and eat and sleep plenty. Later. Between the van that cost Goku the win in this tournament and the car that ghosted Yusuke, maybe the real antagonist of classic shonen was safe driving. I don't even need to ramble on. You all know what time it is. This is the arc where a legend was born. The mean green ore farming machine makes his entrance in a saga where Toriyama completed the formula that would make Dragon Ball a household name for decades to come. Hello everyone, Ramble-san here, and today we are sinking our teeth into the first bite of the best that Dragon Ball has to offer. So let's dive in. When we last left off, Goku had just gotten robbed of his victory at the 22nd Tenkaichi Budokai. It sucks to lose, but it needed to happen to test Goku's character. Goku is at that important moment in every young man's life where he's beyond the help of his masters. Whether or not he sinks or swims is up to him now. If a little setback like this was enough to make him lose his passion, then no master would have been able to turn him into the world's strongest. But it's Goku, so we all know that's not going to happen. Plus we gained some new friends in the process, and the future of martial arts was revealed to be in good hands. All in all, it was a pretty good day. Now there's nothing left to do but pack it up, lick our wounds, and try again tomorrow.
Goku! 何がおいまさかクリリンが殺された。
Imagine being a little 5-year-old Japanese kid watching one of your heroes die at 6 a.m. on Saturday morning. This had to have landed a few kids in therapy. Death is nothing new in Dragon Ball. Bora and Grandpa Gohan jump out as two of the most emotionally heavy losses. But this one just feels different. We barely knew those two, but this time, it's Krillin. We know Krillin. We've watched Krillin train alongside Goku. We've watched him fight evil with Goku. We've watched him show kindness, bravery, and strength just like Goku. But it's all good. We've established the Dragon Ball can bring people back to life, and we've got those. Except we don't. The henchmen made off with them alongside the registration records for the Tenkaichi Budokai. Okay, it's all falling apart. Reading this again made me realize Toriyama got sick of letting Goku have an easy ride for the past few arcs, and decided to bring his world crumbling down. His family keepsake has been stolen, the sport he participates in for a living is being threatened, and his best friend has been killed while Goku was wearing his very clothes. This arc could not have gotten off to a stronger start. Not even one chapter out of the gate, and we've established it's not just our characters' lives on the line, but everything they hold dear. Even if they survive, there'll be no point if they can't fight until their heart is content. And remember, that's if they survive. As it stands, Goku and Tien are exhausted after their match, Krillin is dead, Yamcha is debilitatingly injured, and Chaozu is Chaozu, leaving Master Roshi, the weakest of the gang by a considerable margin, as the only fighter at full strength. This is not a fight they were ready for, and to make matters worse, Goku is flipping out. He's not giving his body proper time to rest like he was taught in the first ever training arc. He's not heeding the advice of his former master, and he's yelling at the brains of the group to go against her better judgment. In my Red Ribbon Army Saga video, I talked about how Goku not controlling his anger nearly cost him his life, and his entire character arc from that saga forward was learning not to rush to snap judgments. Something that's very important for an alien who canonically gets stronger the angrier he is. But here Goku backslides. He forgets how rushing into a fight got him in trouble, and forgetting that cost him his cloud and nearly his life as well. This seems like a good time to talk about how the King Piccolo arc ties into the second half of original Dragon Ball as a whole. As I established in my last video, it's my belief original Dragon Ball consists of two halves, with the first half being about Goku's boyhood, concluding with Goku saying goodbye to the man who raised him, and the second half being about Goku maturing into an adult, and how it's up to you to continue growing, even without anyone to guide you. This arc continues with that theme of maturity by being about sacrifice. The King Piccolo saga shows that you can't become the best version of yourself without having to make some steep sacrifices. Be it Master Roshi overcoming the ghosts of his past by sacrificing his life, Tenshinhan atoning for his crimes against martial arts by being prepared to give everything against Piccolo, or Goku being prepared to lay it all on the line for his friends. So Goku gets stomped, and Piccolo's henchman gets away. And then we have the reveal of the big man himself. Everything about this introduction is perfect. He's a huge, hulking figure. This was back when every Dragon Ball character had to be larger than life to contrast against short little Goku, and it's very effective here. His throne has not one, not two, but 3 skulls on them, and they all resemble his henchmen, implying he could be such a taskmaster he continues to put his servants to work, even after the flesh rots off them. He's adorned in robes like you'd expect of royalty, with the trademark demon symbol across his chest. We've seen some ugly things in Dragon Ball, but King Piccolo is on another level. His face is so shriveled up and emaciated it gives off this uncanny valley effect. Look at him. He's so alien with his antenna and head basically being the stereotypical little gray alien man shape, and yet he somehow manages to fit right in terms of consistency with character design. With us having seen other monster designs like the Mummy, the Jiggler, and Spike the Devilman, preparing us for how gnarly Dragon Ball critters can really look. And he was freed by... You know, I'm starting to hate these 3. Bravo Toriyama for really stepping up their villain game. While the Pilaf trio used to be a minor inconvenience before, they've now actually gotten the world doomed and killed off a beloved character in the process. I used to find them boring, but now I really just want to bash Pilaf's little blue skull into the wall. So Goku crash lands in the middle of the forest. Injured, starving, and otherwise dying, he stumbles across... Yeah, okay, I wanted to be a straight glazer, but truth is, this arc just isn't as goated as I remember it being. Shocking, I know, but this arc has many flaws, and I can't pretend like I just don't see them. Take this guy. What are the odds that Goku just happens to get shot down over bump nowhere, and just so happens to run into someone who's not only got the MacGuffin he needs, and food prepared to heal him, but also just so happens to have a power level equal to Goku? Well, I say equal, but truth is Goku is probably several notches above him, but I guess we'll never know. Goku spent 3 years training. This random homeless man just happened to get stronger through the power of Bum Fu. There's a reason that every threat from this point on needed to be an alien or magic, because we'd long since transcended what it means to be human. Earth's strongest martial artists are so far below our main cast now, it's not even close. Like, very not even close. Let's run through everyone we know so far is stronger than the average jobber. Ahem. Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, Roshi, Tien, as much as it pains me to say it, Chaozu, Mercenary Tao, and debatably, Korin and the Crane Hermit. The number of dudes walking around with a power level that lets them hang with these guys should be in the single digits. But we just so happen to bump into one while he's taking a gap semester. It's a bit too convenient. Sucks too, because despite all the rearranging Toriyama had to do to make some of the later arcs in Dragon Ball fit, Dragon Ball is a very tightly written story, much more so than your average shonen. But this arc just has a lot more convenient moments to come. Piccolo sends more monsters to go and get Goku and Yajirobe, and even Piccolo points out the symbolism in sending a dragon to go and get the Dragon Balls. Now I know I'm jumping ahead a bit, but looking back on it, I appreciate the duality in Piccolo and Kami's minions. Both of them have an attendant who beats the shit out of Goku before he gets to meet the real deal. Both have a servant that looks like a dragon, and both get replaced by a little guy. Muscle Man and Goku turn Piccolo's minions into a quick bite, and you know it's bad if Goku rejects food. This kid ate a live wolf that was probably swimming with rabies, but turned his nose at grilled monster. If Yajirobe were a Saiyan, he'd be unstoppable from the Zenkai boosts he'd get from recovering from food poisoning. With his minions dying, Piccolo decides to handle this for himself. This should have been our first clue that something isn't right. Up until now, he's been characterized as pure evil. He killed Roshi's master, he's destroying everything Goku cherishes, and he wants anyone whose parents enrolled them in karate when they were 8 to die so humanity can never rise against him. Why would he care about his minions? To a guy like him, this should just be breakage.
Dude, it's called breakage, okay?
Keep this in mind for later. To discuss the next part of the story, I have to drop the P word. Ready? Power scaling. Hear that? That's the sound of half my audience leaving. Look, I agree that power scaling is highly reductive. At best, it kills the tensions around fights, and at worst, it completely ruins the discourse about a character by causing people to forget about characterization, character arcs, motive, imagery, and the role they fill in the story in favor of making judgments based solely on how well they make lasers go boom. But when employed properly, that's the P word that's important here. It can be a good tool for generating hype. Mangas live and die based off hype. And this arc has been hype farming since page 1. When we were told Krillin, who was easily the third strongest character so far, got offed effortlessly. Once more, we're told Krillin's killer is just the real bad guy's minion. This sends the audience's mind racing. If Tambourine is the third strongest character, how does that make his master compare to second and first? We can't wait to find out as Piccolo steps up. See how hyped I just made you for this upcoming conflict? Power scaling doesn't have to inherently take away from the story. On the good guy's side of power scaling, Goku has just been toying around for a while now. People Slopfest manga, where the hero rampages through the main quest, trashing all the enemy NPCs with no effort, and I could see the same criticism being levied at OG Dragon Ball. Going back through it, there are not many people that actually rival Goku in terms of power. Jackie Chun did, Tao Pai Pai did, and Grandpa Gohan did. But besides those three, none of the previous people Goku fought actually stood a chance, and only inflicted damage on Goku because of environmental circumstances. Even Tambourine folded instantly once Goku got back up to full health. This is where that trend ends, because Goku gets the shit beat out of him. King Piccolo throuses Goku so hard his heart stops beating is a meta way of saying, you thought we were having fun? Get real. Everything from this point on is life and death. Going back to this part of the series theme about growing up, there comes a part in everyone's life when they have to lock in. I'm not saying existence has to be all doom and gloom, but everyone has to make the choice to sink or swim, get professional, or forever remain an amateur. Goku got his first taste of this realization when he failed to stop Tao when Upa's dad died. This was the moment it became clear there's no dusting yourself off and saying, we'll get him next time when things go wrong. But he handled it, he got the Dragon Balls, so it's all good. What's the harm in having a little fun if you know the situation is under control?
クリリンが殺された。
The truth is, despite all of Goku's discipline, he allowed himself to backslide. He backslid on the lesson to not give in to anger, and he backslid on the lesson that this isn't a game. While Goku might not have physically died here, his mentality did. A new Goku lives on, with the mentality that a real man goes into a fight prepared to give everything, knowing he could be the only thing standing between everything he cares about and the monsters of the real world. Speaking of which, we need to talk about how much of a BS moment it is that Goku survives this. Yes, I know naysayers will say several decades later, Bardock's wish would reveal Goku had in-universe plot armor, prevented him from dying until he became an adult. And even before this, we're told fortune teller Baba had a vision of Goku saving the world and, kinda gotta be alive to save the world. But if anyone is genuinely going to use this to debunk my claim, I say you're back to crazy, because all the glizzy gobbling in the universe couldn't convince me Toriyama planned out this far. And if you're gonna say this, well, there's some timeline where I could buy that, but that's the thing about suspension of disbelief. So many people pull suspension of disbelief like it's this get out of lazy writing free card. What they forget is that suspension of disbelief doesn't exist in a vacuum. You're supposed to suspend your disbelief when it comes to accepting the fictional universes just aren't like our own. I can suspend my disbelief that these kids can shoot laser blasts, because in this world that's something you can just do. But we've never established it's a rule in the Dragon Ball universe that your heart will start beating again if you just really want it to. And that's the issue. King Piccolo tells us Goku's heart is no longer beating. Considering the amount of dudes he's killed, you'd think he'd be the authority on this. But the next chapter, nah. Turns out Goku's heart just randomly starts beating again. You know what, it's best not to linger, let's just go. We cut back to the Z-Warriors having scraped together the remaining Dragon Balls. Master Roshi lets us slip that he's planning to use the Mafuba to give his life to defeat Piccolo. Except, no problem, because we have the Dragon Balls to bring him back. Except, yes problem, because we already have one person who needs a revive. Sure, we have Bulma's special Freezy Pods, but we already have quite a few bodies on our hands. And the line's getting longer by the minute. The lingering thought of this being the good master's last hurrah starts to build hype as these two approach the battleground. Piccolo is worried about someone sneaking onto the airship and stealing the Dragon Balls, and actually has the good idea to swallow them for safekeeping. Too bad he did it in broad view of our heroes, so now they can skip the legwork of searching for them, and okay. Are you all seeing my point yet? How there are several frustrating writing decisions that made this arc convenient for the main characters? But it's okay, because this confrontation is one for the ages. Master Roshi is miffed. Standing in front of him is the one who killed his master, killed his students, and is coming for the very existence of the sport he dedicated 350 years to. And I'm sure he blames himself for every bit of it. As he lounged, lazy in retirement, his thoughts must have always drifted back to the rice cooker, quietly sleeping on the ocean floor. The man who used martial arts as a way to protect, thinking back on the one threat he couldn't protect the world from. But now, it's time to fix it. As one final act of atonement, he'll sacrifice it all to make it right. Just the mere mention that he's a student of Mutaido, and has kept all of the Grandmaster's techniques alive, is enough to make Piccolo make a piccolo in his pants. And despite putting the fear of himself in the Demon King, Roshi misses. Okay, what the HFIL? Seriously, at the most crucial moment, Roshi misses? If it was one of the next gens, I could buy it. But Roshi, of all people? The dude who's practiced for over 3 centuries, messes up one of the Turtle Hermit School's signature moves. The fuck? Piccolo wasn't even putting up a fight! This happened for no reason other than plot. This arc is definitely not as goated as I remember it. So Piccolo can now safely make his wish because Tien is knocked out thanks to Roshi spraying him with some weird stuff, and... Hey guys, why do we never talk about why Roshi, of all people, carries around a drug that can instantly knock people unconscious? And Chaozu dies as he lives, doing nothing. Okay, this is bad. Goku couldn't even stand up to nerfed Piccolo, but now the nerf is gone. I have to be honest, it is really shocking seeing Demon King Piccolo's design after being so used to Demon Jr. Demon King has a much more skeletal face. It's creepy. And the first thing his scary mug does is blow up Shenron. Okay, dude. What the flip? I didn't even know Shenron could die. He just seemed like such an ethereal being. But that arm landing by Piccolo's foot clearly shows he was flesh and blood. And just imagine this from Shenron's perspective. A man wearing the face of your creator just blasted you to smithereens. That's gotta be heartbreaking. With him gone, the Dragon Balls drop to the ground, now worthless pieces of stone. And that's how they'll be for all of eternity. All our friends that we've lost, Roshi, Nam, Krillin, they're beyond saving now. And all we can hope for is to put this monster down so they might rest in peace. Now we're back to Goku where they're heading up to Korin's tower so that Goku can get healed and get some extra training to beat Piccolo. Reading this is so heavy-hearted. Goku is still cheerful and jokey, not knowing he's lost two of the people that mattered most in the world. And they can't come back. But also, Goku, quit lying, that squirt hasn't grown a millimeter. Side note, I don't think Toriyama's art did a good job of conveying Goku was injured. The entire reason he needed Yajirobe to accompany him was because he got tore up badly enough that he couldn't climb the pole on his own. But you couldn't have guessed it just from looking at the art, which still shows him standing and walking on his own just fine. I would have preferred it being made clear that his limbs were useless if he wanted to go with this whole injury plotline, but I don't buy that Goku realistically needed this piggyback ride. Yajirobe being his pack mule also personifies the biggest issue I have with his existence as a whole. To justify Yajirobe being around 10 Shinhan levels of strength, Toriyama had to make wilderness survival training overpowered. We'll get shown later on that the best way to get stronger in Dragon Ball is to bum around in the woods for a bit, and I hate this. I hate it because not only does it contradict with what we established earlier when we were told people get stronger when they train with the goal in mind, but it spits on everything Goku did to earn the approval of his masters. Either living as a hobo makes you the strongest, or diligently training, drilling, and tutoring from the experts make you the strongest. These two are direct contradictions, and you can't have it both ways. And maybe the blame doesn't fall on Toriyama here. In the real world, when the studio behind the anime learned that Krillin would be put on the bus for this arc, they asked Toriyama to create a role specifically for Krillin's voice actors to play so they could keep her on payroll. Toriyama's solution was Yajirobe. I'm not going to disparage this because it was very nice of everyone involved to make sure Miss Mayumi Tanaka wouldn't suffer from financial hardships. But I don't think Yajirobe should have been top 5 strongest like he was. At Korin's place, Goku eats a senzu and gets healed up to full health. We already knew that senzu could keep someone full for 10 days, allowing them to spam energy sapping techniques like the Kamehameha much longer than normal. But now they also have healing properties. The wording is vague here, but we're only told that senzu can restore damaged flesh. Damaged being the operative word, not missing. Just keep that in the back of your little brain bucket for now. Korin lets the cat out of the bag that Roshi died standing up to Piccolo, and Goku tries to rush off to fight him again. Upon rereading this arc for my review, this is the part that pissed me off the most. Despite how Goku's intelligence gets memed on by the fanbase, he is first and foremost a problem solver, as long as the problem is shaped like an 8-foot-tall natural disaster in human form. After getting beat to literal death by a nerfed version of Piccolo, he shouldn't be eager to go round 2 against a stronger Piccolo without an ace up his sleeve. The fact that the lesson about not rushing into fights just hasn't sunk in yet is infuriating to me. And to make matters worse, the fact that Korin's solution is a power-up that gives you a massive power boost for free is just... I am sorry for the man I'm about to become, but... Oh no! This breaks every rule in the book. Time and time again, Dragon Ball has established that getting stronger by your own hand is what makes you heroic, and those who either send their minions to do their dirty work or rely on lies and deception are sniveling cowards. And we'd keep developing this theme, with every technique that relies on borrowing someone else's power, be it fusion, absorption, or even the Genki Dama, never actually getting the kill. Well, except that one time, but Toriyama wanted to retire, so what do you want from me? Once more, this retroactively creates a plot hole back in the Red Ribbon Army saga. Why didn't Korin offer the real Ultra Divine Water the first time around? We were just as pressed for time back then. Was it because he wanted Goku to learn a lesson? A lesson about not rushing to snap decisions? Well, he did a bang-up job. It's only been, 5 seconds since the last time he did that? And Goku. Ooh, Goku. Him accepting this freebie is extremely out of character. Remember this? Yeah, you know why he did that? Because he wanted to get stronger on his own. I cannot emphasize how badly this power-up screwed the pooch. In one fell swoop, Toriyama shit on the biggest and most impactful theme of original Dragon Ball. I don't know how he thought this was a good idea, or why his editor didn't call him out on this. Speaking of his editor, do you know that Piccolo is based off him? God, don't get me sidetracked with fun facts. I'm angry here. And to cap off this entire terrible situation, the Ultra Divine Water just doesn't make any sense. We're told the Ultra Divine Water draws out all of your potential. Therefore, if you've already gotten as strong as possible, it won't work. When I first read this, I thought it meant Goku was going to absorb the power of the Great Ape into his base form, making transforming superfluous. But that can't be what happened, because if Goku did somehow gain the ability to use the Uzaru multiplier in base in a way similar to Broly in Super Hero, he would have eviscerated everything between now and Nappa. Okay, so it didn't actually draw out the power of the Uzaru, it just drew out the power of his base form. Except no, it didn't, because this was definitely not Goku's peak for the entire series. It wasn't even his peak for original Dragon Ball. We're not looking good so far, but maybe we can salvage this. There's always a popular interpretation the Ultra Divine Water is just poison, and surviving the near-death experience is what makes you stronger. Except no, because Goku gains the ability to sense ki from drinking this water, meaning it definitely had some kind of mystical power. I'm tired, boss. The only bone I can throw this stupid water is that at least it's implied Goku could have reached this height on his own if he trained long enough. There just wasn't time. It makes me mad because it didn't have to be this way. There's already a perfectly good power-up waiting in the wings. Goku's previous training arc was about training his tail. You know what his tail is the secret to? The Uzaru. Stay with me here. Korin says that when he's bored, he likes to look down at everything happening on the surface below. Maybe on the fateful night when Goku transformed and made pancakes, Korin witnessed it. The reason Master Roshi sent Goku away after the Fortune Teller Baba arc was because Goku needed to train his tail to overcome its weakness. Roshi could be no help there, since obviously he has no tail. Maybe once it grew back, Goku stopped by Korin's tower for some tail training advice, since, surprise surprise, Korin has a tail! While training, Korin secretly realizes Goku's tail is the secret to tapping into the giant form he saw on the fateful night. But not wanting Goku to disparage, he kept it a secret, instead giving him a few points on how to strengthen his tail before sending him off. But here, at Goku's lowest point, Korin tells him that he hasn't trained his tail to completion. If he can unlock the true power accessible through his tail, then maybe, just maybe he can be Piccolo. So just like Ten Shinhan training with the Mafuba, Goku gets to work, training throughout the entire night, strengthening his tail. Then, during the battle with Piccolo, in a moment of desperation, Goku feels some mysterious power flowing from his tail, and unlocks some type of form similar to the wrathful form that Broly took when he can tap into the Uzaru's power without transforming. See? Essentially the same result, only we skip the stupid water nonsense and have Goku actually train to unlock it. Would that have been so hard? I feel like I'm beating a dead horse, so let's just check in on Ten Shinhan. Tien's position right now is incredibly ironic. Krillin is dead, Roshi's dead, Chaozu is dead, Goku is missing and presumed dead, Yamcha is in no state to fight, and most of the miscellaneous martial artists of Earth have been killed off. Ten Shinhan finally got his dream of being the best martial artist, and it couldn't have come in a worse way. because now the fate of the world is on him. Tenshinhan and Goku are two sides of the same coin. Both are martial arts prodigies, both learn moves incredibly fast, and both have alien cheat codes on. They even both have their own funny guy. The only difference is that Goku found someone who is a good influence, while Tien found someone who is a bad influence. It was after getting smoked that Tien realized being uplifting and a force for good is what makes you stronger, not being evil. I read him training to master the Mafuba, even though he knew the Mafuba gets you killed if your ki reserves are too low, as him committing to being redeemed. He wants to make up for all the people he hurt by protecting martial arts. And tying back to this arc's theme about how you achieve your goals, you must be prepared to sacrifice. He's so committed that even after learning the rice cooker is cracked and won't make a suitable vessel for sealing, he still doesn't back down, opting to continue the bite even though he knows it's suicide. Tien squaring up to Piccolo here is the perfect time to talk about how, despite all of this arc's flaws, it's still a work of art, because this is where Toriyama perfected the Dragon Ball secret formula. Every arc from Piccolo onwards, even into Super, follows the same structure. Step 1. New villain shows up and establishes how strong they are by destroying an already established side character. Step 2. Goku steps up to the villain and gets thrashed. Step 3. The sidecast fights to stay alive, with varying degrees of success, to buy time for Goku while he runs away and trains to get a power-up. The villain also normally gets a power-up around here as well. Step 4. Goku comes back with a new power-up, and he and the villain fight to see whose power-up is better. No matter what your favorite arc is, they all follow this pattern, and it's kind of a genius story structure. Writing this way ensures the side characters will always have something to do, even if it's just be stall fodder, while the main character still gets the final win, because after all, GT does stand for Goku time. This story structure was so effective, it'd get copied by every other mangaka for years to come. Think the Straw Hats stalling the Fishmen while waiting for Luffy to get out of the pool. All of Konoha stalling the Six Paths while Naruto gets back from stage training. Or the Hero World stalling Shigaraki while Deku catches an air Uber. I'm telling you, all of the best shonen writing arcs were written using this formula. Come on, Tien, really? You couldn't even job to the main villain? You had to job to the main villain's assistant? I guess it was worth it, because we got one last indicator of Goku's true power, as he demolishes the dude that was throwing around Tien like a ragdoll with one hit. You know shit's about to get serious when Kid Goku hits this pose. So let's analyze this fight, because without analysis, what is Shonen Jump but flashy laser shows? Like many, what drew me into anime was not just the set pieces, but how it's a direct visualization of whose philosophy is better. Two individuals clash, and whoever wins must have been the one who picked a better route to strength. And here we have two characters who aren't so different. They're both aliens, they were both sent away from their homes as a last-ditch attempt to survive an apocalyptic event, and they both desired to go stronger. To understand Piccolo's motives, you have to understand he's the accumulation of all the evil in the heart of a child who grew up watching his family slowly die to natural disasters. He was forced to say goodbye to everything and forge a new home on a distant planet. Imagine how much fear, and how much hate by extension, would build up inside a person raised like that. He grew hateful of humans after being beaten by one, and now seeks to crush all of humanity as revenge. And his pathway to that goal is by crushing martial arts. Martial arts has been shown to be a pathway for self-improvement for the entire series. The only evidence you need is to look at the numerous people Goku helped turn their lives around through his actions. The real reason Piccolo wants to destroy martial arts is to forever cut off that method of growth. That's why he goes through the entire charade of breaking into King Furry's castle, 10 out of 10 name by the way, and pronouncing himself king of everything. It's why he blows up the city, legalizes all crime, and details his plans to slowly exterminate humanity over the next 43 years. He wants humans to watch everything they built come crumbling down, and live, too weak and scared to ever rise up. And opposing him is one brave little man, refusing to despair or give in to weakness. He's not just a hero, but he hates bullies. He's no bringer of justice, but he'll never turn his head when he sees someone being hurt. He only does it to get stronger, but every bit of that strength will be dedicated to crushing evil the moment it hurts someone he cares about. The reason Goku and Piccolo could never coexist is because the only way to stop Goku from trying to get stronger is to kill him. And even then, he's going to continue the grind in Otherworld. And so they clash, and this fight is brutal. We see 3 of Goku's limbs snap like twigs. The art for this entire saga is insane. Up until now, the most brutal thing we've seen is Kenshiro's ancestor getting a spear through the chest. But here, so many people get donut punched. The art is so much bloodier, and it carries on for the rest of the series. Krillin's vacant eyes once his corpse is found really sells the idea that he's gone. The suddenness of losing him reinforced by everyone carrying around his limp body like a doll. I love Piccolo's looming silhouette in his debut chapter. Fun fact, Toriyama straight up forgot how many fingers Piccolo is supposed to have when drawing him giving this gesture. His face screaming in agony as he gets caught in the evil containment wave is haunting. By the way, the anime broke continuity with their younger selves looking like this when they're supposed to look like this. They look just like Tien minus the third eye. Guess he does not have much to look forward to as he ages, huh? Toriyama just does a great job of making Piccolo expressive in general. The many faces he makes, being in shock, horror, or rage, really sell how hateful and alien he is. Without a word going to that scene where he puked up an egg. That is disgusting. Toriyama also made the very impressive choice to draw the Great Ape behind Goku every time he used an attack that's been powered up by the Ultra Divine Water, to sell how he's being fueled by the power and rage from the Uzaru. This was a nice bit of flair. It reminds me of the Triceratops fist from Baki. I can't say that I miss it because it would have gotten repetitive after a while, but it's nice to see the Great Ape getting some recognition, and I can safely crown this fight as the best in the series up till this point. We have all the disrespectful classics, including Goku eating all of Piccolo's attacks and no-selling them. He straight up throws the 7.5-foot tall monster like a ragdoll. We have all the weird and bouncy angles that make Dragon Ball great, and both of them pull a, I guess we're getting serious. Get used to hearing that because we're gonna hear it a lot. After watching Goku eat one of his strongest attacks no problem, Piccolo realizes he can't blow away Goku in one hit. He'll have to be more strategic than that, and starts whittling Goku down limb by limb. But Goku gets around it by giving his 2 biggest Dragon Ball companions one last hurrah. He leans on the Kinto-un and Nuibo, literally, and lets them be his legs one last time as he stands up for humanity. A nice bit of symbolism that's incredibly underrated. And I told you, Goku's a problem solver. Figuring out how to get around Piccolo's defense by warping the Kamehameha, Piccolo would have been roasting over Yajirobe's open fire if it weren't for taking Tien hostage. But it's all good because they have the Dragon Balls, so even if Goku kills Tien off, they can bring him back. Except they don't. With Piccolo rising high in the sky to finish him off, Goku's state of mind here is truly something to be recognized. Goku started this arc so cheerful and happy. The usual Goku headspace. He was so strong and confident he could become the world's strongest. And even if he made some mistakes along the way, that's what the Dragon Balls are for. But part of maturing is realizing that we lose things, and things we lose can't always come back. This man has taken Goku's best friend, Goku's teacher, destroyed the Dragon Ball that was his only keepsake of his grandpa, destroyed his cloud friend, and done his best to destroy the sport Goku loves. And now, lying on the ground with a broken body, Goku's realized none of it's coming back. Even if he kills Piccolo now, the damage is done. It'd only be natural for anyone to crumble under these circumstances, but Goku is becoming a man. And part of becoming a man is realizing you'll lose things along the way, and accepting that, and focusing on what you have left. And right now, Goku has one working arm left, and that alone is all the reason he needs to fight. This is one of the best pages in Dragon Ball. Goku bursting through the eternally young body of Piccolo, the young body he put in so much legwork to get back and took so much pride in, with his only working limb outstretched, in one final attack powered by the Kamehameha, the technique created by the brave master who gave his life, wearing the torn gi of his best friend, whose death kicked off the entire arc, and channeling the spirit of the Uzaru. The monster that once took Goku's family away has redeemed itself by giving him the strength to protect Earth. All of it in one beautifully drawn page with Piccolo hunched over, face frozen in pain, while Goku triumphantly poses, fist up, all with no background to put an emphasis on the moment. With nothing left, Piccolo spits out one last plot hook for the next arc and then explodes, contrasting against Goku. Despite saving the world, his only thoughts are the friends he lost, getting so emotional that he's brought to tears. Tien reassures Goku, telling him to cast aside what's been lost and focus on what remains. Once they're healed up, they'll meet again at the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai to settle their differences. And so our heroes part to lick their wounds. Also, Toriyama just straight up forgot that Yamcha is supposed to have a broken leg, because here he's carrying Tien when he shouldn't even be able to carry himself. This arc has some extreme flaws. I did not like the Ultra Divine Water power-up. I know Toriyama is creative enough, he could have found a way to catch Goku up to young Demon King Piccolo without having to cook up something as contrived as this. But this arc also gave us one of the most legendary aura farmers in history. There's something to be said about having ambition, about being able to forge ahead no matter what it takes. Master Roshi and Tien both had ghosts of their past they wanted to put to rest, and both found the ambition to go through with it, knowing it could cost them their lives. I clowned Tien in my last video, but it's genuinely inspirational to see how he recognized his way of doing things was wrong, and wanted to make up for it, emerging an emotionally cleansed man. Goku has finally learned that if he wants to show up to a fight with the big boys, he better be packed by a power level worth shaking a Noibo at. Part of maturing is realizing that fairy tale endings don't happen. Reviving Upa's dad left him confident that he could fix any of his screw-ups with the Dragon Balls. But sometimes we don't get fairy tale endings. Sometimes, instead of happily ever afters, we just get left to pick up the pieces. Thank you all so much for coming along with me. I was shocked by some of the stuff that jumped out to me while revisiting this arc. Despite how good it was, I actually thought this arc had some of the most room for improvement out of any arc so far. I guess that's just a testament to how good Toriyama is as a writer, that even one of his storylines that wasn't as tightly written still made manga history. Other than that, I am stoked to have Piccolo as part of the main cast now. It's funny to think how if the previous Kami of Earth didn't make the Nameless Namekian split, and if Goku didn't lose his memories, the two's positions likely would have been flip-flopped, with Piccolo fighting as the Guardian of Earth while Goku fought to conquer it. That'd make for a good what-if in the Tenkaichi Budokai games. Speaking of the Tenkaichi Budokai, feels like just yesterday that I was reading the 22nd, and now we're on to the 23rd. Time flies when you're having fun, and I hope that you're having enough fun to like, subscribe, and turn notifications on so you see when we're ready to go through with the last arc of Dragon Ball. Until then, later. Imagine if they gave young Piccolo this Stitch-ass sounding voice in Daima.
My parents, just one, Piccolo, and he was kind enough to give me everything he had.
The King Piccolo arc of Dragon Ball ended on a very somber note. While we've left previous arcs without the main objective accomplished, there was always some light at the end of the tunnel, some beacon of hope to shoot for. This time, there is no such hope. The Dragon Balls are gone, half our team is dead, and an entire city was destroyed. Once more, we learn you can't rest in peace if you're killed by a demon, meaning potentially thousands will be left to roam purgatory for all of eternity. We may have defeated Piccolo, but it really does seem like he got the best of humanity, and now we have nothing left to do but pick up the pieces. Except there might be hope. Though odds are slim, Master Karin, who's our sitting expert of the mystical side of Dragon Ball now that Roshi is dead, tells us that we might be able to bring back the Dragon Balls by talking to their creator. The creator of the Dragon Balls. Okay. I was completely blindsided by this when I first read this chapter. I'd never questioned who created the Dragon Balls, and why should I? The characters never did. Being able to take weird and extraordinary things in stride is kind of Dragon Ball's whole thing. That's why no one questioned why Goku can turn into a giant monkey, or why Puar and Oolong can shapeshift, or heck, how the world didn't end after Roshi blew up the moon. But now we're actually meeting the creator face to face, and he's gotta be one special dude to be able to make a dragon capable of granting any wish. Well, almost any wish. They couldn't wish for Piccolo to have an aneurysm for the obvious reason that it would kill story tension. What follows is Toriyama masterfully building hype for the audience to get prepared to meet the creator of the Dragon Balls. First, just putting an entire chapter of space between introducing the concept and meeting the creator was a good idea just so readers didn't learn the answer to the mystery 5 minutes about learning about the mystery. Second, having Goku lose the Noibo and having to stop by Baba's to find it lets us know the prophecy has been fulfilled, meaning Goku's in-universe plot armor is gone. Well, one layer of it, but we'll get back to that later. So now the audience knows Goku can die again. And third, Yajirobe in Korin's chit-chat implies the creator of the Dragon Balls is not only a character we the audience already know, but strong enough he might just be a threat to Goku. And that's the thing. This is Goku fresh off not just one, not just two, but 3 Zenkais. And also a generous bump in power thanks to the Ultra Divine Water. With Piccolo nerfed down into being a baby, there should be nothing in this universe that has a chance of rivaling Goku. With everything that's been established, he should very well be the top of the verse. So thinking about a character that's stronger than Goku, and somebody whom we already know, gets the audience's heart racing over who it could be. Also, I just have to point out how very obviously Kami wasn't planned and didn't exist before this arc. We know this because his introduction absolutely assassinated Karin's character in retrospect. He knew Goku needed to get stronger to help the people around him, but he never once sent Goku up the chain of command. Which, I mean, first time is understandable. Goku still had some lessons he needed to learn before he was a complete character. But the second time around, Goku was prepared to drink poison to save his friends. How could that not prove that he was noble down to his core? Instead of playing these water games, we could have just popped up to Sanctuary and dipped into the hyperbolic time chamber to train without risk of poisoning yourself to death. Also, hey, kid, only beat Piccolo badly enough that he can't fight back anymore, and don't kill him, or else we'll lose the Dragon Balls for good. This one line is all it would have taken. Instead, Karin sent him off without warning, and if Piccolo hadn't done this, they would have all been screwed. Think about that. It's a complete coincidence that Raditz didn't squad wipe the entire crew when he arrived. Karin nearly screwed the entire planet. I understand why Goku doesn't hang with Karin like he does with his other mentors. The cat is kind of a jerk. So Goku gets up to Sanctuary and... It's hard being a glazer sometimes. Tiptoeing around the elephant in the room, watching as Goku gets the shit beat out of him by an assistant to the guy we've been told to worry about is the last bit of hype we needed before meeting the creator of the Dragon Balls. And it's... Wait, what? Anyone reading or watching this weekly would have never in a million years guessed this. Seeing that Kami looks just like Piccolo opens a floodgate of questions. Is he Piccolo's twin? Piccolo's dad? Maybe even one of Piccolo's previous kids? The answer is even better than all of that. Turns out, he is Piccolo. Or rather, Piccolo is him. Until he had him pruned so he could become the god of Earth. But then that pruned branch took roots and grew into its own tree. Looking at it from a morals perspective, Kami is a super hateable dude. He was obsessed with becoming God to the point where he did something insane by expelling his evil, wasn't concerned about what became of that evil, turned Piccolo loose on Earth, did nothing during Piccolo's first rampage, did nothing for the centuries that Piccolo was under the sea, and did nothing during Piccolo's second rampage. Sure, a divine code binds him into not being able to interfere, but he could at least put someone in the position to interfere, so there are obviously loopholes. This dude got so many people killed because of his own egotism, I think it'd be justifiable to hate him alongside Dazo and Saint Charlos as the most hateable anime characters. And yet somehow, I don't. I'm not sure why, but I just can't bring myself to hate Kami. I think it has to do with, despite how many mistakes he's made, he's prepared to own up to it and right all of his wrongs, even if he has to throw away his own life to accomplish it. I believe that's the beauty in Kami's character. Accountability. Plus, this is a series where everyone has done a couple of things that should net them a lifetime in prison. So I can see why the Dragon Ball fanbase is easy on Kami. So Kami hears out Goku and brings back Shenron. And we need to talk about this little energy blob form that Shenron exists in as he's running back to the Dragon Balls. What is it? Is Shenron sentient in that form? Can he hop in and out of the Dragon Balls at will? If so, could he possess a body and become a full-time fighter? I don't know, I just feel like we glossed over this little bit too quickly. So Shenron grants the wish to bring everyone back from the dead, and it was very nice of him to bring back Master Roshi by proxy. Even though Piccolo technically didn't kill Roshi, Roshi used a move of his own free will and died from the recoil. It's the nice little bonuses that Shenron does, like this and the cooler for the ice cream, that makes many fans, me included, just not jive with the idea of evil Dragon Balls as a villain. They aren't genies, they have no incentive to fleece the main cast out of wishes. In fact, it seems like they like working with customers to grant wishes. It's like Kami says, there might be some people who use the Dragon Balls for selfish reasons, but as long as someone like Goku wishes to use them for a good cause, it's worth keeping them around. On the topic of Goku, he decides to take the patented Kami training course. But even if Kami didn't offer to train him, he was going to work out on Kami's front porch until he did. That is the essence of Goku's character. Even if he can't get the easiest path to strength, he'll never stop trying anyway. It's that and other character traits that demonstrate Goku has matured into an adult, and we'll be studying them as we enter the Piccolo Jr. arc. With the prologue out of the way, hello everyone. My name is Sir Rambles-on-Alot, but my friends call me Ramble-san, and I'm proud to bring you the best Peak has to offer. So now let's dive in. After our last time skip of OG Dragon Ball, we reconvene with Roshi and Bulma at the battlegrounds of the Tenkaichi Budokai, and come on, man, I just finished dodging the last touchy subject, and Yamcha apparently dipped on his GF for the past 3 years. Not to beat a dead horse, but we've seen the writing on the walls, gang. It should not have come as that big of a shock that Yamcha was a bad boyfriend. We get reintroduced to Goku, fresh off another growth spurt. I love that the Piccolo drip spread to Goku after living with Kami. At the time, a move like this was unprecedented. Akira Toriyama reported he was struggling with drawing cool poses given that Goku had such short limbs, so he made the controversial decision to have Goku grow up so he could broaden the fight choreography. But you can't do that. Could you imagine if Bart Simpson grew up as The Simpsons progressed? The show would have ended too soon. To that I say, true. However, this resulted in one of Dragon Ball's biggest strengths. Getting to grow alongside Goku is one of the most rewarding parts of getting into Dragon Ball. Watching your favorite character in situations that come with being an adult can be a source of strength as you start to face situations that come with being an adult. And you can hang me for this, but it's why giving Goku the Spider-Man treatment and constantly resetting him to being young so he's hip with the kids isn't the move. Face it, Goku is an old head, the march of time stops for no one. Goku is now 18 years old, meaning we get to see how becoming a man has changed him. And look, what constitutes being a man is very different from culture to culture. But based on traits we've seen characters demonstrate in the story, I think it's safe to say that Toriyama thinks men should never stop growing, try to bring out the best in others, and, most importantly, get shit done. More on this later. Being 18 now means that Goku's in-universe plot armor from Bardock is gone. I know the panel I'm putting on screen has Bardock using the word thrive, but that's a bit of an abridged translation, because the full translation couldn't fit in a speech bubble. In the original, Bardock says he wishes for his sons to grow up big and strong. The key part here is grow up, as in, when Goku stops growing, the wish is resolved, and Goku is on his own. But it's okay, because Goku is a man now, and it ties back into the theme of how men handle stuff. The rest of the supporting cast show up, and it's easy to forget, but Goku couldn't come down from Sanctuary for 3 years out of fear that Piccolo would slime him in his sleep. This is the first time Goku has seen Krillin since this. And, not gonna lie, I wish this got its own dedicated page. We don't even see Goku's face as he reacts to reuniting with Krillin. I don't know if Toriyama had to move on because he was running out of panel space in this chapter, but this was a very emotional moment that deserved a greater emphasis. We learn that to train for the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai, the supporting Z-Warriors climbed Korin Tower and fought the Psycho Cat for the fake Ultra Divine Water like Goku did. While this method of recycling story real estate is a good idea for explaining how the supporting cast are strong enough to at least be supporting, it also sealed their fate. The rest of the story falls into a similar pattern where Goku will discover a new training method, milk it for all it's worth, move on to bigger and better, and then the rest of the cast will swoop in to lick up his leftovers. Even Vegeta fell into this trap, only becoming relative to Goku and Super once they started doing the same training with the same master. A lot of people think Namek was the arc that put the cast too far behind to ever be a problem for Goku again, but it was actually this one. As stated by Ten Shinhan, always being one step behind Goku would ensure that none of them ever had main character energy. Once more, none of them had the ambition to be the main character. If they did, they would have caught the first Noibo up to Sanctuary and received godly training alongside Goku. But they didn't, and that's why they've all been cursed to do nothing but pose for group shots. By the way, I was once watching a Carthu's Dojo video. He's goated, by the way, so you should go check out his channel. And at one point, he proposed a thought experiment where we ask ourselves how Yamcha got his scars, when at this point in the story, he would have been in the top 10 strongest people on the planet, and it's very unlikely any wild animal or stray mugger would have been strong enough to hurt him. Here's my theory. A power level is basically your resting ki level. We know this because in the same saga where power levels are introduced, Piccolo is able to raise his power level by channeling more ki into his attacks. Even though fans treat power levels like gospel, in a state like this where he was battered and out of ki, Goku probably had a power level close to 0. That's most likely how Yamcha got his scars. One day, he trained for too long and too hard, getting himself into a situation where his ki reserves were too low to protect from an attack, leaving him with some cool battle damage. And that's not even the last bit of fun we'll get to have with scars this arc, so stay tuned. Despite being fully developed martial artists and not having to rep the Turtle Hermit School anymore, Krillin reveals that he still had a custom gi with the turtle symbol on the back made, which is very sweet. When you consider that Krillin was abandoned by his parents at a martial arts temple at age 4, and relentlessly bullied for the next 8 years, you realize he probably views Roshi as a father to him, so to dedicate all of his success to him is very sweet. With Krillin's backstory, it's a miracle he turned out slightly bratty instead of a full-blown Sasuke-style edgelord. Yamcha and Goku do the same, proving that even though fans may view him as a bumbling buffoon, Goku can easily be emotionally literate when he wants to be. It's during this wardrobe change that we also see Goku's tail is gone, meaning he'll never turn into the Great Ape again. While I'm the Uzaru's biggest glazer, and think missing the chance to have Goku master this form was a huge wasted opportunity, this was a necessary measure. The Uzaru was always Goku's wild card, something Toriyama could use to get him out of a predicament if he ever wrote himself into a corner. But as we all know, Dragon Ball's biggest theme revolves around getting stronger by your own hand. It was a popular fan theory until Super did all but canonize it that the reason the Saiyans had such a trash power level was because their strategy was to invade a planet on a full moon, transform, and ride the Uzaru multiplier as a clutch. While this made Saiyan armies a headache to deal with, it also prevented them from getting combat experience needed to grow stronger. Going back to my thesis for this arc, abandoning the ace up his sleeve is another way of showing that Goku has become a man. Part of maturing is accepting that you have to go from the one being saved to the one doing the saving. So for Goku to complete this arc, he needed to completely lose his security blanket. Plus, the Uzaru as a character had its arc completed. It went from an alien invader used to conquer planets, to a proud inhabitant of Earth using its power to protect Earth from another alien invader. And said alien invader makes an appearance on screen. Piccolo, now fully grown in only 3 years. No, it's not going to create a continuity flaw later, why do you ask? I saw Piccolo in a whole new light after the Kami reveal. After learning he's all the evil in the heart of an apprentice god, who didn't exactly grow up in the best conditions, brought to life, I had to ask if Piccolo even had the autonomy needed to be good. Look at it this way. Imagine if every other character in Dragon Ball was a cake made with 1 cup of salt and another cup of sugar to balance out the flavor. Whereas Piccolo was a cake made with only 1 cup of salt. Can you blame the cake for being salty when salt was the only thing it had in it? On my first read-through, I was also just kinda confused on what Demon Jr. actually was. He looked exactly like King Piccolo, so I thought he just was King Piccolo. Given that he has all of Piccolo's memories and fighting abilities too, my logic was, what's the difference at that point? Same software, different hardware. But on my reread, I took special notice of how multiple characters refer to Demon Jr. as a clone of Piccolo. I don't know how accurate the word clone conveys the intent of the original Japanese wording. If anyone can tell me, feel free to drop it in the comments. But the clone to me says, biologically identical to the original, but not the original. He may have the same body, but he wasn't the one who killed all those people. And Piccolo didn't kill anyone while training for the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai, showing that he does recognize when killing someone is bad. If he can show reason like this, is it possible he's not beyond hope? It's this question we'll entertain for the rest of the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai. And this Tenkaichi Budokai roster is stacked. Gone are the days of having completely random people pop up in these tournaments. Everyone here acts as a reminder of how far we've come. And there's an antagonist that's been won over from almost every arc so far. Yamcha was from the first saga when he was hassling the original trio in the desert. Chi-Chi is only here because we managed to win over the Ox King, a dude with such a fearsome rep that Oolong shit himself every time he got mentioned. Krillin was Goku's biggest op while training. Remember, antagonist just means they oppose the hero, not that they're a full-blown villain. Tao Pai Pai is here as the last reminder of the Red Ribbon Army. For now, at least. Tenshinhan and Chaozu for obvious reasons, Piccolo for obvious reasons, and Kami showed up to play the role of the wise master that needs to step aside for the next generation, now that Roshi has been power-clipped into oblivion. Yajirobe's here watching from the sidelines. While he was never a full-blown antagonist, he and Goku did get off on the wrong foot, so him being here is just another example of shonen protagonist Riz. Even King Choppa decided to show up to serve Goku a cease and desist for stealing his move. Poor King Choppa. I believe King Choppa symbolizes the peak of human strength with no ki training. I don't mean any Master Roshi-style magic trick, or Yajirobe happening to get gains just by following the Z-Warriors around. I mean with just the gym, King Choppa is probably the best an Earthling could hope for. Him getting smashed here is a great example for why martial arts will become less relevant after this saga. It's either ki blast or nothing. And every human would need some type of magic to stay relevant. Everyone breezes through the rest of the tournament just as expected, except for Cao Cao. Imagine grinding for 3 years straight to not even make the finals. Tao Pai Pai's return here was also amazing to see. He was one of few humans that actually moved on demon time. And just like how it's important to acknowledge Krillin and Yamcha's strength despite them only being human, it's also equally important to acknowledge Tao for the same reasons. And now he's not only just human, but a cyborg. And let me get ahead of this before we play word police in the comments. Tao Pai Pai is a cyborg because he had both meat parts and metal parts. He is not an android like 8-Ball here because he had just metal parts, like how 16 and 19 are androids because they only had metal parts. And Dr. Gero is a cyborg because he had meat parts and metal parts. And these two are neither androids nor cyborgs, because now they are only pure meat after having the bombs removed from them, making them humans that have been genetically modified to have infinite stamina. Are we good? Are we gonna have to argue semantics in the comments? If you're not satisfied, feel free to see me after class. Tao Pai Pai coming back represents the old generation refusing to step back, a theme that's present in almost every shonen and has already been touched upon by Dragon Ball, with Master Roshi retiring 2 sagas ago and opting not to participate this time around. Why I think this is such a recurring theme in anime is because evil at its core always requires some presumption of greed. And the greedy never give anything back, which is why it's important for the modern generation to stand up for themselves and claim their era. As seen with Goku getting to break free from the influence of the old gen by resolving his feelies with his grandpa. And now ex-antagonist Tenshinhan will complete this arc himself, while current antagonist Piccolo will begin his arc of breaking free from the old gen's influence in this very saga. It's no coincidence that the very people whose shoulders Goku and Piccolo are fighting on top of like it's a giant chicken fight happen to be centuries-old beings with unresolved beef. This tournament as a whole encapsulates the sense of laying old drama to rest so the new generation can continue with a clean slate. Tien is the first to wipe his slate clean with the battle against Tao. It's easy to forget that Tao Pai Pai was the first time Goku got an entire Benjamin from the Tooth Fairy after a fight against an antagonist. And he did it while being a full-blooded human. Now, after buying health insurance from LexCorp, he's even stronger. And yet, he still gets creamed by Tien, showing not only how far we've come, but that Tien made the right call to abandon his former masters. Tao thought fancy cyborg parts bought with blood money from his assassin's job would be enough to carry him to the top. But they were nothing compared to training like Goku. If that doesn't show hard work pays more than compromising your morals, I don't know what will. Unfortunately, evil doesn't go down so easily. Tao Pai Pai busts out a concealed knife, revealing he doesn't actually take pride in martial arts. He just wants to heal his bruised ego by killing Tien, and slashes open Tien's chest. Tenshinhan tried to give him an easy out, showing he really is a changed man. No longer fighting to crush others for his own ego. Now, he just wants to forget about the past and move on. But this scar will always be a reminder of the dark past he must carry. Tien's reaction here after his character arc ties into this arc's theme of becoming a man. At some point, every man will find himself in a situation he can't control. But he can control how he reacts to it. Tien is being confronted by the embodiment of his sordid past. He can't make that past go away, but he can control what he does in the present. And what he does is stand on business. As Tao Pai Pai readies an attack, so once both hands are off, how does he put them back on? Is he considered armed or never mind? Repelling your opponent's strongest move by doing nothing is extremely petty, and I'm all for it. It's a page straight out of Disrespectful Goku's book. Speaking of Disrespectful Goku, being trapped in the ring with someone who's cheating and trying to kill you is the exact situation Goku found himself in the 22nd Tenkaichi Budokai. Even after getting a taste of his own medicine, Tien reacts exactly how Goku would, showing his redemption really is complete. With Tien a new man, we now move on to Goku versus the mysterious woman. Hi, so fun fact about me, I'm really bad at guessing the real identity of mysterious characters. I'm the same guy who thought there was an actual possibility Master Roshi and Jackie Chun were different people, so I had no clue who the mystery girl was supposed to be, even though in retrospect it was the most obvious reveal in the world. Master Roshi points out that Chi-Chi appears to be a master of the turtle school style of martial arts. Wait a minute. Martial arts? You didn't teach Goku and Krillin no martial arts. You didn't even teach them ki control. He literally did nothing but teach them how to lift weights. If there's a Kame style of martial arts, why did he not teach it to Goku and Krillin? Did they not pay for it and only had Kame style with ads? But on a serious note, Chi-Chi scares Goku with her speed and forces him to react. She was so miffed, it drove her to train hard enough to compare to an extraterrestrial. Forget Goku, Gohan got his anger issues straight from Chi-Chi. When we learned she was a master of Roshi's style, I thought there was a good probability she was a figure from Roshi's past like the many we've encountered so far. But nah, she was just the one-off girl Goku promised to marry. Even if the promise to marry Chi-Chi wasn't serious at the time, the fact that he still honors it shows another way this saga ties into the theme of becoming a man. A true man honors his word, even when it's inconvenient to him. Not wanting things to get ugly, Goku opts to ring out Chi-Chi with a shockwave instead of engaging her in hand-to-hand combat. Piccolo remarks that this is a Demon Clan move, and I really like the touch of having Goku use one of Kami's moves. This should be the counter-argument to everyone who says that Goku doesn't know a style of martial arts. Besides the fact that we've established that everything that has a fancy name is a martial art, see my video on why Dragon Ball humans are underrated if you want more info on that. Goku literally knows a style of martial arts. Mr. Popo taught him the fighting style that Namekians use. Just goes to show that Piccolo really is the reason 3 generations of the Bardock bloodline can throw hands. So Goku has a wife now. Fun fact, something that got lost in translation is that Chi-Chi's speech pattern is based on the Tohoku style of dialect, and is commonly associated with people who live outside the city in more secluded locations. The manga tried to capture this by having her throw around more y'alls than sandy cheeks. And I don't know about you, but it just didn't do it for me. Up next is Krillin vs. Piccolo. Krillin doesn't even let the fight start before calling out Piccolo for aura farming. I think it was a misstep to have Krillin not enter the fight aware of who Piccolo Jr. is. Which is bullshit, because Jr. looks exactly like his father. The fact no one recognizes him is utter stupidity. But if Krillin knew his real identity, we could have really gotten into his headspace in this moment. Imagine staring down the man who killed you, and getting a chance for a rematch. He once wiped you out like you were nothing, and now is your chance to show him not to trample on human pride. But nah, we don't get any of that. What we do get, however, is a brief showcase of how both characters' arsenals have evolved over the time skip. One big complaint about anime as a whole is that the bad guy always has these super cool and varied abilities, while the MC either gets punched really hard, or a shooty go blam. Mangaka do this purposefully so they don't box themselves in as their power system evolves. But it runs the risks of fights getting boring. I think Toriyama realized this, and made it his goal to see how many different creative ways he could use the Kamehameha in this tournament. It was at this moment, Piccolo realized how important dodging is. Krillin can also fly now.
Oh, they fly now! They fly now? They fly now!
I'll admit, part of me thinks it would have been better if flight stayed an ability that only certain characters can use, so the fights had a bit more variation to them. But Goku couldn't fight Superman without it, so it had to happen, I guess. Also, if Poir can do it, then it makes sense anyone can do it. On the other side of the ring, Piccolo busts out the Demon Hand for the first time. Which, by the way, the Daizenshuu name is so much funnier, and I wish it was the canon name. This, along with Great Namekian and Regeneration, are all Namekian abilities Piccolo awakens specifically for the tournament. Which brings me to my next point on Piccolo's character growth. During the King Piccolo saga, King Piccolo didn't use any Namekian abilities except shitting an egg. And even then, he still used demon powers to corrupt the appearance of his children. Heck, King Piccolo barely used techniques in general. He was a purely generic Ki Blast and Punch merchant. With his thoughts consumed by killing and conquest, I wouldn't be surprised if he never had to train a day in his life. But Demon Jr. has learned when to refrain from killing. We see as much in this very fight when he says that he must resist the urge to kill Krillin until after he's won the Tenkaichi Budokai, or he'll be disqualified. Not going on murder rampages every 5 minutes was probably what freed up time to train, and allowed him to slowly start tapping into his Namekian roots. If he was capable of resisting his urges and working to better himself, then who's to say eventually, he won't better himself enough to avoid killing altogether. We already see a sneak preview of Piccolo's better self, when his match with Krillin causes him to respect humans. Seeing the strength a human can achieve when they train makes him realize that they won't die like mere ants under his feet. And Krillin, by forcing the Great Piccolo to get serious, might have just achieved mankind's greatest display of strength. Sadly though, GT doesn't stand for Krillin time, so Krillin bows out. No, it's fine. Why are you asking? I guess part of being an adult is knowing your limits and all. Up next is Yamcha versus this bumbling buffoon. This should seem like a slam dunk, but if there's one thing you should never do in Dragon Ball, it's underestimate the goofy ones. It's seriously sad to see how far Yamcha has fallen, and we haven't even hit the floor yet. From the second strongest in the group and fulfilling the second in command trope, to ball jokes. Even his own girl disses him in this fight. It's tragic because Yamcha really is the strongest human without a handout. Let me explain. Most Dragon Ball fans would probably say the strongest human is either Krillin or Tien, but Krillin has magic on his side, and Tien is boosted by alien genetics. There's also the androids and Oob, but their handouts are obvious. Yamcha is the only human who got where he was through hard work alone. So the fact that Goku didn't even consider him for the Tournament of Power is terrible. It sucks that Toriyama felt the need to constantly shit on the only character who is improving through pure hard work. But I just don't think Yamcha's personality is compatible with the type of growth he needs. For Yamcha to become a complete character, He needs to learn to not fight for ego. But he never does, and it's almost maddening. Even Kami himself tells Yamcha that he needs to kick his false sense of confidence, and he doesn't take advice from Dragon Ball's God.
I'm tired, boss.
So Shen progresses, and Goku clocks that Shen is actually Kami in disguise because Shen is the first part of Shenron. Goku, of all people, has a moment of deductive reasoning. Is it raining cats and dogs? Has the home for infinite losers frozen over? We pass on to the final four, and our next matchup is a rematch of the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai. Oh Tien. Poor Tien. Tien is like a character in a video game who is really cool, and you wish you could use him, but there's another character standing right next to him who has higher stats in every category. And every time you replay the game, you swear you're gonna use him, but then you get to the first boss battle, and those higher stats start looking real good. Their fight is heavily focused on speed, because Tien took one unguarded shot to the kidney from Goku, and decided he never wanted one of those again. So he just speed blitzed Goku instead. Going back to my video game analogy, what Tien didn't seem to know is that as a character's power level goes up, their stats all increase together, meaning Goku's speed was going up as his power increased. This is a trend we'd follow for a bit, at least until Toriyama got bored with it and decided to shake things up with the grades. I almost feel sorry for Tien. Knowing how much being strong means to him, and watching him go from someone fighting tooth and nail to leave their weakness in their past, to a hype tool, is genuinely tragic. For a good minute there in the King Piccolo saga, Tien was debatably the third strongest in the verse out of every pre-established character. Now, even after 3 years of extra training, he's going as hard as he can while Goku isn't breaking a sweat. Right now, the rankings stand with Goku as number 1, Piccolo is number 2, but only a hair behind Goku, Kami at a comfortable 3rd, followed by a considerably wide gap, then Mr. Popo at number 4, and finally, Ten Shinhan at 5. If the number 1 is this far above the number 5, and there's only 3 people between them, then what hope does that leave him with closing the gap? Realizing his plan to speed blitz Goku is shot, Ten Shinhan turns to plan B. He hopes that his proficiency with his Triclops techniques will close the strength gap between him and Goku. The multiform technique is a really cool move. A really cool move. It stands out to me because it's another evolution of the afterimage technique. The afterimage technique was the basis for a lot of moves in Dragon Ball, and the multiform is Toriyama's final take on it, pushing the move to its maximum creative potential. Apparently, this move also jumped out to the minds of young readers in the 80s too, because almost every mainstream shonen for years to come would have some type of doubling technique, with one of them even making it the technique. For some reason, fights with Tien in them just have a high rate of generating techniques that get recycled by other anime. I forgot to mention it last time, call me Toriyama, that the Tri-Beam, which should be the Tetra Beam because it has 4 sides, but I digress. The idea of an attack that gives you a super high boost in power in exchange for cutting your lifespan gets recycled in literally every anime ever. Don't believe me? Go back and check your favorite anime. I promise it's there. Ten Shinhan's mastery of the multiform isn't just an example of how much of an expert Tien is learning new techniques, but it's tangible proof that he's redeemed. The multiform was originally a Triclops-only technique. Anime filler really donked up by giving it to everyone freely, and Super fumbled the bag even harder by canonizing it, but it was supposed to be a Tien-only technique, and him using it is very symbolic for the story. In the 22nd Tenkaichi Budokai, Master Roshi told us that Ten Shinhan has great potential, but letting evil into his heart sealed off most of his Triclops techniques. Him unlocking his Triclops techniques should be proof that he's pushed the evil out of his heart. That's why Toei, Toriyama, and Toyotaro, the T-Trio, kinda spat on this by giving the ability out like candy. Goku's counter technique to this makes anime history. If you became a fan of anime in the 90s, this is probably a core memory for you. It's the moment you went from a Dragon Ball fan to an anime fan in general. Like with the lifespan draining attack, every anime has a moment where a character drops their weights like this. It also happened to be in a fight with Ten Shinhan. Who would have thought? Toriyama really struck gold with this weighted close technique, which he created all the way back in the second arc of the whole series. Making yourself heavier so you exert more effort to move is a concept that would stretch for the entire rest of the series and into Super. And it's pretty cool that it's just a natural evolution to the weighted shell that Master Roshi used. Going from a shell to symbolize how they're students of the Turtle Hermit, to clothes, which are generic and can be worn by anyone, is symbolic for how they've evolved past students and into martial artists in general. We're now looking at Goku's final form. And looking back, it's weird to think that for half the story, Goku never willingly used a transformation. We had to be content with him just going away every 30 chapters or so and coming back willing to accept he can just smack the shit out of people harder. So Goku immediately clocks 2 weaknesses in the multi-form technique. And he's so serious, even Piccolo knows Goku's one.
Yes, Piccolo, we see the fit. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean...
And Tien gets hoisted by his own petard as Goku turns the solar flare against him. Tien thought he cooked by stealing the Turtle Hermit's signature move, and he spent every second since then watching as the turtles steal Crane Hermit school moves. Goku instantly foiling Tien's strategy here and beating the multi-form technique goes to show you what makes Goku a danger. It's the same lesson we learn watching him demolish the Ginyu Force. Goku will never sit by and let you pass him. If he hears you're training in speed, he's gonna start training in speed. If he hears you're training in ki control, he's gonna start training in ki control. There's no shortcut to bridge the gap in strength between you and Goku, because Goku isn't the type of slouch who'd leave such an easy path to defeating him open. Before our next match, we have a little powwow, and Kami clues us in that Mr. Popo let the truth slip. Goku won't be fighting to kill in his fight against Piccolo, because he can't bring himself to kill Kami by extension. Kami's concerns here are valid. Even though Tien was a bum, he still forced Goku to bring out the best he had to offer. I'm talking top-of-the-shelf strength. If Goku had to tap into his full strength before even getting to Piccolo, and he'll be holding back to not kill Kami, what's that say about his chances of winning? Toriyama pops this question and leaves it to stew in the audience's mind during the fight of Shen versus Piccolo, masterfully building hype for the final round. The best part of this fight is that Kami is basically a stand-in for the entire world of Dragon Ball. There are a few instances where planet Earth itself gets treated as a character, with the most memorable being all the people of Earth donating their Genki to the Genki Dama. This is one of those times. After being terrified by Piccolo's dad twice, this is Earth's chance to strike back at Piccolo through its guardian Kami. Through his actions and being prepared to lose his hardcore world in Minecraft to protect the world from Piccolo, we see that Kami's priority has always been Earth, and that's the one through line in his decision-making. While turning Piccolo loose on Earth was a selfish action, and being prepared to sacrifice himself to save the Earth is a selfless action, both actions were all in the name of protecting Earth. And for that matter, everything he does is in the name of protecting Earth. We, the audience, aren't hopeful about Kami's survival as he steps into the ring. He does a good job of confounding Piccolo and even keeps up with him for a bit, but his other half is just too strong. Also, them communicating in Namek's native language is a nice touch that gets called back to in an important way in the Namek saga. Kami was top of the verse for all of original Dragon Ball, and he represents the most strength a being can gather from living on Earth. Watching him get beat makes us realize that Goku is Earth's one and only hope. Only, maybe hope isn't lost just yet. Kami has a secret weapon, the evil containment wave. Of course, it'll seal Piccolo without killing him so Kami can win, and as long as you successfully cast a spell, strength becomes irrelevant. Sure, it kills you if your ki is too low, but everyone has long since passed that must be this tall to ride sign. If he can do it, Earth just might be saved. Except, Piccolo learns from his mistakes. We forget the good guys don't have a monopoly on adapting, and Piccolo is a big believer in fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. I think this is what separates a peak anime fight from a mid one. While villains refusing to adapt and change their strategy can be a good bit of characterization, villains who are just as good at changing on the fly as our main characters make for far more interesting matchups. So Piccolo busts out the new move that he made, the Evil Containment Wave Reflection. Side note, Piccolo's ability to make new moves specifically for opponents is underrated. And Kami gets sealed. Earth has lost her one and only guardian. By having Piccolo capture Kami, Toriyama has removed Piccolo's one and only Achilles heel. He's got no weaknesses. Goku tries to stand on business, but Piccolo puts him in aura debt with this move. The big reveal gets dropped that Demon Jr. is a clone of the original Piccolo, and everyone is shocked. The dread of the situation sets in. The gap in power is so wide, they probably wouldn't even win if they all jumped Piccolo together. This is why Dragon Ball characters never just jump antagonists. The power levels are so high now that all the human characters together wouldn't even scratch the bad guy. Piccolo announces the birth of a new demon world, ruled by him. But he's still got one man left to stand in his way. This is what I mean when I say real men get shit done. While staring down hopeless odds, Goku doesn't go all black-pilled doomer core like the human characters. He puts on a smile and gets ready to defy the odds. Part of growing up and being a man is accepting that your days of having someone else save you are over. From now on, you'll be facing threats stronger than you could ever imagine. But that's okay, because when protecting who you love, the strength to defend them will come naturally. It has to, after all, because there's no other acceptable outcome. Our final two fighters step into the ring, one carrying the will of God, and the other, the will of the Demon King. Goku leads Piccolo this entire fight until the cheap shot. They begin with a martial arts clash, and even though Goku gets repelled, we know he's faking it because he's trying to get a feel for Piccolo's true powers. He does counter Piccolo's newly discovered Namekian ability, showing once again that Goku's not dumb in the study of anything fist-related. While Piccolo's in the air, Goku decides to just skeet shoot him with the demon shockwaves Mr. Popo taught him. And honestly, if he just spammed that technique, he probably would have won. But we have to stop Kami from being slug poop, so he tries to take the fight to Piccolo's front door. And he gets his drip ruined for his trouble. Goku has to have a good tailor on speed dial, because I'm not joking, he ruins his gi in literally every saga. It looks bad with Goku laying in the dirt, but Piccolo cops that Goku is just playing possum, likely trying to set up a Cyberman finisher. Piccolo won't admit it, but he's glad Goku's gotten so strong. Now if he wins, his reign will be legitimate. No one will be able to say he's punching down on pathetic humans. So, the two agree to bust out their real power, and this is where the techniques start. Up until now, they've just been fighting with melee combat, but with the gloves off, Piccolo starts throwing around the Space Ripper stingy eyes, and Goku applies what Popo taught him about making his presence vanish. It's worth noting that Piccolo here is resting on the same tired techniques that already got King Piccolo killed, while Goku is pressing forward with new things he's picked up along the way. Demon Jr. using moves out of King Piccolo's book highlights the mindset he had to outgrow. Toriyama was very particular about the wording used to refer to Jr. There's a clear distinction that Jr. is genetically identical to his father, but not his father. However, when pressed, Piccolo seems to embrace the techniques and ideas of his father. In an effort to relive his city nuking days, Piccolo rises into the sky and starts charging a ki blast to annihilate the arena and all of its spectators. He's straight up trying to relive his dad's former glory, but Goku plans to intercept it with the Super Kamehameha, the move taught to him by Roshi, which he's improved upon with his own unique twist. While Piccolo's moves are restricted by the past, Goku's own past acts as a source of inspiration with which to make his own moves, and it blasts Piccolo's move out of the sky. The damage of the Super Kamehameha reveals Piccolo's antenna, so he wraps his King Piccolo security blanket around himself tighter, revealing his true identity to the crowd. As a mass panic erupts, Piccolo thinks his next trick will seal the deal, and he uses another Namekian ability to grow huge, regaining his height advantage over Goku. A huge part of early Dragon Ball was villains being massive compared to Goku. This was done to sell the feeling of it being the world against this one silly kid. But Goku having a growth spurt to be Piccolo's height ruined that imagery. The great Namekian ability was Toriyama's counter to that, briefly recapturing the imagery of Goku being against a huge opponent. It doesn't work, however, because Goku urges Piccolo to grow bigger, then uses his size to retrieve Kami. Goku furthering the height discrepancy between him and Piccolo is symbolic of how Goku isn't just adventuring anymore. He's working hard to get stronger, and he wants the world to come at him with more force to make him that much more stronger. On a side note, Piccolo is supposed to be 7 foot 5 inches. So why is he drawn shorter than the announcer? Do you think he just keeps a lesser version of this ability active at all times? Because being taller than the rest of the gang is literally the only thing he has over them? Goku's figured out he can fire a Kamehameha out of his feet to simulate flight. Question: over the 3-year time skip, why didn't he just learn how to fly? I know he does in a few minutes, but it seems like a really useful ability to not snag while you have 3 free years to train. I guess it doesn't matter, because the feat Kamehameha is based. Small problem, Goku is starting to feel the burn. In this fight, Goku has been stronger and faster, but Piccolo has had the better defense, and they're both starting to run out of gas. Piccolo takes advantage of being able to fly and hits Goku with a heavy attack. As he goes in for the kill, Kami steps in and stops them, leaving Goku mortified. And this is why Goku isn't Superman. One of the biggest criticisms of the first English dub of Dragon Ball Z is that many lines were altered from their Japanese counterpart in a way that hurts characterization, with Goku letting Vegeta go being one of the most egregious cases, with the dub changing it from Goku wanting to fight the Saiyan Prince once again, to wanting to teach him about mercy and the power of friendship. To alter a line like this is to ignore one crucial aspect of the character, and it's that Goku's kinda got an ego on him. Egotism isn't usually a character trait carried by many good guys, but it's kinda undeniable that when Goku is in training mode, he makes selfish decisions for the sake of getting stronger. And this is just one of them. Goku is mortified that Kami has interfered because it could get him disqualified from the Tenkaichi Budokai. If you put any hero with traditional save-the-day morals in this situation, say, Superman, they wouldn't think twice about ganging up on the bad guy, because it's the most likely way to save the day with minimal casualties. But this isn't Superman, it's Goku. Even when faced with the end of the world, winning the Tenkaichi Budokai and becoming the strongest under the heavens is still top priority. Now that's not to say Goku's ego is big enough to push aside all morals. Quite the contrary, if you put your hands on his loved ones, all bets are off. Your clothes are getting folded with you still in them. They will never convince me Goku was thinking about training and getting stronger here. He was thinking, this alien lizard hurt my friends and needs to die for it. That's why he's still a hero and not an anti-hero. It does, however, cloud his judgment a bit and make him do things like let Piccolo have a free shot on him. But most importantly, Goku doesn't accept help from the Peanut Gallery because he still has a handle on the situation. As I discussed in my Red Ribbon Army video, Goku is fine letting some evil people get away because he can still swap them if they ever get too big for their britches. And that's his exact line of reasoning here. Piccolo wants smoke, and having everyone jump him won't crush the ego that compelled him to subjugate the world. If anything, it would likely harden his beliefs and make him feel like the world is against him. Whereas, beating him in a fair fight would crush his ego and prove he isn't Hashi. Which relates back to my thesis on how this saga is about showing how Goku has become a man. A quintessential pillar of being a man is stepping up when there's a job to be done. Piccolo came seeking a fight with Goku, so it's up to Goku to deliver. Expecting others to put their lives on the line and risk permanent injury or even death on his behalf isn't what a real man would do. So if you got sick of me rambling on and just skipped this entire soliloquy, the TLDR is, accepting help in a mano-a-mano fight isn't the manly thing to do. Piccolo actually steals one of Krillin's techniques, using a heat-seeking ki blast against Goku. Between that and the Kienzan, Krillin is an expert at handing attacks over to the enemy. Goku immediately reverses it in a genius move that breaks Piccolo's arm. People in this verse really have to understand, if Goku's seen it once, it ain't gonna work again. In a brutal display, Piccolo tears off his own arm and regenerates it. That was clearly a power cooked up because he didn't want to be caught lacking like his daddy, and would keep developing his regen until it was strong enough he's hopefully never caught lacking again. Piccolo is miffed and just decides to go scorched earth, blowing the Tenkaichi Budokai ring off the face of the earth. And I just like how Tenshinhan thought the Tri-Beam was too dangerous to use against Goku, but was perfectly fine to waste shooting at the ground. Goku pulls off the ultimate act of disrespect in Dragon Ball and tanks his enemy's strongest attack. Out of ki and out of options, Piccolo is defenseless as Goku hits him with a barrage of attacks, knocking him out. It almost seems like the world is saved, until... It's almost funny. After dancing in the palm of Goku's hand for almost the entire fight, Piccolo reverses it all in one move, taking complete control of the fight as he breaks all of Goku's limbs. Noting that his father died because he left Goku one-armed to fight with, so he won't repeat that mistake, and breaks all 4 of Goku's limbs. Kami desperately asks for a member of the side cast to slime him so Piccolo will die by extension, but Goku tells them not to. Even with no legs left to stand on, Goku's heart still beats, meaning he hasn't forsaken getting stronger. Piccolo uses up the last bit of ki, and as a huge explosion rocks the land, everything becomes eerily quiet. Piccolo celebrates, thinking a new dark age of the Demon King is upon them, but everyone rejoices as a silhouette appears in the sky. It's Goku, and he's learned how to fly, but for some reason he won't do it for another arc. Goku has spent every day since he started training aiming to become the strongest under the heavens. His long journey to achieve the strength needed to accomplish that goal took him to heaven, and had him train alongside God. He's seen the supernatural, he's communicated with the dead, he's looked into the face of evil, and now, after 6 years of training to be the strongest under the heavens, Goku has ascended into the heavens. With everyone as his witness, Goku's limp body slams into Piccolo, knocking him out of the ring, and winning him the Tenkaichi Budokai. The last will of the old gen has been resolved, Goku's goal has been achieved, and the story of original Dragon Ball is over. But there's still one loose end left to tie up. Kami tries to Minecraft himself by running his nails across Piccolo's throat, but Goku holds him. Originally, I thought this might have been because Goku was worried if his opponent died, he'd be disqualified from the tournament, but upon a reread, I realized the match is already over. If Goku kills Piccolo now, it's just normal homicide, not tournament-throwing homicide, so why doesn't he? Well, for a couple reasons. For one, Goku doesn't want to lose a friend. Even after all the rotten stuff that Kami did, Goku still views him as a friend, and doesn't think he deserves to die. Least surprising twist ever. If Goku could see the good in Frieza, he'd 100% view a guy he lived with for 3 years as redeemable. Another thing, if they kill Kami, they lose the Dragon Balls. While the Dragon Balls have caused trouble, the gang still kinda needs them after all those buildings blew up. It's like Kami said, even if the Dragon Balls caused a lot of issues, if someone with a noble use for them like Goku still exists, the Dragon Ball should keep existing too. Goku in a way applies the same line of logic to Kami. He's trying to make up for all the bad he's done, and he doesn't deserve to die while still trying. Also, what should Piccolo really die for? I'm being dead serious. If you separate this Piccolo from his dad, what has he done that warrants the death penalty? He lived like a hobo for 3 years and blew up some buildings during his fight. That's it. He has yet to kill a single person. If Goku wasn't cool with killing Jiro because an alternate version of him from a different timeline did something bad, he wouldn't be down with killing Piccolo just from being born from the wrong parent. And finally, there's Goku's biggest reason. In Dragon Ball, how strong you get depends on the quality of enemy you fight. Don't believe me? Look how fast Gohan grew compared to Goku, and then compare the people they were trading hands with. Goku's gotten so strong, he probably won't get much stronger from fighting Kami, Tien, and Krillin, so he needs to keep Piccolo around as a sparring partner. But most importantly, this resolves the plotline of Master Roshi needing to enter the tournament to defeat Goku and Krillin so they wouldn't win and get a big head, thinking they were stronger than everyone else. A huge theme of Dragon Ball is that there's always a bigger fish, so Goku deciding to continue getting stronger, even though he has no goal to aim for anymore, proves Master Roshi's fears were all for naught, because Goku isn't going to rest on his laurels just because he's top of the totem pole. And finally, Both of the arcs focusing on Piccolo were caused by the old gen's unresolved beef. Master Roshi had trauma from the Piccolo Wars and losing Mutaito. Kami casted a great evil onto the world and hid in Sanctuary to avoid accountability. And Piccolo caused thousands of deaths, and died leaving all the blame on his newborn kid. All of this drama was weighing down the new generation. Defeating Piccolo and putting the old gen's drama to bed created a blank slate. And killing Piccolo would contaminate that blank slate with blood, making it impossible to start a new era. And speaking of a new era, there was a huge shift this arc that marked a change in Dragon Ball, and that was the art style. With Goku becoming an adult, Toriyama wanted to revamp his style, going from the bubbly, chubby characters to tall and built muscle machines. This saga is the awkward middle zone, where we were still transitioning to the sharp jawlines that Toriyama's style would become famous for, and as a result, we still get some of the chubby round face art style from previous arcs, giving this arc a nice half-and-half art style that isn't like anything that came before or would come after. You can automatically pick out a figure that's modeled off the panels drawn for this arc. It's just such a distinct era of Dragon Ball, it's unmissable. This arc also had a lot of the characters doing that thing that animes do, where a character just goes phew and vanishes. When that happens, Toriyama has to use this fuzzy camera lens effect to convey how quickly they're moving. It's effective to show that these dudes are literally moving so fast, they're like ghosts to our normal eyes. Toriyama's signature cool camera angles return, with Krillin vs. Piccolo probably being the greatest example. I don't know why Toriyama chose to bust out top-of-the-shelf paneling for such an inconsequential fight, but I'm glad he did because it was a great way to show off the new Namekian stretchy arm ability. And with Namekian abilities, we'd be hard-pressed to not talk about how cool the art for it is. The art for Piccolo's broken arm is fantastic, and it's exactly what I wanted to convey Goku's injuries in the previous arc. His ripping it off is so visceral, and the dripping slime Toriyama draws around it when it regenerates is gross. And the great Namekian, ooh is it well drawn. Making Piccolo's shadow cast the arena in darkness is the perfect symbolism for how Piccolo wanted to throw the world into darkness, all delivered through the art without a single word needing to be said. I also want to draw attention to this squiggly effect that's around certain panels when characters power up. In a series where almost no character starts a fight on full blast, because it's just common courtesy to let your enemy finish powering up unless you're Android 17. This effect is a good way to convey that a character is done holding back without having to have them deliver some cliché dialogue. That's one of the biggest things I rate manga on. How much the art helps convey the story. Like how Toriyama creatively draws Tenshinhan's pants falling down to show how far behind Goku he is now. I also love the evolution of character designs. Kami's design is something worth talking about, because it's identical to Demon King Piccolo's design, but, you know, friend-shaped. I noticed Toriyama avoided using exaggerated expressions with Kami to avoid making him look monstrous, and convey the idea that this is like Piccolo, but if he took a chill pill. Demon Jr.'s design also smooths out a lot of Demon Sr.'s rougher facial features to convey that he's a changed man. His hooked nose and sunken cheeks are gone, being replaced by a normal nose and Toriyama's signature sharp jawline, making him resemble the humans more. This is also where we see the birth of Piccolo's turban and shoulder pad drip, one of the hardest fits in all of anime. It resembles something the Egyptians would wear for survival in the desert, and shows how Piccolo spent 3 years on his own, roughing it in the wild. This fit never goes away because Piccolo stays a loner for the rest of the series. I also love the redesign that Tao Pai Pai received. I'm not sure how there's enough of him left to even rebuild. The explosion kinda made it seem like they'd need a dustbuster to pick up his remains. But his cybernetic enhancements do a lot for his character. The entire top of his head has been replaced by mechanical equipment, giving him the illusion he's sacrificed his personal identity to become a killing machine. Unlike the androids who still grow stronger thanks to still being flesh and blood, even after their genetic enhancements, Tao's prosthetics probably greatly slowed the rate at which he gets stronger. After all, both his arms are metal, and you can't exactly make metal stronger by lifting weights like you can with normal arms. It's a fitting fate considering that Tao forfeited his pride as a martial artist by bringing weapons into a fist fight. Chi-Chi's redesign is also fitting for her character, with her metal bikini that's extremely weird for a 12-year-old to be wearing replaced by a Chinese-inspired dress, making her fit the Journey to the West aesthetic. I hope you all like the Journey to the West feel, by the way, because it's about to get replaced by Star Wars and other sci-fi fantasy, and it ain't coming back for a while. Someone who is coming back, though, is Piccolo, as Goku starts the trend of healing his enemies back to full health so they don't die. Piccolo vows that Goku hasn't seen the last of him, and flees. Seeing Goku show an act of kindness to literally the personification of evil convinces Kami that Goku is right for the position of God of Earth, and he offers to step down and let Goku have the role. Even though Kami loves the job and nearly doomed Earth to get it, he believes the old girl would be safer in Goku's hands. Him being willing to surrender it is just another example of how Kami always acted with Earth's best interests in mind. Goku passes though, because he's already promised to build a life with Chi-Chi, and a real man sticks to his word. Taking the hand of his new bride, he boards the flying Nimbus, and prepares to settle down and leave the adventuring world behind, with his ambition of becoming the strongest fulfilled. When we first met Goku, he didn't have much ambition. He grew up in the woods, only focused on survival. But then, something changed. He made friends. They showed him you can do some amazing stuff when you apply yourself. So Goku's ambition to get stronger was born. He trained until he too was capable of some amazing stuff. And then he was basically done. Remember, he went straight from the 21st Tenkaichi Budokai to Dragon Ball hunting. Not more training. Then it all changed. Goku came face to face with evil, and he learned what happened when his ambition lacked conviction. So he recommitted himself to training, and came back determined to be the strongest. Strong enough to handle any type of threat. Even strong enough to earn the admiration of others, and make them shed their personal vices holding them back from being the best versions of themselves. And if you're strong enough that there's no one around strong enough to kick your ass, is there any harm in having a little fun? Goku didn't think so, but as it turns out, when you take on the burden of fighting evil on behalf of the weak, there are consequences to losing. If you never want to go through the pain of letting those who depend on you down, you need a burning ambition. An ambition that burns hot enough, no injury or setback will ever stop you from being the man you need to be to protect the ones you care about. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what I believe original Dragon Ball is all about. It's the origin of not just the characters we follow through Dragon Ball Z, but the origin of Goku's ambition. The origin of why one man won't stop training until he becomes the best version of himself. It's this ambition that lets us part with Goku here, knowing that even if we can't accompany him on the rest of his journey, he'll never stop training and pushing himself to the limits, and being prepared to protect Earth anytime a new evil arises. I'm very thankful this wasn't the end, but if it had been, it would have been one heck of an ending to a legendary adventure. And thank you, everyone, for coming along with me on one legendary adventure. Some might think I'm wasting my time analyzing characters like Goku and Vegeta because it's not that deep, bro. And I will yield that Goku isn't the most three-dimensional protagonist out there, but it's my belief, as someone with an English degree and as a writer myself, that there's something to be extrapolated from every text, no matter what genre or medium. And I hope you've learned something by watching my videos. You don't have to agree with what I've said here. I'm satisfied just knowing I got you to think about the text and come to your own conclusion. If you'd like to discuss this arc further, I've set up a Discord server to talk about all things related to my channel in the description below. I love engaging with my viewers and hearing what you guys have to say. If you like my content, don't forget to like, subscribe, and let me know what you thought in the comment section below. Other than that, don't forget to work hard, study well, and eat and sleep plenty. And don't think for an instant that this is the end. Hello everyone, Ramble-san of present day here. So, back in the original Piccolo Jr. Saga video, I concluded with this really cool montage of Dragon Ball Z set over Chala Head Chala, but unfortunately YouTube wasn't going to let me hold on to it. I really want this video to be copyright friendly, so unfortunately, despite me thinking that montage turned out really cool, I had to give it the axe. I know it ironically comes right after I said this isn't the end yet, but what can I say, them's the breaks. So, if you made it this far in the video, thank you for watching, and it's been amazing getting to make all these videos so far. I'm super pumped about the future and what it holds, so stay tuned. Make sure to subscribe if you aren't, ring that notification bell, and leave a comment down below. And, as always, don't forget to work hard, study well, and eat and sleep plenty. Rambles-on out.